In today's fast-paced world, real-time collaboration helps remote teams collaborate and brainstorm on the same projects. This makes real-time collaboration an absolute game changer by redefining the work and productivity. Every note, every idea can be shared in a moment. Hi, my name is Ben. In this video, we are going to learn how to build a real-time collaboration app that can help remote teams collaborate and brainstorm on the same projects. You can see that actually I'm on the ProjectBaordPage, and then the name of the project is Stock Management API. And then at the right, we can see the number of users who has joined our project. Actually, we got one user. The name is iJambo. And then here you can see we got plus one user. We got only one user who has joined our project. And if you want to invite multiple people to join our project, we are going to click on the share button to get the link. And then I'm gonna click there, and I'm going to open a new incognito window, and then I'm pass you the link, and then I'm tap enter. And then right here, you're gonna see we are going to load data from our database. We are using MySQL as a database. And then we're going to wait a bit until we got data from our server. Now we're gonna wait a bit. And then here, you're gonna see how these two users are going to interact together. And then you can see that actually we got data. At the left, you can see we show the cursor of the person who's moving the mouse. At the right, you can see the name is iJambo. And then if I move to the left right here, you can see the cursor of the name who's moving is iJambo. And then you can see the name is different. Check, the name is different. I'm gonna move the cursor to the right again. You can see that the name is different. And then here, I'm gonna try to move a sticky note. We can move it in real time. And then here, if I try to add something on the yellow sticky note, I can say registration and login, maybe that. And then I pass here registration and login. And then you're gonna see changes are going to replicate it in real time. I can resize the sticky notes. I can create a sticky note in real time. And then you can see I can move it. And also, you can see that actually we can collaborate in real time. Everything is working pretty well. And then you can see we got our MiniTextEditor at the right and at the left. If I get into within the new incognito window, you can see right here we got payments. And then here I say payments and subscription. I'm passing subscription and subscription. You can see that actually the cursor is moving in real time. Yeah, the cursor is moving in real time. And then I'm gonna pass you subscription. Yeah, I'm a subscription like this, guys. And then you can see that actually the cursor is moving in real time. Everything is working pretty well. I can even bold a text and pass you bold. You can see it works pretty well. Also, guys, we can draw in real time. You're gonna see I'm going to draw something right here, and then we're going to replicate change in real time. You can see I just draw in real time. And I can draw even a house. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna draw a house real quickly. And then you're gonna see we are going to replicate change in real time. And then I can click on save button. We just saw our data within my SQL database. I'm gonna click save. And then you can see both data saved successfully. And you can see that actually the number of users is increased. You can see actually you got two users. And then this is the first user and the second user. And now if I get into within the new incognito window, and then here I'm gonna try to do something. And here I'm going to leave the project. And then you're gonna see that actually we got one user. Now I'm going to move to the projects page, guys. And then I'm gonna click projects. And then on this page, we can create a project. You can see we got a list of projects. We got build the smart AI, build the trail clone, and also our page, we paginate here. We use pagination in order to handle a huge amount of data. And then I'm gonna click next, and I'm gonna click also previous. Now I'm going to create a project. I'm gonna click new projects. I'm passing build a task manager, and then I'm gonna click save, and then we're going to create a new project. And here I'm going to click next, and then you can see build a task manager. I'm going to click details in order to move to the project pool page. And then you can see that actually we don't got data for this project, build a task manager. Now, if I want to collaborate with another person, I can just copy the link here, and then I'm pass it within the new incognito window, and then I'm tap enter. And then I can start working on this project. I'm gonna draw right here a shape to shape, and then this is another shape right here, guys. And then I'm going to create a text caption, and then I'm say right here we're gonna have pending. This is gonna be the design of our project. We're gonna have pending task right here, and then here I'm gonna create another caption. We're gonna pass here, we're gonna say not started task, and here we're gonna pass here task. And on the second column, we're gonna pass here pending task, here pending task. And on the third one, we're going to create, we're gonna say right here, completed task, like this. And then if I get into within the new incognito window, you're gonna see that actually we got the same data that we got within the first window. And then the second user right here can create a sticky note and then say here, we're gonna say for the backgrounds. For the backgrounds, we're gonna use yellow color or gray. Yeah, you can see. And also you can create another sticky note, and he can create also a mini text editor. You can see that actually we can collaborate in real time. And now I'm going to log out, and then we're going to move to the login page. And here, in order to log in within our app, we are going to use Google as the identity provider. We are going to build this app using cutting-edge technology: Vue3 for single-page application, Pinia for state management, TypeScript for scalability and clean code, Tailwind CSS for styling our UI, Laravel 11 for building our API, YJS for real-time collaboration and shared documents, Laravel Reverb for tracking user presence in real time, and Google Auth as a identity provider. By watching this tutorial, you improve your Vue3 skills, get a ready portfolio project on your resume, learn what is YJS and how to use it, learn how to build complex Vue components, learn how to build a text editor. Now, what about prerequisites? You need basic of HTML and CSS, basic of Vue3, basic of TypeScript, and basic of Laravel. Without further ado, let's get started. Alright guys, now we're going to get started with the development phase. We're going to install a brand new Laravel project, but also we're going to install Vue3. In order to install Laravel 11, you're going to tap Laravel new, and then you're going to tap enter. And if it doesn't see what I'm seeing right now, it means you doesn't have Laravel installer on your computer. You're going to go back at laravel.com, and then here you're going to copy this command right here, and then you're going to put it within your command prompt here like this. And you're gonna tap enter, but also you have to make sure you get Composer. You have to make sure you got the dependency manager, and these are the prerequisites you need to know in order to follow along this video. Once you finish installing a brand new Laravel project, you're gonna tap these commands in order to finish setting up our backend. Now here you're gonna tap PHP artisan install API in order to get this file. You can see that actually I've already installed mine. The name of the project of my app is Miro clone, and then you can see I got API.php. Now, in order to get this file, you're gonna type PHP artisan install colon API. You're gonna install Laravel Reverb by typing PHP artisan install broadcasting. You will be prompted to install Laravel Reverb, but also these commands install Laravel Echo and Pusher.js. Yeah. Now, once you finish, you're gonna type PHP artisan reverb install in order to publish Laravel Reverb configuration files. You're gonna get into within your env files, and then you're gonna see you got this environment variable created by these commands. And also, you need to type npm run build in order to compile your application's assets. And that's pretty much it for the backend. Now we're going to set up the front end. In order to set up the front end, we are going to go through this process right here. We are going to install first the Vue plugin. You're going to tap this command npm install-d and then add vue.js/plugin-vue. You're going to install this command. Then you're going to install the latest version of Vue.js by tapping npm install Vue latest. You're going to install Vue Router in order to add navigation. You're going to install TypeScript and Vue tiers. And then you're going to create a TS config at the root of your project. You can see that actually I've already created. You can see TS config.
and I'm adding some properties. Now I'm going to put the link down this project in the description in order to copy the content of the tsconfig.json file. And then here, guys, we are going to install Tailwind because we are going to start our UI using the Tailwind CSS. Now we are going to go at tailwindcss.com website. Then you're going to get into within the installation menu. And then you're going to scroll down a little bit. You're going to copy this command right here. And then this one, in order to initialize Tailwind CSS within project, you're going to see you have, once you tap npx init, npx Tailwind CSS init, you're going to see you have a new file, tailwind.config.js file. You're going to see this file once you tap this command. And also, guys, you're gonna copy this. Let me show you. You're going to get into within your tailwind.config.js file, and then you're gonna add this content, this line right here. We are going to compile these files. Yeah, we are going to listen if within the Vue.js and TS file we have Tailwind CSS utilities. And then here we are going to copy this Tailwind CSS directive within an input.css file. I'm gonna copy it, and then you're gonna get into within the resources folder. You're gonna see CSS, and by default, when we install a brand new Laravel project, it comes with an app.css file. Then you're gonna creating another file. You're gonna name it input.css, and then you're gonna paste it in this Tailwind CSS directive. Now we're going to start the Tailwind CSS CLI, and here, guys, we're going to add another script within our package.json file. And you can see I pass here the name of the script is build CSS, and then the input file, which is the input.css, which contains Tailwind CSS directive. And we pass also the output file, which is the app.css, and then -w, which means we are going to run this script in a watch mode. I'm going to copy this script and get into my package.json file, and then I'm going to add it right here. And we are going to get into within the command prompt, and then we're going to tap npm run build css, and then they're going to listen for Tailwind CSS utilities within our Vue files. Now we are going to get into within the welcome.php file. You can see that actually I've already imported the app.ts and the app.css using the var directive. You're gonna do the same thing. By default, let me show you. By default, if we get into within the JS folder, get into resources folder, and then JS folder. By default, we have here the app.js. Change it to the app.ts. We are going to use TypeScript. And also, you need to create the div directive. We are going to use this div directive in order to mount our Vue app to the DOM. And also, I'm going to scroll down and get into the vat.config.js file. You can see to the input array, I just import the app.css, and also you need to import the app.ts. You're going to do the same thing as I did right here, guys. You can see I just import the Vue plugin and I pass it right here, and I import the app.css and the app.ts. Do the same thing in order to avoid errors. Now we are going to get into right here. You can see we have already created the source folder, and within the source folder put in the app.vue, and we pass in the router view components. And within the app.ts is where we are going to mount our Vue app. And you can see I just imported the creator function, and I just imported the app.vue, and then here I mount it to the DOM. You can see we pass here the app.ts, and then we import it within the welcome.php file. And we have our attributes right here, which is the app. And then that's it, guys. Now we're going to create the router folder within the source folder in order to add navigation to our Vue app. I'm going to get into the router folder, and then I'm going to put in the index.ts file. And here, guys, we are going to go at router.vue.js website in order to create the Vue instance. And here you're going to get into the getting started menu. and then you're gonna scroll down to the creating the Router instance section. And then I'm gonna copy this boilerplate and then I'm put it within the index.ts file. You can see that actually right here they're using the static imports instead of dynamic imports, which is better. And they just pass here the path of the roots, and then here they pass it to the component property. That's what we call static import. But as we are going to use the dynamic import in order to split each page into chunks. And we can load this page whenever we visit it. We can load only this page. And here we're going to go at router.org website again, and we are going to get into the lazy loading routes. We are going to use lazy loading routes in order to improve the performance of our Vue app. Now here, we are going to copy this path right here. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to pass it right here. I'm going to do this, I'm going to pass here an array, and then I'm going to pass in this object. I'm going to get rid of that. And then here we're going to export default. We're going to export the router instance, and then we're going to get into the other.ts, and then we are going to import it right here. And then we just created the router instance. Now here, what we are going to do, guys, we are going to create pages within the source folder. I'm not creating another folder, pages, and then within the pages, we are going to have admin pages and off pages. I'm gonna start with the off, and I'll pass here the off, and then I'm gonna create another folder which is the admin. Now here within the off folder, I'm gonna put in LoginPage.view, and I'm passing a boilerplate. Pass a template, and then here I'm going to do this and pass a template, and then here we're going to pass in an h1. And then we'll pass here hello world like this in order to test if everything is working pretty well. And again, I'm going to go back within the index.ts file, and here I'm going to pass the path of this file. I'm going to get rid of the router, and then I'm going to get into within the pages folder, and then off folder, and then I'm going to pass the LoginPage.view like this. And for the path, I'm going to pass here login. And I'm going to add another property, which is the name. We're going to pass the name of the root, which is the login. Now we're going to get rid of the create memory history. This function is used for server-side rendering application. We are going to use create web history, which is a function used for single page application. I'm going to remove that. And also this create web history refers to the base URL of our Laravel app. And here within our Laravel app, we have two types of views. We have two types of views. Let me show you. We have views.blade.php file. This is a view, and we have also views.view file. Now we need to load different types of view within our Laravel app. I'm going to pass here /app. We are going to use this path in order to load that view files. And here we are going to do this. I'm going to copy this. It is going to be like this. I'm going to pass the base URL of our Laravel app. And then here we're going to pass /app/ and then login page if we need to load the login page. And if we need to load, for example, within the views folder, we have about that view. You can see we have about that view, and we need to load this page. We are going to pass only the base URL of our Laravel app. I'm going to copy this, and then here we're going to pass the path of the about that view. This is the difference. That's why I add right here /app. We are going to use this path in order to load view files. Now I'm going to get into the within the web.php file, and here, guys, we are going to create another route. I'm going to copy this, and then we are going to pass here the path app /any, and then we pass here a root parameter because we are going to load any routes. If we pass here, for example, login, register page, we are going to load the welcome page. Now we're going to get into within our command prompt, and then we're going to start up our Laravel server and also our Vue.js app. I'm going to type here npm run dev. I'm pass here /app/login and type enter. And then you can see right now we are getting right here hello world. And if I get into again within the login page view, I pass here welcome, welcome, and then you're gonna see we have right now welcome. Alright guys, now we're gonna design the login page view using the Tailwind CSS utility classes. Here you have to make sure you run the build-css command and then you're ready. Now we are going to get into the login page view, and then I'm gonna pass here the class of page, pass here page slate, and then you can see that actually I'm getting an autocomplete of Tailwind utility classes. And then in order to get it, you need to install a VS Code extension, Tailwind Docs. Install this extension and then you're gonna get the autocomplete. Now I'm gonna go back within the login page view, and here I'm gonna pass here the class of page slate. I'm gonna pass here even 100. I'm going to pass here 50, and then here I'm gonna get into within this div, and then I'm gonna pass here the class of flex row. I'm gonna use flexbox, and then here I'm gonna pass here justify between, and then justify between class is equivalent to justify content space between, and then here I'm gonna get in, and here I'm gonna create free div, and we're going to put our login button within the second div. I'm pass here button, and then I'm pass the class of bg slate, pass here bg slate 200, and then within the button I'm passing a span tag and pass here login with Google. We are going to pass in also the image tag, and then we are going to pass here the width of 20, and we're going to import the image. I'm going to create the script tag above the template tag, and I'll pass it the attribute of length, and if the length is equal to ts, we are going to use TypeScript, and set up attributes because we are going to use Vue Composition API. Now here I'm going to create a constant app, and I'm gonna pass it to it is going to be an object, and pass it to property the base URL of our Laravel app. I'm gonna get into my command prompt in order to copy the base URL. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it right here. And also we're going to pass to another property. We're gonna pass it another property, which is the API base URL, like this. And then I'm gonna pass the base URL, the API base URL / API. Then we are going to use the app constants in order to get access to the base URL. Now here I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna do binding and bind the app property to the source attributes, and then I'm pass here base URL, and then here I'm going to get into within the public folder /image /image /google.svg file. And you can see actually within my public folder, I've already created the image folder, and I got the google.svg file. You're gonna do the same thing. And then here guys, you can see right now we have the image, and then I'm going to refresh. I'm gonna refresh the page, and then you can see right now we got the Google image right here. Now I'm going to display item within a row. I'm passing the flex class, flex row. I'm gonna add the padding in the x-axis. I'm gonna pass here 2, and within the y-axis I'm gonna pass 2. I'm gonna pass the rounded. I'm gonna pass the border of rounded empty. Here you can see we just added a border, and then for the text I'm going to pass here, I'm gonna say text small, and then font medium, like this. And then you can see actually we got a beautiful button, login with Google. And now we're going to move the app constant within another file to make things clean. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm not getting to within the source folder. I'm going to create an app folder, and within the app folder we are going to create an app.ts, and then we are going to export this constant. Yeah, like this. I'm gonna get into within the login page, and then I'm going to import it. Import and pass here app from, we are going to get out of the off folder, and then we're going to get in the app folder, and then we're going to point to the app.ts file like this. And then if you refresh the login page, you're gonna see I'm gonna pass here this app. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass the app constant. You can see actually we just display our button right here. Now I'm going to add a margin tab to our button. I'm gonna pass here the class of empty20, and which is equivalent to 5 RAM. And then here I'm going to increase the padding in the y-axis and pass here 4, but also I'm going to add the gap and pass 4 like this. And then we're gonna have a beautiful button. Now we're going to create another page. Now here I'm going to get into within the admin folder, and then here we are going to create the project page, that view, and we're going to create another page which is the project board page, that like this. We have 2 pages. Let me do this, and then you can see we have the project page but also the project board page, that view. I'm gonna do this to make things clean. Now we are going to start with the project page. I'm going to import the project page within the router. I'm going to get into and pass it first a boilerplate, pass it a template tag, pass it a template, and then here I'm going to pass here an h1 and say project page. And I'm not getting to the router in order to register this page. I'm going to copy this line, and then I'm going to do this and pass here projects. And then here I'm going to get into within the admin folder, and then we're going to import the project and pass a project page like this. And then here we are going to get into the browser in order to check if we just imported this page. We're going to try to check if we're going to render this page. I'm going to pass here the path is project page, and then you can see right now we're on the project page. Now we need to import to the project board page view. We are going to import it to, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to pass here the path project board, yeah, like this. And I'm going to copy this and pass it to the name, and here for the name of the page is project board page, that view like this. And then we're going to put in a boilerplate. I'm going to get into the project page. I'm going to copy that and put it within the project board page view. And then here I'm passing a project board page. Now we're going to try to check. I'm going to copy the path, and then I'm going to get into the browser in order to test. I'm going to do this and pass the path, and then I'm tap enter. And then you can see we have another page, which is the project board page, the view. Alright guys, now we're going to create the project page. I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to apply the background color. I'm going to pass you the BG slate 100. And then we're going to create another div. We're going to apply the class of flex. They're going to align item within a row. And then we're going to create the first div where we're going to put in the navbar. And then here I'm going to pass in the UL tag, and then here an LI tag. And here you can see we have the first div. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to have first of all the logo, and then within the second div is where we're going to put the UL tag like this. And then I'm going to create another div which is going to be our main section. I'm going to pass the class of BG slate 200, and then here I'm going to say main section like this. You can see we have it right here. I'm going to apply I'm going to pass it the class of width screen, W screen, which is going to take the rest of the space. And then here we are going to pass here within for our navigation, we're going to pass the class of BG white for the background color. And then we're going to say for the height in the y-axis, I'm going to pass here H screen class. You can see that actually it takes the full screen. Yeah, we have the logo right here. Now I'm going to increase the width of our navigation and pass here 250 pixel. And then you can see the width increase. Then I'm not getting to within the LI tag right here. I'm going to pass you the span where we're going to put in the logo and pass it the class of logo like this. we are going to put in an icon, and then here I'm gonna pass here another span tag where we are going to put in the label of the li tag and pass here projects like this. And then we have right here projects. Now we're gonna go at hero icons that come in order to look for an icon. And then you can see that actually I can pass here list, and then I have this queue list icon right here. I'm gonna copy the SVG code, and then I'm gonna get into within the source folder of our Vue app, and then I'm gonna creating a component folder, components like this, and then we're going to put in our icon. I'm gonna pass here queue list icon like this, that view, and then I'm tap inner, and we're gonna put in the template tag, and then I'm gonna pass the SVG tag. And you can see that actually they apply the size, they apply a class to our SVG tag. We have the size is 6. We are going to decrease the width. I'm gonna pass here 4 like this, and then I'm gonna go ahead within the project page. We are going to import this icon. I'm gonna pass here first the script tag, and then we're gonna pass here the length, tiers, and the setup attribute for says that we're gonna be using Vue Composition API. And then here I'm gonna do this, and we are going to import this icon. I'm gonna pass here import queue list icon. You can see we just imported it. Now we're gonna pass our queue list icon to the span tag within the li tag. We're gonna pass it right here. And then you can see that actually we just display the queue list icon right there. And then I'm going to apply a class right here. If I do this, I duplicate the li tag. You can see that things aren't displayed pretty well. Now I'm going to pass to the ul tag the class of flex core in order to display item within a column. And then here I'm going to say I'm going to apply the padding within the y-axis. Within the x-axis, I'm going to apply 2, and then here I'm going to get in within the li tag. We're going to pass here the class of flex like this, flex row. We're going to display item within the row. Padding within the y-axis, I'm going to pass here 2. Padding within the x-axis, I'm going to pass here 2. And then the bg, I'm going to pass here slit 200. And then you can see we just apply right here the bg, and then I'm gonna get rid of the second li tag. And then you can see that actually we have the possibility to add many items. I'm gonna remove this, and then I can do this, and then you're gonna see the item are going to be displayed within a column. And then here I'm going to apply, I'm gonna pass you the gap of 2 in order to add a space between our li tags. And then right here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply the padding tab and pass here 1 pixel, 1. Yeah, you can see like this. And then here I'm going to add the rounded border to our li tag. I'm going to pass here rounded. Here I'm going to pass rounded class MD like this. And then you can see that actually we just apply the border radius. Now we are going to add also another class right here. I'm going to pass here the gap 2. We are going to add the space between the icon and the project and the label of the li tag, which is the project. And then you can see we just add right here a small space. And I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to duplicate that right here. And then here we are going to pass here logout. And then we're going to go at hero icons.com in order to look for a logout icon and pass here logout, and then we're going to copy this icon. And I'm gonna copy this one, and then I'm going to create another file, which is logout icon that view like this. And then we're gonna pass first of all, we need to pass the template tag, and then we're going to decrease the size of the icon by changing the class right here. We're going to pass here 4 like this. Then we're going to get into within our project page in order to import that. And then here I'm going to import logout icon, and then I'm going to copy it, and then we are going to pass it right here. We're going to pass it here. And here you can see we just add right here the logout. We just added the logout icon, and we are going to apply a variant. You can see that actually the second li tag has the class of BGSlate 200. I'm going to apply a variant on it. I'm going to say on over, we are going to apply this class. You can see on over, we have this class, and then here I'm going to refresh, and then you can see on over, we just apply this background of BGSlate 200. And then I'm going to change the cursor. I'm gonna come here and say cursor, we're going to pass here pointer, and then I'm gonna copy the same class and pass it to the first li tag. And then you can see, guys, that actually we just changed the mouse of our cursor when we over the li tag. Now we are going to work on the main section, and then here I'm going to pass here the div, and then within the div I'm passing the image tag. We are going to bound the app object to the source attribute and pass here the base 0, and then we're going to get into within the image folder, and then I'll pass here the name of the image is web.p. You can see that actually within the public folder I've already put in the avatar.web.p file. Now you're gonna do the same thing. I'm going to decrease the width of our avatar and pass here filter, and then here I'm going to apply the class of rounded full like this. You can see, and then the border of 2, and then I'm passing the color of the border white like this. Now we're gonna move the image to the top right corner. I'm going to pass here the class of flex, and then justify, pass here justify end, and then you're gonna see the image is at the top right corner. We are going to apply the padding in the x-axis and the y-axis. And pass here 2, and padding in the y-axis and pass 2 like this. And then you can see that actually our image is the top right corner. Now let's design a car where we are going to display a list of created projects, and then here I'm going to duplicate the first car, and then I'm gonna pass it right here, and then here I'm gonna get rid of this icon, and then you can see right now I'm going to pass you the title. I'm gonna say build. I'm gonna pass it build smart AI. This is the name of the project, and then you can see build a smart AI. I'm going to duplicate this car two times like this, and then I'm passing you build trailer clone, and then I'm going to increase the width of the browser, and then you can see we have 4 car. Now we're going to add a hover on the first car when the mouse is over it. Now I'm gonna get into within my text editor again, and then here I'm gonna pass here a variant. I'm passing here over, and then I'm say BG slate 200 like this, and then you can see that actually when I put my cursor over the first car, we just changed the BG. And then I can pass even here 100 instead of 200 so that it can look beautiful. You can see. Now let's add the logo of our app, guys. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy this image tag right here, and then I'm gonna pass it here, guys, in order to display the logo. And then here you can see we just display right here the logo. I'm going to pass here for our logo. We are going to display the width of 50, and then I'm gonna get rid of the class. And then for the alt attributes, I'm gonna pass here logo, and then I'm going to get into within my public folder / image folder, and then I'm pass here the name of the logo. And here I'm gonna pass here the class of flex, and then here I'm gonna say justify center like this, and then we're going to display our logo in the middle. Then we're going to apply the padding in the y-axis. I'm going to pass here 4, but also we're going to increase the padding in x-axis for our avatar right here, you can see. And then here what I'm going to do, I'm going to move right here at the bottom, and then I'm going to add the padding within. I'm going to add the padding to the x-axis of our avatar. I'm going to pass here 4, and then you're going to see our avatar is going to move a little bit. And then I'm going to do this, and then you can see that actually we have a page which is beautiful. Alright guys, now we're going to design the project board page. We are going to take the design of the project page and then we're going to apply it to the project board page. Then we're going to change it because you can see that actually the project board page takes the design of the project page. Now I'm going to get rid of the cards. I'm gonna delete all cards right here. I'm going to delete all cards. I'm gonna do this. And then you're gonna see that actually we don't have any card. I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna remove these two cards, and then I'm gonna remove the other two cards like this. And then I'm gonna pass here main section as the title, and then I'm gonna get rid of the project title, and also we're going to get rid of the logo, and then I'm gonna comment it, and then I'm gonna add it later. You can see right here guys that actually the UL tag is wrapped within a div tag. I'm gonna get rid of the div tag. I'm gonna copy that and put it out the div tag, and then here we're going to get rid of the logout li tag, but also the project. Now here I'm going to pass. You can see that actually the width of our navbar is 250 pixel. I'm going to decrease it. I'm going to pass here 50 pixel, and then I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to pass here BG slate 200, and then you can see we just change the background color to the slate color. And then here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the BG white to the UL tag, and then you can see I'm going to apply a margin tab of 20, which is equivalent to margin tab of 80 pixel. And then you can see that actually our navbar is right here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add another icon. I'm gonna get rid of first. I'm going to get rid of the padding of the y-axis and x-axis, and then here I'm going to remove the background color like this guys, and then I'm going to apply the rounded border around the menu. I'm gonna pass here rounded empty, and then you're gonna see right here we have a rounded border. Now guys, I'm going to duplicate that, and then I'm gonna pass it right here, and then you can see we have another icon. I'm gonna remove the gap. Yeah, we are going to go at heroicons.com, and then you can see right here we're going to look for two icons, and then you can see I have an icon of duplicate document duplicate. I'm going to copy this icon. We are going to use it for sticky notes. Maybe we are going to use this one. Let me look for an icon of a sticky note that we're going to use to create a sticky note, and then I'm going to copy this one right here guys. You can see it. Now we're going to design the section where we're going to display a list of created projects. Then here I'm going to pass here the div, and then I need first to display the title of the page. I'm going to pass here projects, and then I'm going to pass to the div the class of flex, and then I'm going to apply the padding in the x-axis. I'm going to pass here 4. You can see that actually we just added a space. Then I'm going to change the size of the title. I'm going to pass here text to Excel class, and then you can see the size change automatically. For the section where we are going to display a list of created projects, we are going to use CSS grade, and then I'm going to pass it the class of grade, and then grade calls 1, yeah, like this. And then for the medium screen size, we are going to do grade calls 4. We are going to display 4 rm. Then we are going to display project within car, and then here I'm gonna pass this code right here. Yeah, you can see that actually we just pass here the car, and then here I'm going to do this. We don't have right here the space. I'm gonna add it, and then we are going to pass here the gap of 4 in order to add a space. And then here I'm gonna say the padding, we're gonna pass the padding of 4. And then you can see that actually our card, we have a space right here, and our card is beautiful. Now we are going to move to heroicons.com, and we're going to look for another icon right here. We're gonna look for the plus icon. I'm gonna copy the SVG code, and then I'm going to get into within the component folder. I'm not creating the plus icon. I'm passing plus icon.view, and then I'm gonna pass in the template tag, First of all, we need to change the size of the icon. You can see that actually by default they apply the class of size 6. I'm going to pass here 4 in order to change the width, the size of the icon. Now I'm going to get into within the project page, and then I'm going to import this icon. I'm going to come over here and then import plus icon, and then I'm going to copy the plus icon, and then I'm going to pass it right here. I'm going to pass it here, and then we are going to display the plus icon like this. I'm going to get into within our Vue app, and then I'm going to refresh a little bit, and then you can see that actually we just display the plus icon, and then you can see we have a beautiful page. The name is document. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to get into within the component folder, and then I'm pass here sticky note icon the view template, and then I'm going to pass it right here, and then don't forget to decrease the size of the icon. I'm going to pass here 4, and I'm going to get into the project board, and then I'm going to import the sticky note icon. I'm going to pass here import sticky note icon, and then we're going to pass it right here. I'm going to pass it right here like this sticky note icon, but also we're going to import another icon which is going to represent a document. Yeah, we have the sticky note icon. Now we're going to look for another icon right here. I'm going to copy this icon, represents a document. I'm going to copy this one. Yeah, you can see document test. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm going to create a file right here. I'm gonna say document icon the view, and then we're gonna put in the template tag, and then we're gonna decrease the size of the icon. I'm gonna pass here the size of 4. Now we're going to get into the project board, and then we're going to import this icon. Import document, and I pass here import document icon like this, and then I'm gonna copy that, and we are going to pass it to the second li tag. And then you can see that actually we have 2 icons. The first one it represents a sticky note, and the second one represents a document. I'm going to duplicate the UL tag. I'm gonna copy that and pass it right here 2 times, and then we have the first UL tag, the second, and the third one. Now for the second UL tag, we're gonna put in colors. I'm gonna remove this icon and this one too, and then here we are going to pass here the BG. We are going to pass here BG yellow, and then here we're going to choose yellow 300, sorry, and then we have here the BG of yellow, and then like this. I'm going to pass the height of A to our background, and then we have it. Now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate that, and then we are going to have another color right here. I'm gonna pass here indigo, and then I'm gonna duplicate that again and again, and then here we're going to pass here blue, and then we have 4 colors. We have yellow, indigo, blue, and pink color like this, guys. Now we are going to remove the margin tab. We are going to pass the margin bottom instead. And then you're gonna see for the fade UL tag, we're going to pass the margin bottom of 2 like this. And for the first UL tag, we're going to add the margin bottom of 2, margin bottom 2 like this, and things are clear. We are going to add space between these colors. I'm gonna pass you the gap of 2, and then you're gonna see we have a little space, and also I'm going to add the padding of 2. For the fade UL tag, we are going to go at here icons, and then we are going to look for arrow icon, arrow U10, and then you can see we got here arrow U10 left and arrow U10 right. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna use these 2 icons for undo and redo operation. I'm going to copy that. We're going to use it for undo operation. I'm gonna create a file. I'm gonna name it undo icon the view, and then we're gonna put in the template, and then we're gonna decrease the size of the icon. We're gonna pass here the size of 4. We're going to copy another icon for redo operation. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna creating another file. I'm gonna say redo icon the view like this. Then I'm passing the template, and then we are going to decrease the size of the icon to the size of 6, like this. Now I'm going to get into within the project board page, and then I'm gonna import these two icons. We are going to get rid of these two icons right here. Then I'm gonna import pass here redo icon, but also I'm going to import the undo icon. Now I'm going to use these two icons. I'm gonna copy the redo icon, and then we're going to move to the third UL tag. We're gonna pass here the redo icon. You can see that actually we have here the redo icon, and then I'm gonna copy the undo icon. We're gonna pass it to the third UL tag, like this, guys. Then we're going to apply the gap of 2, but also the padding of 2, like this. And then we're going to have the space, and we're going to apply to the gap of 2 and the padding of 2 to the third UL tag. I'm going to move up, and then here we are going to pass here the gap of 2 and the padding of 2, like this. And then you can see we are going to add a space right here, but also we're going to add a box shadow class and pass here shadow, and then I'm say MD. And here you can see we have a little shadow. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to pass it to the other UL tag. I'm going to pass it to the second one and to the third one, like this. I'm going to pass it right here, and you can see that actually we have a shadow. We have the shadow right here to the third UL tag, to the second one, and then to the third one. Now we are going to apply the BG to our icon right here. And then for the first UL tag, I'm going to apply the BG of slate, BG slate 100. And then you're going to see we have a BG slate. And then I'm going to apply the padding. I'm going to remove the gap, like this. I'm going to apply the padding in x-axis of 2. And then the padding to the y-axis of 2, like this. And then I'm going to add here a variant for array class. I'm going to copy that. Yeah, like this. And then I'm gonna get rid of, you can see for the second li tag we have the gap 2. I'm gonna remove that, and then we are going to pass it this class, the BG slate, and also the padding to the y-axis and the padding to the x-axis. And then I'm gonna pass here on over. We are going to display this background. Yeah, you can see on over we have the BG slate. I'm going to do the same thing for other UL tag. I'm going to copy it and move to the third UL tag. And then here we're going to get rid of the gap. And then we're going to get rid of the gap right here. And then I'm going to pass this class like this. Now for the top navbar, we are going to remove the image. I'm going to remove the image right here. And then we are going to pass here a div tag. And then we're going to apply the class of flex. And then we're going to say justify between, because we're going to have two div inside of it. And then here for the first div, we're going to put in the title of the current project. And then I'm going to pass here the title, and then I'm say build smart AI. This is the title of the project. And here I'm going to create another div where we're going to put in the image like this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply the class of BG white to these two div and pass here BG white. And then here you can see we have a BG white, and then I pass here the padding of 2, the padding in x-axis of 2, the padding in the y-axis of 2, like this. And then here I'm going to apply a border radius and pass here rounded MD, and then the shadow, I'm gonna pass the class of the shadow MD, like this. Now here what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to add a margin tab to our 2 div. I'm going to pass here for the first div and pass here the padding of 2, like this. And then I'm pass the margin tab 2, like this. And then we have a margin to the tab of 2. Maybe I can pass the margin tab of 1, and things are beautiful. Now we're going to pass the BG white to, we're going to pass the BG white to the second div where we have the avatar image. I'm going to pass it right here. I'm going to pass here the class, and then we are going to apply these classes. And then you can see that actually we apply the BG of white to our avatar. Now let's display our logo before the build smart AI title. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to pass here first the pop sign. like this. And then here you can see we comment our logo before we start designing the project board page. And here I'm going to copy the image tag, and then I'm gonna scroll down a little bit to the build smart AI. I'm gonna pass it right here, and I'm going to decrease the width to 25 pixels like this. And I'm gonna pass the class of flex in order to display item within a row. You can see that actually we just display item within a row. And then here I'm going to increase the width, the padding in x-axis. I'm gonna pass here free. And then here, yeah, things are better. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here to the logo. I'm gonna pass the class, and then I'm gonna pass the padding in x-axis of 2. And then we're going to have a little space. Maybe I'm going to pass here to the first div. I'm gonna pass here the gap. I'm gonna pass the gap. We're going to add a gap between item, and then you can see we have a space. And then for the pub sign right here, I'm gonna pass it within a span tag. I'm passing the span tag, and then I'm going to pass it another column, say BG slate. I'm passing 100. And then here I can pass even the column, say text color, and then like this text, and then we're going to change the color. We're going to say slate 100 like this. Yeah, maybe we are going to pass the slate 200 so that it can be clear a little bit. And there we go. Now we are going to add a button before after the avatar image. And then here I'm gonna move to the second div right here where we have the avatar, and then I'm going to add a button. I'm gonna pass a button, and then we're going to say share, and like this we are going to apply the class. We're gonna pass the class of bg blue like this. And then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get rid of the class right here, pass a bg, and then we're gonna pass a bg blue. We're gonna pass the bg blue 500 like this, and then we're going to apply the padding in x-axis and the padding in the y-axis. I'm gonna pass 2. You can see the padding in the y-axis, and we are going to apply the padding in x-axis and pass 2 and rounded border MD like this. And then we're going to pass the text column, say text white like this. And then I'm going to pass the class of flex within the div where we have the avatar image and the share bar, and I'm passing flex in the gap of 2 to add the space. Yeah, right now I'm going to decrease the padding of the button in y-axis. I'm gonna pass here 1, and then the things are clean right now. Now we just adjust the border, the size of this item. Now I'm gonna go at hero icons. Now we're gonna look the icon of a person, and then we're gonna choose the icon of the user class. I'm gonna copy that. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm gonna get into within the component folder. We're gonna creating person plus icon, the view. Then we're going to add in the template. Then we're gonna add in the template. I'm gonna pass the template, and then we're going to decrease the size of the icon to the size of 4. Now I'm gonna get into the project board, and then we are going to import this icon and pass here before under the documents icon. I'm going to pass here import person plus icon, and then we are going to pass the person plus icon to the share button, and then I'm going to pass it right here. And then you can see we have the person plus icon right on the button. I'm going to display item within a row so that things are going to be clean and look better. And here for the class of the button, I'm gonna pass the class of flex, and then I'm going to pass the padding in x-axis of 2, and then here we have the padding in x-axis. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the gap in order to add the space between these two items, and then I'm pass the gap. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the share within the span tag, and I'm going to add a class to our person plus icon. I'm gonna say the margin tab, we're gonna add 1, yeah, like this, and then things look beautiful. And right now you can see that actually we have a beautiful board. And then here I can just adjust the size of the label right here for the share. I'm passing the class of text small like this, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get right now. And then the text is small here like this, guys. And then right now actually we have a beautiful board. Alright guys, now let's design the sticky notes, and then we're going to add drag and drop functionality later. Now I'm going to get into the project page, and then I'm going to copy a car and move it within the project board page. I'm gonna pass it right there, and then I'm gonna get rid of the content here. I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm gonna remove the class of justify center. And here guys, I'm gonna pass in the class of car header, and then we're going to have another class of car body. I'm gonna pass you the class of car body, and then I'm gonna pass you an attribute of content editor. I'm gonna pass here true, and then I'm gonna pass in a placeholder. I'm gonna say content here, and then here you can see that actually we have a cursor which is blinking, and then you can see contents. Now I'm going to increase the width of our editable content, editable area. I'm gonna pass here the class of width full like this, and then we're gonna take the host space in x-axis, and then I'm going to increase. I'm gonna pass here the height. I'm going to pass the height is going to be of, I'm pass here the height of full, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then you can see that actually we have a beautiful content editable. Now we're gonna design the car header. I'm going to put in two divs. The first one we're gonna put in an icon, and for the second one we're going to add in an icon too. I'm going to go at hero icons.com, and then here we're going to look for a trash icon and pass here trash, and then we have a trash icon. I'm going to copy it and get into the component folder. We are going to create in a trash icon and pass here trash icon, the view. Then we are going to create the template, and then we are going to decrease the size of the icon and pass here 4. We are going to look for another icon which is the square. I'm going to look for square, and then we are going to pick this icon right here. You can see where my mouse is moving. We're going to pick this icon. I'm going to copy it. And then we are going to call it arrow. We are going to call it arrow tap icon. And then here I'm going to create another icon, arrow tap icon, the view. Then here we're going to pass it within a template tag, and then we're going to decrease the width of this icon. We're going to pass here 4 like this. Now we're going to get into within the project board page, and then we're going to import these two icons. I'm going to import the trash icon, and then I'm going to import the arrow tap icon, import trash, and pass a trash icon. And also I'm going to import the arrow tab icon. Now we're going to use the trash icon and the arrow tab icon. I'm going to do this, and then we're going to pass here. We're going to pass within the car header the trash icon and the arrow tab icon, and here I'm passing here the trash icon, and then you can see that actually just display the trash icon. Now I'm going to pass to the div right here. We are going to pass a class of flex core in order to display item within a column, and pass here flex core like this, flex core to display item within a column. And then we have our icon above the content editable fields, and here I'm going to pass another icon. I'm going to duplicate that, and then I'm going to pass here another icon, which is the arrow tab icon. Now I'm going to add a space between our two icons. I'm going to pass to the car header the class of flex in order to display item within a row, flex, and then I'm pass here justify between to add a space between them, and then I'm going to get rid of the item center class. And then you can see that actually we have the trash icon to the top left corner and the square and the arrow tab icon to the top right corner. Now I'm going to add a BG to this icon, and I'm going to pass here to the first one. I'm passing the class of BG slate 100, and then here you're gonna see we have a BG slate, and pass the padding to the x-axis, and the padding to the y-axis. And then we have right now we have a border right here. I'm gonna pass here 1 and here 1 2, and I'm going to pass here a border radius of MD like this. And then here I'm going to add a variant. We are going to say on over, they're going to apply this BG slate. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to copy this class and pass it to the second icon, which is the arrow tab icon. I'm going to pass here the class, and then I'm going to apply this style. And then you can see that actually we have the BG slate when we over our icon. And here I'm going to change the color of the entire card. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass to the card the BG yellow. I'm pass here BG yellow 400, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. We got a yellow car. Alright guys, now we're going to add the drag and drop feature to our sticky notes. I'm going to get into within the admin folder, and then we're going to create in a folder. We're going to name it component folder, and is where we're going to put in component of the project board page view, but also for the project page. I'm not creating a folder for, I'm going to name it project board like this, is where we're going to put in all components related to the project board page, and the second folder, which is the project page. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to refactor the project board page view. You can see that actually the project board page view, it is a huge file. I'm going to refactor it so that we can be able to work in pretty well. And then I'm going to create a component for the first URL tag. I'm going to get into within the project board page, project board folder, and then I say add rm view. This is the name of this component. We are going to use this component in order to create a doc, a sticky notes, a text, and then here I'm gonna pass it right here. Now I'm going to get into the project board page view, and then I'm going to import the add rm components, and then we're gonna pass it right here. And what I'm going to do, if I get into the browser and refresh, you're gonna see that actually it doesn't display icon. Our add rm component doesn't have icon. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy all this icon and move them within the app.ts. We are going to import them globally. I'm going to pass it right here, and then I'm going to stay with the app.ts. I'm going to remove this icon and like this. Now we are going to pass this icon to the component function, and then we are going to change first of all the path. I'm going to get into within the source folder. You can see that actually we change the path of the icon. We get into within the source folder, and then we are going to use the component function in order to import this icon. I'm going to pass here the sticky note icon, but also we're going to import the document icon. And then here I can make sure we have here, I need to pass here sticky notes, and then here documents icon like this. You can see that actually we just display icons for the within the first URL tag. Now I'm going to create another component for our color palettes, and I'm going to get into within the project board page, within the project board folder, and then I'm gonna pass here the name of the component is color palette, and then here the color palette view, and then I'm gonna get into the project board and import the second URL tag, and I pass it within the color palette view file. I'll pass here template, and then I'm going to get into the project board page and import it. I'm gonna pass here import color palette like this. Then we're gonna pass it right here, and then here I'm gonna copy that here like this. Now if you get into the browser, you're gonna see we just import our color palette. Now we're gonna do the same thing for the undo and redo URL tag. I'm going to get into within the project board, and then I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm going to create a file within the project board. And then here I'm gonna pass here undo and redo the view, and then we're gonna put in the template. And here I'm gonna go back within the project board and import that file. I'm going to import undo. I'm gonna pass here undo redo from the component folder. We're going to get into the project board, and then we're going to import the undo redo that view file, and then we're gonna pass it right here. I'm going to create another folder within the admin folder, which is the actions. we're gonna put in action related to the project's page.view and ProjectBaordPage.view. And here I'm not creating a folder, project board, and then we're going to put in another folder, which is the projects. Now here I'm going to get into the project board, and I'm going to create in an action that is going to allow us to add drag and drop functionality to a sticky notes. And then here I'm pass here sticky note, and pass here StickyNote.ts, and then I'm going to create a composable use drag sticky notes. Here, if you doesn't know what is a composable, guys, go check it out my Vue course. And then we're going to create a constant. We're gonna pass here sticky note, and then we're gonna do document.query selector. We're gonna pass here sticky notes. Now we're going to select also the handler, sticky note handler, and pass here sticky note handler. And then we're going to pass here is equal to document.query selector, sticky note handler. And then if you get into the browser, you can see at the top right corner of our sticky notes, we got handler. We're going to use this handler in order to drag our sticky notes. And then here I'm going to assert the sticky notes variable as HTML element in order to avoid typing errors. And then I'm going to define variable that we're going to be using in order to track the X and Y position of our sticky notes. I'll pass here the new X. The new X position is equal to 0. The new Y position is equal to 0. We're going to track also the starting X position of our sticky note, and then is equal to 0. The start Y, and pass here the start Y position is equal to 0. I'm going to add a mouse down event to our sticky note handler, and then here add event listener mouse down. On mouse down event, we're going to track the start X and start Y position. I'm pass here function, and then I'm pass it an event and type of any. And here I'm going to pass here, we're going to track the start X position is equal to the event client X position, which represents the current X position of our sticky notes. And then here I'm going to pass here the start Y position is equal to the client Y position, which represents the current Y position of our sticky notes. Now I'm going to create another function. On mouse move event, we're going to call it. And then here I'm going to pass event.any. And then here we're going to track the new X position is equal to the start X position minus the current X position, that's event client X, and pass here event client X. And the new Y position is equal to the start Y position minus the current Y position. And then here we are going to get again the start X position is equal to the current X position, and the start Y position is equal to the current Y position. Now guys, we're gonna get the top and left position of our sticky note in order to drag it. And then here I'm going to do this. I'm gonna pass here sticky notes, and then I'm gonna add a style. That's tab. We're going to apply a tab position to our sticky note, and then here in order to get the current tab position of our sticky note, we're gonna pass here the sticky note that offset tab, and pass here offset tab minus the new Y position, and then that pixel. And then here we're going to get also the left position of our sticky note is equal to minus X position, that pixel, like this. Now we're going to create another function that we are going to call when we start move the mouse. And then we're going to say on mouse up, and pass here mouse up, we are going to remove the mouse down event. And then here I'm going to do document that query select. We're going to pass here document that remove event listener. On mouse down, we are going to remove the mouse move events. And now here we are going to call the mouse move events. I'm going to do document that add event listener mouse move event. We are going to call our mouse move function. I'm going to pass it right here. And then we're going to call the mouse up function on when the mouse up event is going to be triggered. I'm going to pass here document that's add event listener, and then we're going to pass here mouse up event, and then we're going to call the mouse up function. Yeah, like this. Now I'm going to copy all this code and put it within another function and pass here function drag sticky note and pass here drag sticky note, and then we are going to pass this function to the return statement and pass here and pass it drag sticky note, and then we're going to put in drag sticky note function all our code and I'll pass it right there. Now we're going to get into the ProjectBaordPage.view, and then we are going to use our composable, and then here I'm not import it. I'm going to import our composable imports, use drag sticky note from, I'm not getting to within the component folder / project board / I'm not getting to within the actions folder and pass here / action folder, and then we're going to get into within the project board / StickyNote.ts, and then we are going to extract the function, the drag sticky note function within the use drag sticky note composable, and then I'm passing drag sticky note, and then we are going to call the drag sticky note function on mouse. We are going to call it on when we're going to mount this component to the DOM. I'm going to call the onMounted hook and pass here on mounted hook. We are going to extract this function from Vue, and then here we are going to call the drag sticky note function after 2 milliseconds. I'm going to pass here set timer. We are going to wait that this function is well mounted to the DOM, and then we are going to call this function after 2 milliseconds and pass here 2 milliseconds like this, and then everything is pretty well, guys. Yeah, like this. Yeah, I need to add an arrow, and then we are going to get into again within the StickyNote.ts. We are going to copy the sticky note handler class, and then we're going to pass it to our sticky notes right here. I'm going to pass it here. You can see we have arrow tab icon. We're going to pass here the class of sticky note handler, and also we're going to pass to the main div the sticky note class. Now let's get into the browser and check if the drag is gonna work. I'm gonna get into the console to check if we don't get any error. If we got an error, we need to know which kind of error we're getting back from the StickyNote.ts file. And then here I'm gonna refresh, and then here I'm gonna try to drag our sticky notes. You can see that actually it doesn't work. And I'm going to get into within the StickyNote.ts, and we're going to apply the position of absolute to our sticky note. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna pass here the position and pass here the style, and then we're gonna pass here the position of absolute, and then I'm gonna try it again, and then here we are going to move our sticky note, and then you can see that actually it works, but we are unable to remove the mouse move event on when the mouse up event is triggered. Now I'm going to get into the StickyNote.ts, and then here within the mouse up function, we are going to remove the mouse down event. We should pass here the mouse move event. We are going to remove the mouse move event when the mouse up event is going to be triggered. And then I'm going to try it again. I'm going to refresh again. Here you can see that actually we are unable to remove the mouse move event when the mouse up event is triggered. And then here what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the size and the height of our sticky notes. I'm going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then here I'm going to apply here the min height. I'm going to pass 40, and the width I'm going to pass here 200 pixels. For the padding, we're going to apply the padding within our content editable. I'm going to pass the padding of 2 and pass here p-2, and then you're going to see that actually we have a padding. Alright guys, now we're going to make our sticky notes resizable. Actually, the drag works perfectly. Now we're going to add an icon in the bottom right corner of our sticky notes. And then here I'm going to pass you the div of class flex. And then we're going to move the icon at the bottom right corner and pass it justify end. And then within this div, we are going to pass in the class of cursor. And then dash here, we're going to pick a case NW. This is the type of the cursor. It represents a resizable cursor. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go at heroicons.com again, guys.
And then we are going to pick an icon. You can see we got an icon arrow down right. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna get into within the project folder, and then here we're going to create another icon, which is the arrow down icon, the view, and then we're gonna put in the template. And here I'm going to decrease the size of the icon. I'm gonna change the class of it. I'm gonna pass here the size of 4. Now we're going to get into within the app.ts in order to import this icon. I'm gonna pass here import arrow down icon, and then here we're gonna pass it to the component function. I'm gonna copy it, and we're gonna pass it right here. We're going to move within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then we're gonna pass our icon right here. We're gonna pass arrow down icon, and then like this, and we're going to get into the browser, and then we're gonna refresh to see if we have our icon. You can see that actually we have our icon right here. I'm going to decrease the padding of our sticky note. I'm gonna pass here for the padding, I'll pass here 1. And then you're gonna see that actually our icon is at the bottom right corner of our sticky note. Now we're gonna get into the sticky note.ts in order to make our sticky note resizable. I'm going to define 2 variables, sticky note starts with, like this, and then I'm gonna assign it 0, and then we're gonna define another one, which is the sticky note. I'm gonna pass here sticky note starts height, and pass here start height is equal to 0. Now on the mouse down event, we are going to track the total width of our sticky note. I'm going to pass here sticky note start width is equal to sticky note that offset. I'm gonna pass here offset width, and then we are going to track also the total height of our sticky note, and then here I'm pass sticky note is equal to sticky note offset height in order to track the total height of our sticky notes. Now within the mouse down event, we are going to change the size of our sticky note. I'm gonna pass here sticky note and pass here sticky note that style that width, and then here that width we are going to do is equal to the sticky note start width. I'm gonna copy that, and then plus the new X position, like this, and like this guys, and then we're going to pass here pixel, and then I'm going to copy that again. I'm gonna copy this line, and then we are going to pass here, we are going to apply the height to our sticky note. I'm gonna pass here the height, and then here we're gonna pass the sticky note starts height position, and then I'm gonna pass it right here, and then plus the new Y position. Now we are going to add another event right here. You can see we got here this icon at the bottom right corner of our sticky notes. Now I'm going to get into within the project board, and then here on the cursor and W resize, we are going to pass here, we're going to pass here another class, which is sticky note. I'm going to pass here sticky note resizer like this, and then I'm gonna copy this class and get into within the sticky note.ts, and here I'm gonna pass here const sticky note resizer like this, resizer, and then here I'm gonna do document that query selector, and then I'm gonna pass here the sticky note resizer class like this, and then I'm gonna assign it to an HTML element. And then guys, we are going to add an event to the sticky note resizer, and here I'm gonna pass here sticky note, I'm gonna pass here sticky note resizer, and then add event listener. On the mouse down event, we are going to resize our sticky notes. And then I'm going to duplicate this black right here, because that actually our sticky notes has two features. The first feature of our sticky note is dragging, and then we add another feature on our sticky note, which is resizing. Yeah. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this black. We are going to create another black where we are going to handle resizing. For the second one, for the second black, I'm passing you dragging. We're gonna be using this black for doing dragging.
And then here I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this black right here. I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm gonna scroll down a little bit. I'm gonna remove that too. And we're going to go up to the first black here. I'm going to remove that. I'm gonna copy the sticky note resizer and replace it with the sticky notes handle. I'm gonna pass it there. Now here, guys, you can see that actually we use the new x, the new y variable, and the start x and start y variable to handle dragging. Now here I'm gonna create the variables, and here we're gonna pass here new rx. The r stands for resizing, and then I'll pass here new ry, and then start rx and the start ry. Now I'm going to get into within the first block where we're going to handle resizing. I'm pass here resizing, and then here I'm going to pass here where we got the start x. I'm going to pass here the start r, and then like this. Now we are going to track. We're going to track right here the sticky note start width and the sticky note starts height, and then here we are going to scroll down a little bit. We're going to get into within the mouse move. Within the mouse move function, we are going to create a constant, and then we're going to pass here. We are going to pass here new width. We are going to use this width in order to resize our sticky note. This is going to be the new width of our sticky notes. I'm going to pass here new width, and then we are going to track the new height. I'm going to pass here new height of our sticky notes. And then I'm going to do this. I'm going to pass here the sticky note start with. I'm pass it here, the sticky note start with, plus the start rx. We're going to pass here the start rx position minus the current x position. And then I'm going to pass here, and then we are going to do the same thing for the new height position. I'm going to copy the sticky note start height position plus the start R position minus the current Y position. And then here we're going to get rid of this. And then here I'm going to pass here the new width and the new height. And like this, I'm going to get rid of this black here. Here I'm going to remove that. Now we're going to get into the browser and try to check if everything is going to work pretty well. And then here I'm going to drag our sticky note. It works. And then what about resizing? The resizing, it works, but it doesn't work pretty well. You can see I don't resize our sticky notes in a good way. Now here it is a problem of calculation. You can see when we track the current x position, we are going to do this. We're going to do the current x position minus the start rx position. And then here I'm not do that. I'm going to pass here the current y position minus the start ry position like this. And then we're gonna try it again. And then here I'm gonna refresh. And then here you can see here actually if try to resize our sticky note, it works pretty well and the dragging is working pretty well. But right now we have the possibility to resize our sticky note to 1 pixel. We are going to remove that behavior. And then here, I'm going to pass here, I'm going to use the math function in order to remove that behavior. And then I'm going to pass here math, and then math.max function. And then here, I'm going to pass here 100. And then if the new width is less than 100, they are going to retain 100. And then I'm going to pass here to the math function that max. And then here we're gonna remove that behavior and pass here 100. And then we're gonna try it again. I'm going to refresh again. And then here you can see here I'm going to resize again. And then I can drag our sticky notes. And then let me try to reduce the size of our sticky note to 0. You can see that actually we can't go down here. This is the limit. I'm going to increase the width. I'm going to pass here even 150. Alright, yes, now we're gonna work on this button right here. We need to create a sticky note automatically. And here, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into within the project board folder. And here we are going to create another file, which is the sticky notes tabs.ts. We have the sticky notes tabs.ts is where we're gonna put in all tabs related to a sticky notes. And then here I'm not creating an interface. I'm passing interface sticky note like this. And then here our sticky note is gonna have an ID. We're gonna pass here I'm gonna pass here the body. The tab is gonna be a number. We are going to pass also the drag position. We have the X and Y, and here Y position. We're gonna pass also the resize position. Gonna pass here resize position. We're gonna pass the X and Y. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it right here. And also we need to add a color property. Now I'm going to get into the StickyNote.ts, and here we're going to create a reactive property. If you doesn't know what is a reactive property, go check it out my Vue course. I teach everything you need to know about reactive property in Vue. Now here guys, here I'm going to create a reactive property. I'm gonna name it StickyNote like this, and then I'm gonna use the ref function, and then I'm going to import it. And here I'm gonna tap our ref function with our type, and then here I'm going to import the StickyNote, the iStickyNote interface, and then we're gonna say this is going to be an array, and then here I'm gonna assert it is iStickyNote like this. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another function right here. I'm passing a function create StickyNote like this, and then we're gonna be using this function in order to create an array of sticky notes. And then here I'm going to copy the sticky note, and then I'm gonna pass it right here, and then I'm gonna use the push function. I'm gonna pass here that value that push, and then here I'm going to pass in an object. Here we're gonna pass in an object. We're going to pass here an ID of the sticky note. We're gonna pass the body, and then we're gonna pass here the color of the sticky note. I'm gonna pass the color, and then here I'm gonna pass a gray color, and then we are going to pass the resize position property. We are going to pass an X and Y position. Currently we don't know the X and Y position. Pass 0 and the Y 0. We are going to pass also the drag position. Here we are going to pass the X and Y property. I'm gonna copy that, and then here we are going to return the create sticky note function. We're gonna pass it to the return statement, and then we are going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage. In order to use this function, I'm gonna scroll up, and then right here we are going to extract this function to the use drag sticky note composable. And guys, you can see that actually we haven't yet created a component for our sticky notes. I'm going to copy that. I'm gonna format first this document, and then I'm going to copy this div of sticky notes, and then I'm going to go ahead and get into within the component folder. And here within the project code, we are going to create a component. We're gonna name it StickyNote.Vue, and then we're gonna put in the template tag, and here we are going to import it within the ProjectBaordPage.Vue. And up here I'm gonna import this component. I'm going to do import StickyNote, and then I'm gonna pass here StickyNote.Vue, and then we're gonna copy the components, and then we are going to import it right here, StickyNote. Here sticky notes, and you can see we got the add item component. We are going to use the add item component to create sticky notes or a document. Now I'm going to get into within the add item components, and then here guys we are going to define an event. I'm gonna pass here define emit, and then here guys we are going to pass in the name of the function. And here the name of the function is create sticky. I'm gonna pass here create sticky note, and then we are going to specify this is the event guys. Now here I'm gonna pass here the event, and then we are going to specify the return type of our event is void like this. And now here we are going to, I'm gonna wrap all of that within curly braces like this. I'm gonna wrap all of that within a curly braces. And then here, guys, we are going to emit this event when we're gonna click on the sticky note icon. And I'm gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna pass here on click event. We are going to emit the create sticky note function. I'm going to go ahead and get into within the project board page. And then here we are going to pass this function to the add item. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass here create sticky note is equal to create sticky notes. We're gonna get into within the sticky note.ts, and then you can see that actually we have an array where we're gonna store in all our sticky notes. And then here I'm going to import this array. I'm gonna pass it to the return statement, and then I'm going to get into within the project board page view, and then here I'm gonna pass here. I'm going to get into the sticky note.view file, and within this file we are going to define a prop, and then I'm passing define prop. And then here we are going to pass in an object, and here I'm gonna pass here sticky note is appropriate. Then we're gonna type the sticky notes property with the sticky note interface. And now here we are going to iterate through the sticky notes using the v4 directive. I'm passing here sticky notes in sticky. I'm passing sticky note array, and then here we're gonna pass here the key, and then here I'm pass sticky note.id. Now you can see that actually we have a class right here, sticky notes. I'm going to copy all this class and wrap them within a single quote. I'm gonna do this, and then here I'm gonna use vbounds to the class attributes, and then I'm gonna copy the sticky note class to the end. I'm gonna pass it right here, and then I'm gonna pass it dash, and plus we're going to pass it the sticky note.id like this. Now we have another class that allows to drag our sticky notes. And then you can see we have the sticky note handler. I'm going to pass the vbound directive to the class attributes. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wrap all the class within a single quote, and then I'm gonna pass the vbound. And here to the end, we are going to pass the sticky note ID. I'm gonna pass a plus, and then we're gonna pass a sticky note.id like this. And then you can see right here we have another icon. The icon is right here. We are going to use this icon, the trash icon. We're going to use this section in order to delete the sticky notes. We are going to create an event with define emit macro that we're going to be emitted from our sticky notes component. And then here I'm passing define emit like this. And then here, guys, we are going to pass in an event. I'm passing here. We are going to do this, guys. We are going to pass here the name of the event delete sticky note, and then we are going to define the type is going to be void, and the delete sticky note function is going to take a parameter of sticky note. And then I'm going to type it with the sticky note interface. I'm going to pass it right here. And then here, guys, we are going to emit this event when we're going to be clicking on the trash icon. I'm going to pass it on click, and then I'm going to pass it emit delete sticky. We're going to pass it delete sticky note, and then we're going to pass it the sticky note object. I'm passing it the sticky note. And here, guys, we are going to go ahead and get into the ProjectBaordPage view, and then we are going to pass the sticky note array to our sticky note component. I'm going to pass here the sticky note, and then we're going to assign it the sticky note array. Now I'm going to get into the sticky note.ts file, and I'm going to create right here a variable. I'm going to call it count, and then count is equal to 0. We are going to use the count variable in order to generate a unique ID for each sticky note that we're going to be creating. And then here I'm passing count plus plus, and then where we have 1, I'm going to pass count. Then we're going to create another function that we're going to emit when we're going to click on the trash icon of a sticky note. And then here I'm going to do this. I'm going to pass here delete sticky note like this, and then we are going to pass the sticky note object, and then we're going to type it with the sticky note interface. I'm going to pass here sticky note interface. Right now I'm going to pass in delete sticky note like this, and then I'm going to pass the delete sticky note function to the return statement. I'm going to pass it right here, and then we're going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and we are going to extract the delete function, and then we are going to call it on the sticky note component. I'm going to pass it right here, like this. Then we are going to get into the browser and check if we are going to create a sticky note when we're going to click on create sticky note icon. And then here I'm going to try to create a sticky note. I'm going to zoom a little bit. Then here I'm going to click create sticky note. We have a sticky note. I'm going to click again, and then you can see we have a sticky note. Alright guys, you can see that actually every sticky note has its own ID. Here we create 3 sticky notes, but we are unable to drag or resize a sticky note. Now we are going to add an event on each sticky note so that we can be able to drag it or resize it. We are going to go ahead and get into within the sticky note.ts, and then here we have a function drag sticky note. We're going to pass it the ID, and then here we are going to pass here the ID. We're going to pass here the plus and then the ID. We're going to pass it to the sticky note handler. We're going to pass here plus and then the ID. And also we are going to pass it to the sticky note resize like this. Then we're going to call the drag sticky note function within the create sticky note function. And then I'm pass here set timer. We're going to call it after 2 milliseconds. And then like this, we're going to pass here the function, which is the drag sticky note. And then pass it the count, which represents the ID of a sticky note. And then we're going to call it after 2 milliseconds. Now I'm going to go ahead and get into within the sticky note view. And then here we are going to add also an ID for the sticky note resizer. And then I'm pass v1 to the class attributes. And then I'm going to wrap all the class within a single quotes. And then here I'm pass here plus, and then I'll pass here sticky note, pass here sticky note that ID like this. And then we're going to get into also the ProjectBaordPage view, and then we are going to comment this, and then we're going to get into the browser in order to check if everything is going to work pretty well. Now I'm going to refresh, and then here I'm going to try to create a sticky note. We have a sticky note. I'm going to create a second one, and then here you can see that actually we are able to drag a sticky note, and I'll try to drag the first one that we have created, and then it works. We can resize it, but also we can resize our second sticky note. You can see that actually everything is working pretty well. Now we are going to create a function that we're going to use in order to generate a random color for each sticky note. I'm going to go ahead and get into within the sticky note.ts here. And then we are going to pass here the name of the function, which is getRandomColor class. And then you can see that actually I've passed it within the getRandomColor class. We have an array which holds all class of our color palettes. And then we're going to call the getRandomColor class when we're going to create a sticky note. I'm going to create a constant color, and then we're going to assign it the getRandomColor class function. And then here we're going to pass here the color. Now I'm going to get into the sticky notes view, and then here you can see that actually the current color or the current BG of every sticky note is BG yellow 400. I'm going to remove that, and then I'm going to go to the end of our class attributes, and then here we're going to pass here the space, and then we are going to pass here the sticky note. I'm going to pass here sticky note that's color like this. And then if we get into the browser, we are going to create a sticky note with a different color. And then here, I'm going to try to click create. You can see this is another color. I'm going to try to click again. We generate a sticky note with a yellow color. And then we have it with this color. And then we're going to click again. We just create a sticky note with different colors. Alright guys, now let's track the current sticky note so that we can be able to change its background color. Let's say I'm dragging this sticky note that you can see that I'm dragging right now. This is going to be considered the current sticky note. If I resize it, it's going to be considered the current sticky note. If I resize the yellow sticky note, it's going to be considered the current sticky note, and then I can be able to change its background color. That's what we're gonna do. I'm going to get into within my text editor. I'm going to create a Pinear store. If you doesn't know what is Pinear, Pinear is simply a state management. It is an alternative of Redux. If you want to know more about Pinear, go check it out my Vue course. I taught everything you need to know about Pinear. And then here, guys, we're going to create within the source folder, the store folder. And then here, I'm going to pass here StickyNote.ts. And here, I'm going to put in a boilerplate of a Pinear store. Now we're going to create a reactive property. I'm going to name it sticky note, and then we're going to assert it to an object that contains an ID, and the type of the ID is going to be number. We are going to get into within the StickyNote.ts action, and then we are going to import our StickyNote store file. And then I'm navigating, and then on the mouse down event, we are going to track the ID of a sticky note. And then here on mouse down, when we're going to perform resizing, we are going to track the ID of the sticky note. And then we are going to pass here sticky notes. And first of all, we need to import the sticky notes. Right now, we're getting an error. And then here, I'm going to import it. And then we are going to get access to the reactive property that we have within the sticky note store. And then we can pass that ID, and then is equal to the ID of the current sticky note. Now we are going to copy this line, and then we're going to pass it within the second block where we do dragging. I'm going to pass it right here. We are going to get into within the color palette Vue file, and then here we're going to pass here the script tag, and then the length is ts, and we're going to pass it the setup attribute to say that we are using Vue Composition API. And then here we are going to create a function change color, and pass here change sticky note color to yellow. This is the name of the function. And then here we're going to put in this, we are going to put in this line. First of all, we need to import the sticky note store variable. And then here, guys, we are going to create a constant that we are going to store the ID, where we're going to store the ID of the current sticky notes. And then here, the name of this function is change sticky notes. We change sticky note color to yellow. We are going to call this function when we're going to be clicking on the first URL tag. And then here I'm going to pass here on click. We are going to call this function. I'm going to copy it, and then I'll pass it right here. We are going to go back within the StickyNote.ts, and then here I'm going to copy these elements, and then we are going to we are going to remove the current BG color, and then we're going to apply a new one. And then here I'm going to get into within the color palette Vue, and here we're going to pass the ID. And then we're going to use the current sticky notes element in order to track the current BG color so that we can add a new one. I'm going to pass here class list, and then we are going to remove the current BG color. And here actually it doesn't know the current BG color. We are going to track it later on. And then here I'm going to pass sticky notes, that class list, and then we are going to add a new BG color. And then here I'm going to pass here the color. And we are going to change the name of our function. We are going to pass here change sticky notes color, and we are going to pass here change sticky note BG color. This is the name of our function, and then we're going to pass it a parameter. And we are going to call this function when we are going to click on the first URL tag. We are going to apply the BG yellow 300 color as the BG color of our sticky note. I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to pass it to the second URL tag, to the third one, and to the fourth one. And then here we're going to change only the BG. We're going to pass here indigo, and then here we're going to pass here blue, and for the fourth one we're going to pass here the pink color. Now here, guys, we are going to track the current BG color. In order to track the current BG color, we are going to move within the StickyNote.ts file. You can see right here we have the sticky notes. Here you have the sticky notes reactive property. Is an array of sticky notes. We are going to go ahead and get into within the ProjectBaordPage, and then here we extract this sticky notes array. We are going to pass it to the color palette, and then here we're gonna do this, and we are going to get into within the color palette Vue, and then we are going to define a prop. And here I'm going to go ahead and get into within the StickyNote.Vue, and then I'm going to copy the define prop macro, but also the define emit macro. We are going to use these two macros within the color palette Vue. And then here we have an error right here. I'm going to pass here an emit, and then I'm going to copy these two macro. I'm going to copy them and move them within the color palette Vue right here. And then here we are going to pass here the cons. We're going to pass here props, and then we're going to assign it the define props macro. We are going to iterate through the sticky notes array, and then we are going to return a single sticky note so that we can be able to get access to the color property of a single sticky note. And then I'm going to create a constant. I'm going to say single. I'm going to pass a single sticky note, and then we're going to pass here props that sticky note, that filter. We're going to use the filter function, and then we're going to iterate through it. And then here you're gonna pass here rm that ID is equal to the ID of the current sticky note. And then here we're going to check if the single sticky note is greater than 0, so that we can be able to get access to the color property, because you can see it returns an array of I sticky notes. And then here I'm gonna check if we are going to pass here if single, I'm gonna pass if single sticky note that length is greater than 0. And then here we are going to get access to the color property. I'm going to copy that, and then within the if block we're going to create in a constant current bg color is equal to the single sticky note array. We are going to get access to the first element of the array, that color, like this, and then we are going to pass the current color to our sticky notes, like this. Now here, guys, we are going to define an event that we are going to emit in order to change the current color of a given sticky note within the sticky notes array. And then here, this function, we are going to pass it an ID of a sticky note. We're going to pass here sticky note ID, and then here we're going to say the type is going to be a number. And here I'm going to say change, I'm going to pass here the name of change sticky note color, and here we're going to emit this function. And then here we are going to call this function right here, we're going to call change sticky note color, then we're going to pass it the ID of a sticky note, like this. And then you can see that actually we are getting an error. And then here we should pass here the ID, we are going to pass it after we're going to pass it under the first line right here, so that we can be able to get access to the ID. Now we are going to go ahead and get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then here we're going to create a function, and then here we're going to iterate through the sticky notes reactive property in order to change the color. And then here we're going to use the v4 and pass here the for. We are going to use the for loop, and then here we're going to pass here the sticky note that value, and then that length, and then here we're going to do I++, like this. Then we're going to get into within the for loop block in order to change the color of a given sticky note. I'm going to copy that, and then here we're going to get access to a specific index, that's color, and then here we're going to pass a new color. Also, we should pass to our sticky note color the ID of a sticky note. We're going to pass here, we are going to pass the ID of a sticky note. And here, guys, we are going to do this. We're going to pass here first the ID. I'm going to pass here sticky note here ID, and then the type is a number. And also we should pass the color. The type of the color is string. Now within the color palette view, we are going to add here another property, which is the color, like this. And then we're going to pass it right here. We're going to pass here the color. And then like this, guys. Now here within the ProjectBaordPage view, we are going to pass here, we are going to check if the sticky note that value, that index, that ID is equal to the sticky note ID parameter. We are going to change the color. We're gonna do this, that ID is equal to the sticky note ID parameter. I'm gonna pass it right here, and then we are going to change the background color. I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to pass it within the if statement, and we are going to call the sticky note color function to our color palette component. So we're going to pass it right here, and then like this. And also we should get into within the sticky note.ts, and then here we should track to the current ID when we create a sticky note. And here I'm going to copy this line right here, and then we're going to move within, we're going to pass it within the create sticky note function. We are going to pass it right here, and then we are going to assign it the count variable which represent the ID of a sticky note. Now we are going to get into within the app.ts, and then we are going to register the Pinia instance, and then we are going to import the create Pinia function. Create Pinia, we're going to pass it to the Vue instance, and then I'm going to copy it, and here we're going to pass here that use, and then we're going to pass the create Pinia. Now we're going to get into the browser, and then we're going to check if everything is going to work pretty well. I'm going to refresh the page, and then here I'm going to try to create a sticky note. Let's try to change the color, And then you can see that actually I can be able to change the color. I'm going to change again the color. And then you can see that it works pretty well. Alright guys, now we're going to create our own text editor. We're going to create a mini one, and using the selection API that allows developers to access and manipulate the portion of a document selected by the user, typically through actions like clicking and dragging the mouse or using the keyboard shortcuts. And here, why should we create our own text editor, guys? Because we need to have the full control on it. We are not going to use a third-party text editor like StickyNote or YSync editor. And we need to have the full control on it. We need to track the cursor position. And if we use a third-party text editor, we are not going to have a full control on it, and we can't control everything. We are going to have the difficulty to track the cursor position. That's why I prefer to build our own text editor, guys, in order to have a full control on it. And these are the features that we're going to have within our MiniTextEditor, editor. Like bold, the user is going to have the possibility to apply bold to a text, italic, underline, headings, alignment, left, right, and center. But also the user is going to have the possibility to add a link on a selected text. It's going to have the possibility to add list. And here the user is going to have the possibility to insert an image within a text editor. That's pretty much it, guys. Alright guys, now let's design our mini text editor. We're going to get into with our text editor, guys, and then here you can see we have here a component. I'm going to get into within the project board, and then we are going to create another component. You can see we have the component folder. Then I'm going to get into within the project board folder, and I'm going to duplicate. I'm going to copy the content within the StickyNote.view component. I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to create another component. I'm going to name it mini. I'm going to pass here mini text editor like this, the view. And then we're going to put in the content of the StickyNote.view component. And here we're going to modify things, like we're going to comment these macros. I'm going to comment this, and then we are going to use them later. We're going to get rid of the v4 directive, and then we're going to get rid of something right here. I'm going to remove that. This, and also we're going to remove that. And for the class here, we're going to pass here text editor. We're going to pass the text editor, and then here we're going to get rid of the note. Now for the header, we're going to get rid of the events right here. I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove that. And also we're going to get rid of, we're going to remove the body. And also here we're going to pass here we're going to pass here text editor, and then here for the content we're going to pass here the class of BG white. Here we're going to pass here text editor size like this. This is the new class, and then we're gonna get rid of this code right here like this, and then we're gonna remove the body. Now we're going to import this component within the ProjectBaordPage.view, and then we're going to see how it looks within the browser. I'm going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage.view, and then here we're going to import our mini text editor components. I'm gonna pass here import, and then we're going to pass our mini text editor under the sticky notes components. We're gonna pass it there, and then if we get into the browser, you're gonna see we have it. I'm not getting. And then you can see that actually we have our mini text editor. Now we're going to add the toolbar where we are going to give the user the possibility to apply bold to a text. And then here, guys, I'm going to get into within my subject text, and then I'm gonna copy that. And we are going to get into within the mini text editor view. And here we're going to create a div, and then we're gonna pass it the color of white, and then we're gonna put in these buttons. And then here we have a button. When the user click on this button, we are going to apply the bold, italic, underline. We have another button for headings. This one is for alignment, left, center, and right. This one is for list. And then let me check. We have right here the list, the link. We have the link, the list, and the image. I'm gonna pass here the image. Yeah, the eye is right here, which represents an image. And then we are going to, if you see, actually we have here characters. We're going to go at hero icons, and then we're going to look for icons. If I type here underline, you're gonna see this icon. If I type bold, you're gonna see this icon. And then we're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna get into the component folder. Right here we have the component folder. I'm going to create another folder, which is the icons. We're gonna put in all our icons, and then I'm gonna put in the bold. I'm gonna pass here bold icon the view. We're gonna pass here the template and pass here the template, and then like this, and everything is okay, guys. Now I'm going to do it real quickly, and here you can see these are the icons that we're gonna need. I'm going to look for them, and then we're gonna come back again. You're gonna see that I'm going to have all the icons, and then you're gonna do the same thing. Alright guys, you can see that actually I've already imported all icons we need in order to start the toolbar of our MiniTextEditor. You can see within the icons folder we have added icons. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to move the rest of the icons that we have to the roots of the components folder within the icons folder. And here I'm gonna get into within the root of my project folder of the component folder, and then we're gonna move all these icons. You can see right here. Right now we have all our icons within the component folder / icons. Now we're going to get into within the app.ts, and then we need to import all these icons, but we are not going to do it in a manual way. We are going to create a function that's going to dynamically import these icons. And then here I'm gonna come in that I'm going to create a constant, and then I'm gonna assign it the create app function. I'm gonna pass here const, and then we're going to use the app constant in order to add Vue3, Pioneer, and add a package to the Vue instance. Now we're going to create a constant, another constant, import icons, and then I'm gonna use import.matter.globe. This line right here allows to import multiple files, and then I'm going to get into within the source folder. I get into within the source folder /component / I'm gonna pass here icons, and then here we're going to import all files with that Vue extension and pass here that Vue, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get console.log, and then we're gonna pass in import icons. Now we're gonna get into the browser and see what we get. You can see that actually you're getting a huge object. The key is the file path of the icons, and the value is a function which returns an object. Now we're going to iterate through these objects, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. I'm gonna copy this again, and here we're going to use objects.keys in order to create an array of keys, and the keys, the path, and then here you can see we're going to create an array of keys. Let me show you, we are creating an array of keys. You can see this is the array. It contains path of the icons. Now we're going to iterate through it. We're going to pass here another function register, and pass here icons, and then here I'm gonna pass the app, and then we'll see the type is going to be any. Let me do this, guys, and here I'm gonna zoom a little bit, and then here we're gonna pass here for const file path of objects that keys. We're going to pass in. We're gonna pass in the import icons constant, import icons, and then here we're gonna do this. We're going to pass here const file path, and here if we get into the browser, guys, and here what we are going to do, we are going to iterate through this array of keys, and the keys represents the file path of the icon. And here let me show you something. If I copy the file path, and then here I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna clear out the console and create right here a constant, let's say const f, and then I'm gonna assign it this string, and then we're gonna do this split. We're going to split this string into an array like this, and then here we're going to do f again, and then we are going to pop the last item, which is the file right here, a line left icon the view. We're gonna pop it. You can see we're going to do this split. Here we're going to pass here, we're gonna do this. We are going to do this first. I'm gonna create a constant. I'm gonna say file array, and then here is equal to split. We're gonna pass here f that split. I'm gonna copy that f that split, and then we're going to convert it into an array. We got an array. If I type here file path, file array, we got an array, and then here we're going to extract the file name, and then I'll pass here const file name, and then here we're going to do again file array, and then that path we are going to get the latest item. If I type here file name, we got the file name of the icon, and then here we are going to replace the dot view. We are going to remove the dot view extension in order to get the file name. That's what we're gonna do. And here I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it right here. And then we are going to pass here the file path like this. We're going to convert it into an array, and then we got the file name, and then here once we got the file name, and then I'm passing const real file name, and then it's equal to the file name that replace, and pass that to replace, and then here we're going to replace that view with empty like this. Now we're going to pass these icons to the view instance, and then here we're going to pass here import icons, and then we're going to pass the file path, and then we're going to call a function. Let me show you why I do this. If you get into the browser, you can see that actually we are getting an object. We have the key and value. The key is the file path, and the value is a function. And then here, what I do right here is to pass here the import this object, and then we get access to the file path, and then we call the function, and the function returns a promise. And then here I'm gonna pass here that then, and then here function, pass here function, and then that data. And here we're going to get in, and then here in case we have an error, we are going to catch it. And then here we're gonna console.log error like this. Now if you console the data, let's see what we get. And then here, let me show you. I'm gonna comment this, and then here we're gonna check again. You're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then here you can see, let me show you, we are going to call this function. I'm going to copy the register function, and then we're gonna pass it right here, and then we're gonna pass the view instance. And then if you get into the browser, you're gonna see what we're gonna get. You can see that actually we are getting an object that represents a module, and then here this is we have an object which represents a module, and then we have another key within it, which is the default. And here, this object right here, this is what the import return. If I do this, I get into within the icons folder. I'm gonna pass here icons, yeah, like this, and then I cancel the redo icon. We are going to get this object. We are going to get module. We are going to get the same objects. And then here, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get into right here, and then I'm gonna pass here app that components, and then here we're gonna pass here the file name. Yeah, we're gonna pass the real file name. I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna pass the real file name, and then here we're going to pass data, and then I'm gonna say the type is going to be any, and here we're going to pass here that default. Yeah, and then we're going to import all our icons dynamically, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get. You can see that actually we just imported all our icons dynamically real quickly, guys. Now you can see that we just imported all our icons dynamically. You will never lose time in order to import all your global components. Never. You can just copy the function or write it. And here, guys, we're going to get into within our MiniTextEditor, that view. And here we're going to pass here all our icons. I've already do that, guys. I'm gonna pass here all our icons. And if we get into the browser, you can see we just pass icons to the toolbar of our MiniTextEditor. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here the class of flex, and here I'm going to pass the class of flex, and then I'm passing the gap of 3, and then we're going to pass the padding of 4. And here we're going to increase the width of our text editor. I'm going to pass here 400 pixel. Now if you get into the browser, you can see that actually we got a beautiful text editor. Now guys, let's add event to our mini text editor. We need to drag it and resize it. We are going to get into within the project board folder, and here we're going to create in another file, which is the mini text editor, the TS, and then we're going to get into the StickyNote.ts. We're going to copy everything in it and put it within the mini text editor.ts. And also we're going to create another file. We're going to put in tabs of our mini text editor and pass here mini text. We're going to pass the mini text editor tabs. We're going to pass here editor tabs, the TS, and then we're going to put in this interface, and then we're going to modify it to mini text editor. And here we're going to get into within the mini text editor.ts, and we're going to get rid of this, and then we are going to replace the sticky note with the MiniTextEditor interface. I'm gonna do this, and then here we're gonna pass the MiniTextEditor interface, and then we're gonna click on replace all, and then we're gonna import the MiniTextEditor interface. And here for the name of the function is use drag sticky note. We're gonna pass use drag MiniTextEditor, yeah, like this. And here we have here an array of sticky notes. We're gonna pass here MiniText. We're gonna pass here MiniTextEditor, and then here I'm gonna type the name. And here we have another function which is the create sticky note. We're gonna replace it with create MiniTextEditor like this. And also right here we're gonna pass here MiniTextEditor. And then here we're going to create a PDF store for our mini text editor. We're going to get into within the store folder, and then here we're going to pass in mini text editor.ts like this, and then we're going to get into within the StickyNote.ts, and then copy the content and put it within the mini text editor.ts file. We are going to pass here. You can see we have the store file. I'm going to pass here mini text editor like this, and then I'm going to copy it and pass it to the define function. And also we're going to pass it right here, and we are going to create a reactive property mini text editor, and we are going to pass it the ID, and the type is going to be a number, and then we are going to pass here use mini text editor. We are going to get into within the mini text editor.ts file, and then here we are going to import our store. We are going to pass here mini text editor store. I'm going to pass a mini text editor store like this, and then we're going to get into first within the mini text editor store, and then here I'm going to pass here store like this so that things are going to be clear. And then I'm going to go back within the mini text editor, and then I'm going to pass it right here, and we are going to import it from the store folder like this. And here we're going to pass here mini text editor. And now here we are going to we have another function drag sticky note. We're gonna pass here drag mini text editor, and then here I'm gonna copy the name of the function, and we are going to right now I'm gonna comment this, and then here we're gonna pass here drag mini text editor. And then here we need to continue, and here we have another class which is sticky note. I'm going to select that, and then here we are going to pass it. We are going to change it with text editor like this dash, and then we're going to click on replace all, and then we have text editor that ID, text editor handler, and then here text editor resizer. And here we need to fix the error. We're going to pass here mini text editor store, and here we're going to pass here mini text editor like this. And here too, we're gonna pass a mini text editor store, and then here we're gonna pass mini text editor, and so on, guys. And here we are going to replace all this function with the mini text editor function. I'm passing drag mini text editor. We are going to pass a create mini text editor and delete mini text editor. And here we're going to pass here mini text editor array like this. And also we need to pass here, we need to create another function which is the delete mini text editor. I'm gonna come up, and then here we're going to pass it right here, and then here delete mini text editor like this, and then we're gonna pass here MiniTextEditor, yeah, editor, like this, and copy and pass it to the console. Now we're going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then here we're going to import this function, and here I'm going to import the composable, and then here I'm not getting to I'm gonna import the use drag mini text editor, and then I'm gonna copy all the function that we pass to the return statement, and I'm gonna copy all the function in property, and then we're gonna get into again within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then we're gonna pass it right here so that we can extract them. And here we are going to duplicate this function. We have a function right here, change sticky notes color. I'm gonna copy that and change the name of the function. Right now I'm gonna pass here change mini text editor color. I'll pass here change mini text editor. I'm gonna pass here editor color, and then we're gonna pass here mini text editor ID like this, and then we're gonna pass it right here. And here we have another reactive property, which is the mini text editor, and then it is an array. We're gonna pass it right here and like this, and then here we're gonna copy the function change mini text editor. We're gonna pass it to our component, which is the mini text editor. We're gonna pass it right here, and like this. We need also to pass it an array of, we are going to pass it an array of mini text editor. And here I'm going to go up, and we are going to copy the delete mini text editor. We're going to pass it to our function like this because we're going to create it. And then I'm going to do that so that things are going to be clear, guys. And also we need to pass it another thing, which is the mini text edit array. I'm going to copy that, and then here we're going to pass it. We're going to do this like this. Now we are going to get into within the mini text editor view file, and then we are going to create these functions, but also we are going to define a prop, which is the mini text editors. And then here I'm going to get into within the component folder. Right here we're going to get into the component folder, and then here we have the mini text editor view. We are going to modify, we are going to uncomment this line, and then first of all we are going to pass here the mini text editor, and then we are going to import the interface mini text editor. And here we need to pass it right here, and when we got the sticky note, we're going to pass here mini text editor, text editor like this, and then I'm going to copy that. And here we need to pass here delete text editor. I'm not getting to within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then here I'm going to copy these two functions, and then I'm not getting to within the mini text editor view again, and we're going to pass it right here. We have the delete mini text editor. We're going to pass it right here, and then we are going to call the delete mini text editor when we are going to click on the trash icon. I'm going to pass here on click. We are going to emit this function like this, and here, yeah, emit like this, guys. But also we are going to pass it a mini text editor as parameter like this, and I'm gonna do that so that you can see. We are going to iterate through the mini text editors array right here. We are going to do this. I'm gonna pass here v4, and then I'm gonna pass a mini text editor in mini text editors, and then I'm gonna pass here the key is equal to mini text editor.id like this. And then here where we have text editor, we are going to add the vbound to the class attributes, and then here we're going to wrap all the class within the single quotes. I'm going to do that and like this. Then here we're going to add the class, and then the mini text editor.id like we did within the sticky note view file. And then here we are going to go down, and then here we have here another class. We're going to pass here vbound. We're going to wrap all the class within the single quotes. We're going to do that, and then here we're going to pass here text editor resizer, and then we're going to pass the id plus sticky note mini text editor.id. And then we do that for the resizer, but also for the drag operation we need to pass here we need to pass here vbound to the class. Then we're gonna wrap all the class within the single quotes, and then we're gonna pass here MiniTextEditor.id here like this. Yeah, and then we're gonna get rid of the error. And I think everything is okay, guys. Now we need to test this code. We need to test if it's going to work pretty well. I'm going to get into the browser, and then here I'm going to refresh. And also, if you notice, we haven't yet passed a function create mini text editor to our first block right here. I'm going to get into again within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then here we have another function right here, create mini text editor. I'm gonna copy it, and then here we're gonna pass it right here. We need to pass it to the add item. I'm gonna pass it right here, and then I'm going to get into within the add item component, and then we're going to define another function right here. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna have another function. We're gonna say create mini text editor. And then when we're going to click on the second UL tag, we're going to create a mini text editor. I'm going to copy that. And then here when I pass here on a click, we're going to emit this function is equal to emit. And then we're going to call this function like this. And then we're going to see if we're going to create a mini text editor. I'm going to refresh again. And then I'm going to click on the second icon. Now you can see that actually we are able to create a mini text editor automatically, guys. We can drag it, but also we can resize it. And then here I'm going to remove the horizontal resizing, guys, because we don't want to reduce the width of our mini text editor. I'm going to get into within the mini text editor.ts, and here we are going to remove that. I'm gonna comment this, and then you can see that actually we still have here sticky notes. And then the name of the variable is StickyNote, but the element that we just selected is TextEditor. And also we are going to change some properties. Here you can see we got StickyNote start with. I'm going to modify it with MiniTextEditor start with. I'm gonna copy that, and then here we're gonna pass here MiniTextEditor and pass editor. I'm gonna pass it start with. I'm gonna click replace all. We are going to copy another one, which is the StickyNote starts height. I'm going to pass here starts height, and then we are going to modify it with MiniTextEditor starts height here like this, and click replace all. We are going to modify the name right here. The name is StickyNote. We are going to pass here the name of the constant is StickyNote. We are going to change it with another one, which is MiniTextEditor. I'm going to remove that, and then we're going to pass MiniTextEditor. And then here we have MiniTextEditor handler, MiniTextEditor resizer, and everything is working pretty well. Now here I'm going to get into again within the browser, and then I'm going to refresh again. And then here I'm going to try to create a MiniTextEditor. We can drag it. It works pretty well, but also we can resize it vertically, but not horizontally. I'm going to get into within the MiniTextEditor view, and then here we're going to decrease the width of our MiniTextEditor. I'm gonna pass 3040, and here we are going to get a beautiful MiniTextEditor, and then we're going to reduce the gap. Here I'm gonna get into within right here. We're gonna pass here the padding is going to be 2 instead of 4, like this. Also, I'm going to add our icon, add a li tag to our add item component view, and then here I'm not getting to within the add item view components, and here I'm going to copy that. We are going to add a cursor icon. We are going to add a cursor icon, and here I'm going to use an image instead of an icon. If we go at heroicons.com, you're gonna see we don't have a good image of a cursor. And then here you can type here cursor, and then you can see this is the cursor, the icon of a cursor that we got at heroicons.com. I don't like that icon, and here I'm going to pass here an image instead of an icon. And here I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna import the app object. I'm gonna import the app. We are going to import the app object so that we are going to get access to the base URL of our Laravel app. And then here I'm gonna copy the app object. We're gonna pass here vbound to the source attributes. Let me zoom a little bit, and then we are going to pass here app like this, then base euro, and then we're going to get into within the image folder / image folder, and then here I'm gonna pass here cursor like this, and then I'm gonna say pointer. I'm gonna pass here cursor, that's png like this, and then if you get into the browser, you're gonna see we have another icon. I'm gonna refresh again, and then you can see we have a cursor right here. We are going to use the cursor in order to draw on our board. Now we are going to add another icon right here, the T. We're going to use the T icon in order to add labels to our board. And then here I'm gonna copy that. I have another image within the img folder, and then I'm passing text like this. And then you're gonna see we're gonna have right here the text and then the cursor. We're gonna be using the cursor in order to draw on our board, and the T icon in order to add labels to our board. Alright guys, now we're going to add functions to the buttons of our mini text editor. We need to apply bold, italic, underlines or headings, alignments, and add a link or add an image within our mini text editor. We need to do that. And in order to do so, we are going to first of all, we need to add a little design to our buttons. And so that when we put our cursor over a button, we are going to apply a BG slate on it. And then here I'm not getting to within the mini text editor view, we are going to pass here the class of hover. We apply a variant BG slate 100, and then I'm going to pass the padding in x-axis and the padding in y-axis. I'm passing one and round it MD like this. And then if we put our cursor over the bold bar, and you can see we just apply the big slate 100. We're going to do the same thing for the other buttons. And here guys, I'm going to pass here another class which is apply bold like this, apply bold dash, and then here we are going to wrap all the class within a single quote, and then we're going to apply vbound to the class attribute, and then we're going to pass here MiniTextEditor.id like this. And here I'm going to copy that. I'm going to copy this class, and then I'm going to pass to the add button. And then guys, you can see that I just finished. I just add the class to other buttons, and then you can see within the browser, this is the results. And here I'm going to reduce the gap of the toolbar. This is the toolbar. I'm gonna pass here this class, and then here I'm gonna reduce the gap to 2. I'm gonna pass here 1 for the gap, and then we're going to reduce the gap here, and then everything is okay. You can see when we put our cursor over a button, we just apply the BG slate with a border around it. And here guys, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to change here the class. You can see everywhere is apply bold everywhere. Now here we're going to pass here apply italic here underline, and pass the underline. You can see that actually I've already applied the appropriate class to each button. Apply bold, apply italic, apply underline, and apply H1, and so on guys. If you get into the browser and then you click on a given button, and we already add a function behind it, and you're gonna apply bold. If you click on italic, you're gonna apply italic, and so on guys. Now we're gonna get into within the project board folder, and then here we're gonna create in another folder. I'm gonna name it editor, and here we're going to get into within the project board action folder. Within the action folder, we're gonna create in another folder which is the editor, and then we're going to move our mini text editor file within the editor folder, and then we're going to put in another folder which is the editor.ts. Now within the editor.ts is where we're going to put in function related to the toolbar of our mini text editor. And here I'm going to create a composable export function, use editor, and then within the use editor we are going to put in a function apply. I'm gonna name it apply bold like this. I'm gonna zoom a little bit, and then we're gonna put in the code, and we are going to pass to the apply bold function. We're gonna pass it a parameter. Is going to be an ID like this, and then we're going to pass it to the return statement, pass here apply bold like this. And then we are going to get into, we are going to copy the use editor and then get into within the MiniTextEditor. And then here we are going to call this composable, and then pass here is equal to use editor, and then we're going to import the use editor composable. We're going to extract the apply bold function. I'm going to copy the apply bold function, and we are going to pass it here. You can see we have two blocks. The first block allows to resize our editor, and the second block it allows to drag our editor. We are going to pass it this function right here, and then we're going to pass it the ID of a given text editor. Now I'm going to get into within the editor TS, and then here I'm going to select an element within a button within our MiniTextEditor view. Let's say we need to select, we're going to start with the apply bold button. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to get into within the editor TS file. We're going to create right here a constant document.query selector. I'm going to pass the class here, pass the class apply bold. Then I'm going to pass the ID, and then I'm going to assert it as an HTML element in order to avoid typing errors. Now here I'm going to use the selection API in order to manipulate the selected text by the user. I'm going to pass here selection, and then is equal to window that gets selection, and then I'm going to assert it as selection. And then if we put our cursor over the selection interface, you can see this says the selection object represents the range of the text selected by the user or the current position of the caret. And then here I'm going to check, we're going to pass you, we are going to add an event to our button, and then add event listener on the, when we're going to click on our button, we're going to apply bold. Here we are going to check if the user has selected a text. We're going to pass the if selection, that's range. If the user doesn't select the text, we are going to return undefined. Else, if the user selects the text, we are going to use the range object in order to manipulate the selected text, and then is equal to selection, and then get ranged. We are going to call the get ranged function in order to manipulate the selected text. And then I pass the index. And here, guys, we are going to extract the selected text, and then here I'm pass here selected text is equal. We're gonna pass here range that clone contents like this. This function return a document fragment object, and then here I'm gonna pass console.log, and then I'm gonna pass selected text, and then I'm gonna get into the browser in order to test it. We are going to see if we're going to console the selected text by the user. And then I'm going to get into within the browser, and here I'm going to refresh, and here we are going to create an editor, and then I'm going to click right here, and then we're going to see what we're going to get. I'm going to click on the apply bold button, and then you can see we're getting a document fragment, and then we got content. This is the selected text by the user. And then here I'm going to check if we already applied bold. I'm passing parents elements range that common ancestor that container that parent, and then here the purpose is to check if we already apply bold to the selected text. And then here I'm going to check const is bold, and then we're going to do this. We're going to pass parents element that closes, and then we're going to check if we already apply bold, and then I'm going to console is bold, and then we're going to see what we're going to get is bold. Now I'm going to get into the browser again, and then I'm going to create an editor, and then here we're going to try to select the content, and then I'm going to click right here bold, and then you can see that actually we are getting now. Now let's say we already apply bold. I'm going to get into within the MiniTextEditor view component, and right here we are going to wrap the content within the bold tag, and then we're going to see what we're going to get. Now here we just wrap it, and then you can notice that actually the content is in a bold format. I'm trying to select it again, and then you're going to see I'm going to select it, and then I'm going to click on the bold button, and then you can see that actually we got a content which is wrapped within the bold tag. And then here what I'm going to do, guys, here we are going to check if we already apply bold. If we already apply bold, we are going to remove, we're going to pass here remove bold. if we haven't yet applied bold, we are going to add it. And then here else, and pass here add bold like this. I'm going to create right here a function, add bold, and then we are going to create another function, function remove bold like this. And for the first function, we are going to pass it the range, and then we're going to pass it the selected text, and then I'm going to pass it right here. We are going to create right here, we're going to tap the range, and then the type of the selected text, we are going to see the type of the selected text is a document fragment. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to pass it right here, and we are going to check, we're going to create a bold text. We're going to pass a bold text is equal to document that creates elements. We're going to create the bold tag. We are going to pass to the bold text element. We're going to pass it the selected text and pass a bold text element, and then append child, and we're going to pass it the selected text. And here I'm going to use the range object in order to delete the content. I'm going to call delete content. If there is a content selected by the user, we're going to delete it first, and then we're going to add a new one, and then range that insert node, which is the bold text element. Then here we have another function, remove bold. Now we're going to this function, we're going to pass it the range element, pass here the range, we're going to pass the range object like this. And then here, the first things first, we have to check if we already apply bold tag to our selected text. And then I'm going to copy that. And then here I'm going to pass it within the remove bold function. And then here we're going to call the closest element function. And then we're going to pass here the bold, we're going to pass the bold tag within it. And then the purpose right here, guys, is to check if we already apply bold. And then here I'm going to create a document fragment. I'll pass here const doc fragment, pass here doc fragment, and then is equal to document that creates document fragment like this. And then here I'm gonna check if within the parent, and we're gonna pass a parent element, and then we're gonna pass a first child, which means we got the content. If we've got the content, we are going to do this. We're going to pass here, we're going to do doc fragment, and then doc fragment that append, and then here we are going to pass it. I'm going to copy the parent element. I'm going to pass it within the document fragment, and then here I'm going to pass it there. And we are going to do this. We are going to copy the parent. We are going to copy the parent element. We're going to do this, and then we're going to call another function. We're going to pass here replace with. Replace, I'm going to call a function replace with, and then here we're going to pass the document fragment like this. Call this function and pass it right here, and we're going to pass it the range object, but also the selected text, and we're going to call another function which is remove bold, and we're going to pass it the range object like this. After that, we are going to remove the selected text. I'm going to pass you selection. We're going to use the selection object, and then we're going to call another function remove all ranges. We are going to remove all selected text after we just apply bold or after we just remove bold to a given text. And then here I'm going to get into the browser in order to check if we're going to apply and remove bold. First of all, I'm going to get into within the MiniTextEditor the Vue component, and here I'm going to remove that. And then we're going to see what we're going to get. And then here I'm going to refresh again, and then I'm going to create a MiniTextEditor, and then I'm select that content, and then you can see we just apply bold. If I select it again, and then you can see I just remove bold, and it works pretty well. Now we're going to do the same thing for the italic button and for the underline H1, H2, and H3. Now here we are going to get into again within the editor.ts file, and then here I'm going to duplicate that, guys. I'm going to copy all of that. Here this is the apply bold. Yeah, you can see this the black, and then I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to pass it right here. Now we are going to apply italic. I'm pass here italic, and then here we're going to pass here apply. I'm going to pass italic like this, And then here we're going to pass here where we got remove bold and pass here remove italic. And then here I'm gonna copy that and pass it right here, and here add italic. And then I'm gonna copy that and pass it here. And also you can see that actually we got an element right here, bold test. I'm gonna pass here italic test like this, italic test. And then we're gonna pass it to the insert node function like this, and then everything is okay. Now we need to change only within the closest function. We need to pass here the I tag, and then we're going to pass the apply italic function to the return statement, so that we are going to get access to this function within the MiniTextEditor.ts file. And then here I'm going to pass here apply italic like this, and then we are going to go up and extract it from the composable. We're going to extract it from the use editor composable. I'm going to pass it right here, apply italic. And then if we get into the browser, I'm going to refresh again. And then again here, I'm not trying to add here italic. I can bold it. If I select here, I can apply italic. It doesn't work. Here, let's try to check and fix that. I'm not getting to within the editor tiers. And then here we are going to remove. You can see right here we didn't change right here. We pass here bold. I'm gonna pass here italic like this. And then here apply italic and pass here I tag. And everything is okay right now. I'm gonna refresh again. I'm gonna click add MiniTextEditor. I can apply italic, it works. I can remove it, it works perfectly. Now we're going to move to the third button, which is apply underline. I'm going to get into again within the editor.ts file. And here I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna copy all of that. And then I'm pass it here. And then we are going to apply. We're gonna change first the name of the function, which is apply underline. Underline, and then we are going to pass here. We're gonna pass here underline. And then we are going to pass here the U tag. And then here we're gonna pass here, remove underline, and then here we're gonna pass here add underline like this. I'm gonna copy the name of the function. We're gonna replace it with the remove italic, and then for the add italic, we're gonna replace it with the add underline. And here we're gonna pass it the U tag, and here the U tag. And then here we have an elements italic test. We're gonna pass here underline test like this, and then I'll pass it here and here too. And there we go. Now we need only to pass the apply underline to the return statement. We're gonna get into within the MiniTextEditor tiers, and then we're gonna extract it, and then we're gonna pass it right here. We're gonna pass it here, and then we're gonna pass the ID. And then we're gonna click create MiniTextEditor, and then I'm gonna select the content. I'm gonna apply underline, and then let's try to see if we're going to remove it. Yeah, it works pretty well. Now for the H1, H2, and H3 guys, I've already created a function. I name it apply tag. I did the same thing as we did for apply italic, apply underline, and apply bold. I did the same thing. And here I just passed to the apply tag another parameter, which is the tag name, because if we get into within the MiniTextEditor view, you can see here we have apply H1, apply H2, and apply H3. And we pass to the I tag function. You can see we pass the range, the selected test, and also we pass the tag name. And here we just check if the tag name is equal to H1, we are going to do tag test that style, that font size, we're going to pass 26 pixel. If is equal to H2, we're going to pass to 22 pixel. If is equal to H3, we're going to pass 18 pixel like this. And then we pass to the remove tag function. We just pass it the tag name. We just pass it the parameter. And then here we pass it to the return statement, apply tag. Then we are going to get into within the MiniTextEditor tiers. And then you can see here I just call the apply tag with an appropriate parameter. You can see we pass the ID, H1, H2, and H3. And then if we get into the browser and refresh, we are going to apply the tag here. I'm gonna create a mini text editor, and then here I'm gonna type here and pass it a gender, and then here I can resize the text and pass it H1 hello, and then here we're gonna apply H2, and then Ben, and then here we're gonna apply here H3 like this. Alright guys, now let's make the alignment button functional. Here I'm going to get into the editor.ts, and we are going to create a function apply alignment. Pass here alignment like this. We are going to pass it the ID. The type is going to be a number, and then we're going to pass it alignment. The type is going to be a string. Then we're going to get into within the apply tag. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to put in within the apply alignment function. Then we're going to modify things. Here we are going to pass here apply align, and then here I'm going to copy the alignment and pass it where we get the tag name. And here I'm going to pass here alignment btn. If the user selected a text, we are going to apply alignments. And then here I'm going to get into within the add tag function. I'm going to copy the content, and then here we're going to say alignment. We're going to say align text, and then we're going to create an element. It's going to be a div tag. If the alignment is equal to the left, we are going to align the text to the left. And then here we're going to pass here align text, which is the element, and then we're going to pass here that text align is equal to the left. I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to pass it to the second block and to the third block. The alignment parameter is equal to center. We are going to center the text and pass here like this. Now we are going to pass the apply alignment function to the return statement, so that we are going to be able to retrieve it, to extract it within the MiniTextEditor.ts. And here we're going to pass it here, and we are going to call it 3 times. Here we're going to pass the ID, and then we're going to pass left. I'm going to copy that again, and then here we're going to pass here right, and then we're going to pass here center. Now we're going to get into the browser, and then we're going to check if it is going to work. We got a test right here, contents here, and then I'm going to click left. I'm going to click center. It works. I can click right. It works. I can click left. It works pretty well. Now we need to work on the list button. Now we're going to work on the list button. When the user click on it, we are going to create another list. I'm going to get into the editor.ts. We're going to create a function apply. We're going to pass another list, and then we're going to pass the ID. And here we are going to copy the content within the apply alignments. I'm going to go to the bottom. We're going to copy from the bottom all the way to the top of the alignment function. And then I'm going to put it within the apply another list function. And here we are going to pass here the button. We're going to pass here btn list. And here we're going to pass here the list, and then we're going to get rid of this content. And we're going to add an event to the list, which is the click. Once the user click on it, we are going to, right now we are not going to use the selected text, but instead we are going to create a UL tag. And I'll pass here a UL tag, and then we're going to create also another li tag. I'll pass here the li tag like this, and then we're going to append the li tag to the UL tag, and I'll pass here that text content is equal to empty, and then we are going to do this UL tag that append child. We're going to pass the li tag like this, and after we just created the annotated list, we are going to put a cursor after the annotated list, and then here we're going to do this. We are going to remove the selected text first. We're going to clear it, and then we are going to insert the UL tag, and like this. I'm going to do this, and after that we are going to set the cursor. As I said, we are going to set, once we just created the UL tag, we are going to move our cursor after the annotated list. And then I'm pass here range, and then set start after. We're going to call this function, and then we're going to pass the UL tag, and then we're going to call another function sets, and after we are going to, and we are going, the role of these two functions is to put, I'm going to pass here comment, move the cursor after the UL tag. Yeah, this is the role of this two function. Then here we are going to pass here selection that range, here that range, we're going to pass the selection that range, and then we're going to pass the range object like this. Now we are going to call the apply another list function. We're going to pass it to the return statement, and then we are going to get into within the MiniTextEditor, and here we're going to extract it. I'm going to pass it here, and then we are going to call it, I'm going to pass here apply another list. We're going to pass the ID. Now let's check if we are going to create another list, and then here we are going to do this. I'm gonna click right here and pass here click, and then you can see I'm gonna pass the cursor right here and then click, and then we are going to inspect our editable content to see if we are going to create a UL tag, and then I'm gonna click right here, and then I can click there, and then you can see that actually we got a UL tag which is empty, but unfortunately we don't have the dot right here in order to know if we have a UL tag, another list. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply a style. I'm not getting to within the MiniTextEditor.ts. I'm not getting to within the editor.ts in order to apply the style to the UL tag. And then I'm gonna pass here, we're going to pass here the style, and list style we're going to say is equal to disk. I'm gonna click right here, and then you can see that I actually just created a UL tag, and like this it works, but we have a margin problem right here. We need to add a margin to the left of our another list. And then here I'm going to pass here UL tag. We're gonna pass margin left is equal to 10 pixel. I'm pass here is equal to 10 pixel. We're gonna check again, and then you can see that actually we have a margin, and then I can create list 1, list 2, list 3 like this. It works very well. List 3 like this, guys. Alright guys, now let's apply here. We need to work on the link button. Once you select right here, hello friends, we need to wrap it within a link tag. That's what we're gonna do, guys. Now I'm going to get into within the editor.ts file again. I'm going to copy a function right here, apply another list. I'm gonna copy it, and then we are going to modify the content within this function. I'm going to modify the name of the function is apply link. Then here for the class, we're gonna pass here apply link, and then the ID. And for the btn, we're gonna pass here btn link. Then we are going to add an event on it. A click event. We are going to wrap the selected text within a link tag. And then here we are going to call the function range that clone contents. We are going to get access to the selected text. Then here we're going to create a link, and here we're going to pass a link tag. Then here we're going to pass a link that href, and then we're going to is equal to prompt, and pass a prompt. Then we're going to pass a enter URL like this, and then we're going to apply the style, and then that color is equal to blue, and pass a color is equal to blue, and pass link that text decoration, and then is equal to underline. I'm gonna remove that link that append child, call the range function that inserts node. We're going to insert the link, and here guys we're gonna get rid of that. And that too. And now we are going to we are done. Now we are going to call the apply link function. We're going to pass it to the return statement and get into within the MiniTextEditor.ts file, and then we're going to pass it here. Now let's get into the browser, and then we are going to create a MiniTextEditor again, and then here I'm going to select contents. We are going to try to see if we are going to apply a link on it, and then I'm going to click here link and pass here a link. And then you can see we just apply the link, but they duplicate the content. And then here, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change here the function. I'm not getting to first the editor.ts. And then you can see that actually in order to extract the selected text, we use the clone contents. The clone content function returns a document fragment, and also it clones the selected content. It duplicates it. But here, in order to avoid this behavior, we are going to use another function, which is extract content. The extract function returns a document fragment, but instead it removes the selected text from the content editable div, and then it creates another one. Here we are going to remove it from the content editable, and then we are going to store it within the selected text variable, and then we are going to create a link. We are going to create a link tag, and then we are going to append it this selected text. That's why I pass here extract content. And in order to know how it works, you have to practice, guys. You try to practice in order to understand this pretty well. And then here I'm not getting to a game browser, and then I'm going to create another mini text editor. And then here I'm gonna click link. I'm gonna try to add a link, and then it works pretty well. I'm gonna try to copy right here a link tag, a link, and then I'm gonna pass here hello friends, and then I'm gonna select friends, and then here I'm gonna click link and pass there, and it works pretty well. Now let's move to the final bar end, which is the image. Alright, yes, now let's work on the image bar end. We are going to get into within the editor.ts file. We are going to duplicate the apply link, then we're going to modify content within it. I'm pass here insert image. We're going to click on the image btn and pass here image btn, and then we're going to say apply image. Then we are going to add an event to the image btn. On click event, we are going to insert an image. And we are not going to use the extract content function, and we are going to create an image and pass here an image tag, and then pass here emg, and then we are going to insert, we're going to pass here the source. We are going to prompt the user to enter the image link, and then we are going to pass here the alt attributes, and then we are going to say image and pass here alt. You're going to pass here image, and we are going to apply also the width to our image. Pass here that style, and then that width, and then we are going to insert the image, and everything is okay. Now we're going to pass the insert image function to the return statement, and then within the MiniTextEditor.ts we're going to pass it here id, and then we're going to import it and pass it right here. Now let's try to check. We are going to get into the browser again. I'm going to refresh. And here we are going to get access to an image located within our Laravel app. And pass here the base URL, and then / and pass here img, and pass here avatar.web.p. And then I'm gonna copy the link, and then here we're gonna try to see if we are going to insert this image within our mini text editor. And then here I'm gonna pass here the cursor. I'm gonna click right here and pass the link. And then you can see that actually just insert the image within our text editor. Now we are going to insert the cursor after the image. You can see that actually the cursor is right here. The cursor is blinking after the image. You can see the cursor is right here, guys. Now we need to move it after the image. We are going to pass here, we're going to pass here range, that set after function, and then we're going to pass it, we are going to move the cursor after the image. And we're going to call again the set and after function, and also we are going to apply the range again selection, that we're going to add again the range, and then we're going to pass the range object like this. And then here I'm going to pass here a comment, and then I'm saying move the cursor after the image tag like this. Now we're going to try it again. I'm going to copy the URL of our image, and then here I'm going to create a mini text editor. And here we're going to try to insert an image, and then I pass the base URL, the URL of the image, and then you can see that actually the cursor is at the bottom of the image. I can pass right here the text. Everything is working pretty well. And here, and I say here, I can even add here an H1, hello, and then I'm going to select I'm gonna select it and then apply each one, and everything is working pretty well. Alright guys, now we're gonna be talking about Vue3. Vue3 is a shared editing framework that allows multiple people collaborate on the same documents. We are going to install this framework in order to give people the possibility of collaborate on the same documents. You're gonna go to google.com, then you're gonna type Vue3. Once you land on this page, you're gonna click on the GitHub menu, and then they're going to redirect you on the Git repo of this framework. Now, let's talk a little bit about Vue3. Vue3 is a CRDT framework. CRDT stands for Conflict-Free Replicated Data Type. CRDT is a type of data structures that is replicated across multiple computers within a network. Now, here this says Vue3 is a CRDT implementation that exports its internal data structures as shared types. Shared types are common data types like map or array with their superpowers. Changes are automatically distributed to other peers or computers and merge without merge conflicts. That is Vue3, guys. You have to know that it is a shared editing framework that we are going to install within our Vue app so that we are going to be able to give users the possibility to collaborate on the same documents. Now you're gonna scroll and then you're gonna move to this section, getting started. Yeah, on this section, getting started, in order to install Vue3, you're gonna copy this command. Let me scroll down. You're gonna copy this command, and then once you install Vue3, you're gonna copy the second command in order to start the Vue3 server. And then this is the command. You're gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy that, and then you're gonna get into within the roots folder of your Laravel project, and then you're gonna tap enter in order to start the Vue3 server. And that's pretty much it. Now let's move to the practice. Alright guys, as we already installed Vue3 and Vue sockets, we're going to learn in practice some data type like the Vue map and the Vue array. Scroll down a little bit, and then you're gonna move to the section shared tabs. These are the tabs offered by Vue3, and we have the Vue array, Vue map, Vue test, Vue small fragment, Vue small elements. And right now I'm gonna teach you how to use the Vue array and the Vue map. You need to know more about the Vue array. You can come over here and then you're gonna click on the Vue array, and then you're gonna see how to use it, the passive or the information you need in order to master the Vue array. We got also the Vue test and the Vue map. Everything is right here, guys. You need to learn more about a given type. You can just come over here. Now we are going to go up again, and here we are going to copy this. We are going to copy this in order to import the Vue.js. I'm going to copy all of that, and here I'm going to get into within my text editor. You can see that actually I've already created a file, learn Vue.js.vue, and then I've already imported right here. Do the same thing. And here, guys, what I'm going to do, I'm pass here first of all the script tag, and then the length is tiers. And I'm passing setup attributes to says we are going to use Vue composition API. I'm passing the template, and I'm passing a div like this. Now we're going to create a function that we're going to be calling when we are going to mount the learn Vue.js.vue file on the DOM. And then here I'm going to pass it init Vue.js like this. And then we're going to put in this code. I'm going to copy this in order to import the Vue.js. I'm going to pass it above. And we are going to call the unmounted hook. We are going to import it unmounted hook. Then here we are going to call the init Vue.js function. Now we are going to create a reactive property. I'll say margin. We are going to use this reactive property in order to apply the margin to a tag within the template tag. And here I'm going to import the ref function, and then I'm going to pass in an object. I'll say left, the margin left, we're going to assign it 0. And then we're going to get into the template tag. We're going to create right here p tag, and then I'm going to pass here vbound, and then we're going to pass here margin left, and then we are going to pass here, we are going to use the reactive property margin that's left, and then we're gonna pass here that pixel, and then I'm passing here within the p tag, I'm passing hello world like this, and I'm gonna pass here a button, and then click here, and we're going to create a function that we're gonna be calling in order to change the margin of our p tag. And then here I'm gonna pass a function change margin, and then here we are going to we're gonna pass here margin that's left, and then we are going to increase the margin by 12 like this. We are going to pass here margin that value that's left, because we created a reactive property using the ref function, which means that we have to, in order to get access to a given property or a value, we need to pass that value. Now we are going to call this function. I'm gonna pass it right here, click. We are going to change the margin of this p tag, and right now I'm not getting into within the init wages function, and I'm going to comment all of that, and then I'm pass here console.log da. Now we're gonna get into the browser, and then we are going to tap enter, and then here I'm gonna zoom a little bit. You can see actually we got our p tag right here in the button. For the button, I'm going to add a border and pass here. I'm gonna add a border to our button and pass here start, and then border and pass here the border, and then I'm gonna say 1 pixel solid blue like this, solid blue, so that it is going to be clear. And then I'm gonna get into the browser again. You can see we got our button and our p tag. Now if I need to change the margin left of the p tag, I can just click on the button, and then you can see our p tag is moving. Now in order to do it in real time, let's say we have another window right here. This is the incognito window, and then I tap the path, and then we got right here hello p tag. Now if I click right here, you can see we are increasing the margin left of our p tag. But how can we do it in real time? Within another window right here, you can see the hello p tag is moving. Now in order to do it in real time, we are going to use the YJS, and we are going to use a data type right here. We're gonna be using the YMap. Right now we're gonna learn the YMap, and then we're gonna learn how to use the Y array later. Now here I'm gonna create right here a constant, a reactive property, and say YMap, and then here I'm gonna assign it a ref function. We are going to pass here the YMap that value is equal to doc that we are going to pass here that get YMap function. And then we are going to pass the name of the map is going to be YMap. Now, in order to listen for changes occurred within our YMap, we are going to use the observe function. And then we are going to listen for changes. If we add a key within our YMap, we are going to know it. And here I'm going to pass here the YMap.value. And then here we are going to do console.log YMap was modified. Here YMap was modified. This is how we listen for changes occurred within our YMap. Now we are going to get into within the change margin, and then I'm passing here YMap.value. In order to set a value within a map, we are going to use the set function, and then a map is a collection of key value pairs, and then I'm passing here margin left. This is the key, and then we're going to pass margin that value that left val. Now in order to retrieve this value, we are going to use the get function. I'm going to get into, we are going to come up right here within the observe function, and then we are going to do this. We are going to pass here the margin reactive property that value, pass here that value that's left is equal to the Y array, to the Y map that value that get, and then we are going to retrieve the value of the key and pass here margin left like this. Now we are going to initialize the Y WebSocket saver. We're going to go again at GitHub, and then here, in order to initialize the Y WebSocket, we're going to scroll up here, guys. We're going to scroll down, and then we're going to move down a little bit. We are going to copy this line right here, and then you're going to put it right here, guys. You're going to pass it right here, and then we are going to import it let's go back to the doc again, and then we are going to import the WebSocket provider. I'm gonna copy that line, and then we're gonna pass it right here like this. And here you're gonna pass right here the localhost, and then I've already do that. You're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna copy that, and then here you're gonna get into within the init wages function. You're gonna pass this. I'm gonna pass it right here in order to initialize the WebSocket server. Make sure your WebSocket server is running. Right here you can see MIME is running, and then the port is 1234. Now we are going to get into the browser and try to test this. And right now I'm gonna format my document, and then I'm gonna get into the browser, guys. And here I'm going to refresh right here, and then I'm gonna get into within the incognito window, and then here I'm gonna refresh. Now let's try to change the margin. Here I'm gonna click right here, click here. You can see hello is moving. Here I'm gonna close that so that you can see pretty well. Now I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna get into within the incognito window. You're gonna see right here. I'm gonna click here, and then you can see it's moving within the both window. Hello is moving. We are adding the margin left, and then let's try to subtract the margin left. And then here I'm gonna come here, and then we are going to subtract the margin left. Within the change margin, I'm gonna pass here minus, and then we are going to change the margin left. I'm gonna try it again. We're gonna get into the browser again, guys, here like this, and then I'm gonna click right here. You're gonna see we are subtracting the margin, and the p tag is moving within the both window. This is how it works, guys. Alright guys, now we're gonna be talking about the Y array. We already learned how to use the Y map. Now we are going to learn how to use the Y array. I'm going to create a reactive property users, and then ref. We're gonna pass here ref, and then you're gonna assign it an array. And here we are going to initialize a Y array, and I'm gonna copy this line, and then we're gonna pass here. We're gonna pass a Y array, and then is equal to the doc that gets array. In order to initialize a Y array, we're gonna call the function getArray like this, and we're going to create a reactive property of the Y array right here, Y array like this. Now, in order to observe changes occurred within our Y array, we are going to use the observer function. The observe function, as we did for the Y map, I'm gonna duplicate it, and then where we got the Y map, we're gonna pass Y array. I'm passing here Y array like this, and then I'm going to comment the code that we got within the observe function. We are going to create another function that we're going to be using in order to add users to the Y array, and I'll say add users, and then we are going to do this. We're going to pass the Y array. We're going to do this users, the reactive property, that value, that push. We are going to push in Ben, and here in order to set the value within a Y array, we are going to go at the doc, and again you're going to learn how to do it. Here you can see that actually in the doc they pass here the insert function. We are going to copy this in order to insert a value within the Y array, and then I'm going to pass here the Y array, that value, that inserts, and then we're going to pass the index, and here we are going to pass here the value that we got within the user's reactive property. And then here I'm going to pass here this array like this. And here, in order to listen for changes occurred within our Y array, we are going to get into within the observe function. And then here we are going to do this. We're going to pass here users, that value, that to array, in order to get an array of users, guys. We are going to convert this object to an array. And let me show you why. Let's first do this. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm gonna do this, that console.log. We are going to get an object of the Y array. Now, in order to get an array, we are going to pass here that array. Now, let's first try this and see how it looks in the browser. And then here I'm gonna get into the console, and then here we need to call the add users function. We're gonna pass it to the function click here, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get. And then right now I'm gonna click here. You can see that we are getting an object. It is a proxy. Now in order to get an array, we are going to an array of elements. We are going to call the toArray function. We're gonna pass here toArray function, and then you're gonna see right here what we're gonna get. You can see we are getting right here Ben. If I click again, we are getting an array which contains 2 items. And in order to update now the Y array, we are going to do this, use that value, and then we are going to assign it the value. First of all, we need to display the users. We're gonna pass here the users reactive property. Then we're gonna get into the browser, and then you're gonna see I'm not getting to within another browser, another window right here, guys. And then here we are going to do this. I'm going to reduce the size of this window. And here, when I click on click here button, and then you're gonna see that we are going to replicate changes to another window. Let's try that. Here I'm gonna click here, and then you can see that actually we are adding item within the array. You can see it works pretty well. Alright guys, now we're going to put what we learned in practice. We already know what is YJS, and we learned some data type like the YMap and the YArray. Now we're going to put what we learned in practice. We're going to get into within the StickyNote.ts file. And here, before we start, we need to import the YJS. I'm going to copy it from the learn YJS.vue file, and then we're going to pass it right here. And so we're going to go back within the learn YJS.vue file. We are going to copy the init YJS function and put it within the StickyNote.ts file. And here we are going to create a Y array. And the name of the Y array, we are going to name it Y array StickyNote. And here I'm going to pass here constants, and then say Y array. We're going to pass here StickyNote. Then we're going to assign it ref. It's going to be a reactive property. Then here we're going to get rid of the YMap. And here we're going to copy the Y array StickyNote, that value. We are going to initialize a Y array. And the name of our Y array is going to be Y StickyNote array. Like this. Then we're going to observe changes occurred within our Y array StickyNote. We're going to pass it right here. And here, guys, you can see we're going to pass here our StickyNote array. And then I'm going to pass here the Y array StickyNote like this. And also, we are going to get into within the create sticky note function, and I'm going to copy this function, the Y array. We are going to add a sticky note within the Y array sticky note, that value that inserts, and then we're going to pass you the index and then an array, and then I'm going to copy this object and pass it to this array. And this is the syntax to add an item within a Y array. If you go to the doc here, and then this is the syntax to insert an item within the Y array. We pass here the index, and then here we pass the var within an array. And that's what we did right here. Now we are going to add an event on each created sticky note. And here I'm going to do this. I'm going to get into within the observe function. And here we're going to do this. We are going to use the for loop const sticky note and we're going to pass here sticky note, and we are going to copy this Y array. I'm going to pass it right here. We're going to iterate through it. Then we are going to call a function right here, drag sticky note. And here I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to pass it within this function. And here we're going to pass here the sticky note.id. Like this, we're going to add an event on each created sticky notes. Now I'm going to initialize the YJS. I'm going to copy the init function, and then we're going to pass it to the return statement and get into the ProjectBaordPage view. We are going to extract it, and then we're going to pass it to the unmounted hook function, and like this, and everything is okay. Right now we are going to get into the browser and test if everything is going to work. I'm going to refresh here, and then here I'm gonna open another window right here, new incognito window, and then here I'm going to copy the path, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Now I'm going to try to create a sticky note. I'm gonna click right here. I'm gonna get into within the incognito window, and then here I'm gonna click create sticky note, and then you can see that we just created a yellow sticky note. We have a yellow sticky note within the new incognito window as well as within the first window. Yeah, I'm gonna try it again, and then you can see we just created a sticky note, and here you can see that actually I can drag a sticky note, and here too I can drag the sticky notes. Now we need to replicate the X and Y position of a sticky note that we are dragging. Yeah, let's say I'm dragging this sticky note, and how can we replicate changes? How can we replicate the X and Y position of this sticky note to the first window? And in order to do so, we are going to create another function that we are going to call when we are going to on mouse move events on a given sticky note. We are going to get into within the sticky note.ts. We're going to create a function track sticky note X and Y position. And so we're going to track the index of a dragging sticky note so that we can be able to modify the X and Y position. First of all, we're going to track the index. And then here I'm gonna pass here sticky notes.value, and then here we're going to pass here the found. We're gonna use the found index function in order to track the index of a dragging sticky note, and then we're going to use this index in order to modify the drag X and Y position. And here we're going to pass here, we're gonna create a constant X is equal to sticky notes.value. And then here you're gonna pass here the index of a dragging sticky note, that's drag position, and then that X, and then we're going to assign a new X position, and we're gonna do the same thing for the Y position. And then here what I'm going to do, we are going to assign it this value right here. We are going to scroll down, we got right here the new X and new Y. I'm going to copy this variable, we are going to put them on the top, and we're gonna pass this variable right here, and then we're going to track the start X and start Y. I'm gonna copy that, and then we are going to assign right here the start X and here the start Y. We're going to pass it right here, the start Y. Now we're gonna iterate through the Y array sticky note in order to modify the X and Y of a given sticky notes. And here what I'm going to do, we're going to use the transact function offered by the YDoc instance, and then we're going to pass here the doc.value, and then we're going to pass here the transact function. We're going to pass it a callback, and here we are going to I'm going to create a constant. I'm going to say track sticky note, here track sticky note, and then we are going to assign it the Y array sticky note like this, and then that value that get. And here we're going to retrieve a sticky note within the Y array sticky note using the get function. And then we're going to modify the value of the X and Y within the track sticky note variable. And here I'm going to check first if the track sticky note is not undefined. Then here I'm going to pass here drag, I'm going to pass it drag position. And then we are going to assign it, we are going to modify the Y position, but also we're going to modify the X position. I'm going to copy that. Here I'm going to copy that, and then we're going to modify the X position. And now we're going to remove a sticky note. We are going to remove a sticky note with this given index within the Y array, and then we are going to add the track sticky notes. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that, and here we under the if statement, we are going to pass here delete. We are going to remove a given sticky note within the Y array sticky notes, and then we're going to add a new one, which is the track sticky note right here that we store within a variable. And then here I'm going to do that, I'm going to copy that, and here we're going to pass here, we're going to pass here insert function, and we're going to pass it the index, and then we're going to pass an array like this. Now we are going to call the track sticky note X and Y position function, and we're going to pass it to the dragging, we're going to pass the dragging block. And here I'm going to modify first of all the name. We're going to pass here change sticky note X and Y position, and then we're going to scroll down. You can see that actually we got two blocks, the resizing block but also the dragging block. And within the dragging block we got a function mouse move. We're going to pass our function and then here you're gonna pass here the ID, change sticky note X and Y position like this. And also we're gonna get into the sticky note view components, and then here we are going to pass it the new X and Y position. I'm gonna pass here tab property. I'm gonna pass here first of all sticky notes, and then we're going to pass here drag position, and then we're gonna pass here Y plus pixel. And here the top property is represented by the Y position, and then we're gonna pass here we are going to pass here left, which is represented by the X position. I'm gonna pass here X like this. And you can see that actually got a function right here, delete sticky notes. We are going to call this function when we're gonna be clicking on the trash icon. And you can see that we call this function right here. And I'm going to get into within the sticky note.ts in order to add logic within this function. Actually, we haven't yet add logic within the delete sticky note function. And here you can see this is our function delete sticky notes. And then I'm gonna copy content within the change sticky notes X and Y position. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna put it within the delete function. Right here, we got right here the delete function right here, guys. And then we are going to modify content. We are going to change the name of the parameter. I just added an underscore. Then we're gonna get access to the ID, and we are going to pass here the sticky notes array. And do this sticky notes that's value, and then we're gonna pass here this splash function in order to delete an item within an array based on the index. And then we're gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna remove that, and then we're going to stay with the y-array sticky note that's value that delete. We are going to delete a sticky note within the y-array sticky notes based on the index. And here we are going to scroll up again, guys, and we are going to do an optimization. Right here you can see we got the observe function. We pass it a callback, and then we are listening for changes occurred within the y-array sticky notes. Now we got a function right here, drag sticky notes. The role of this function is to add an event. I'm gonna pass here add an event. I'm pass here add an event on each sticky note. Yeah, this is the role of this function. Now, when we are going to move or drag a given sticky note, we're gonna be calling the drag sticky notes every time. And in order to avoid that behavior, we need to call the drag sticky note. We need to add an event on each sticky note that we're gonna be creating only once. In order to do so, we're going to create right here a function, a constant. I'm gonna create right here constant sticky note. I'm gonna pass here sticky note has events, and then we're going to pass here new sets. And a set is a collection of unique item. And then I'm gonna copy the set, and here we are going to do this. We're gonna make a check. If we got an ID of a sticky note within the sticky note has event set, we are not going to add it. And then here I'm gonna check if we have an ID of a given sticky note within the set, and pass here that ID and is equal. Right now we're gonna check if the ID doesn't exist within the sticky notes has event set. And here, if it doesn't exist, we are going to add this ID, and we're going to add also the drag sticky note function. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna put it within the if statement. And then here we are going to add the ID of a sticky note within the sticky note has event set. I'm gonna pass here add like this, and then we're gonna add the ID. I'm gonna pass here sticky note has event set. I'm gonna do the same thing right here to make things clean like this. And there we go. Now we're gonna get into the browser, and then we're gonna test all of that. And then here I'm going to try to delete a sticky note. I'm gonna delete this sticky note. I'm gonna click right here. I'm gonna zoom here, and then you can see that we just delete sticky notes. And then here right here, I'm gonna refresh again. Now I'm gonna try to create a sticky note. Right here, I'm going to click right here, no sticky note. You can see that we just created a yellow sticky note. Now let's try to drag it and see if we are going to replicate the X and Y position to another window. I'm gonna try to do that right here. I'm dragging it, but you can see that actually we don't change the X and Y position. It doesn't change at all. Now, in order to replicate the X and Y position to another window, we're going to get into again within the StickyNote.ts file. And then here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this element right here. And then we're going to pass it within the observe function. I'm going to pass it right here. And then here, I'm going to pass here StickyNote like this. And then we're going to add a position absolute. I'm going to pass here sticky notes and then style, and then we're gonna pass here position is equal to absolute. I'm pass here absolute like this, and we're gonna pass here the ID item.id like this. We are going to replicate we're going to replicate the X and Y position to another window, and so we are going to add the position absolute. If we create a sticky note within another window, we are going to observe it within the observe function. We are going to add the position absolute to this sticky note so that we can be able to drag it within another window. And also for our room, I'm pass here sticky notes. I'm going to change the name of our room, sticky notes like this. Now we're going to get into the browser, and then we're going to check, guys. And then here I'm going to refresh. I'm going to refresh the window, and then here I'm going to refresh the window too. Now here I'm going to create a sticky note within the new incognito window. I'm going to create a sticky note right here. And then you can see that I actually just created a sticky note. And then now let's try to drag it. You can see that actually it works pretty well. We are able to drag a sticky note within the new incognito window. You can see. Now we're going to install a persistent provider in order to load our document faster. We are going to go at YJS repo, and then on this section you're going to see using and combining provider. I'm going to read a little bit. And then here it says this: in most cases you want to use a network provider like WebSocket or WebRTC in combination with a persistent provider like YIndexedDB in the browser. Persistence allows you to load the document faster and persist data that is created while offline. We are going to use the YIndexedDB in order to load our document faster. This is what it said. You can see the pass here comment. This allows you to instantly get the cache documents data. And in order to use the YIndexedDB, we are going to copy this line, and then we're going to pass it right here. I'm not getting to, we're going to pass it within the init.yjs function, and I'm going to pass it right here, and then we're going to get it right here, and then you need to pass here the name of your persistent provider. I'll pass here sticky notes, and you're going to do the same thing, and also you have to import the YIndexedDB right here. And the YIndexedDB, it is a provider, you should install it. In order to install the YIndexedDB provider, you're going to type this command, you're going to type this command, and then you're going to have the YIndexedDB. And this is how we use the YIndexedDB provider. And again, once I come here and I refresh my window, I'm going to load my document faster. And this is the benefit of using the YIndexedDB provider. It means we are going to store our documents within the IndexedDB, and this is fast. Alright guys, now we're going to replicate the resize position. We need to replicate the X and Y position of the resize property to another window. We are going to get into within the StickyNote.ts, and then here what I'm going to do, you can see actually we got a function, and then here I'm going to scroll up, and then we get a function change sticky note X and Y position. We are going to create another function that we're going to be calling change sticky note resize X and Y position. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to duplicate that, and here we're going to pass here change sticky note resize, and pass here resize X and Y position, and we're going to pass here resize position dot resize position like this. And then here I'm going to copy that, the name of the property that we want to change the X and Y, and here I'm going to pass it right here like this. And also we are going to modify right here. You can see the start X and the start Y. I'm going to change these values. I'm going to scroll up, and here we got the new resize position. I'll pass here new resize X position, and then here I'm gonna pass here new and pass here resize Y position. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're going to scroll down, and here we are going to pass here the new resize and pass here the new resize and pass here like this. We got a mistake, the new resize X. I'm gonna scroll up and fix the typo, the new resize, and then the new resize Y, and then we're gonna pass it to the second line right here. We are going to pass here the new resize Y position like this, and then I'm pass here like this, guys, and then we're gonna fix the error. Now we're going to call the change StickyNote resize X and Y position within the resizing block, and I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna scroll down a little bit, and then within the resize block, guys, we are going to pass it to the mouse move function. I'm gonna pass it right here. Also, we need to change the new resize X and Y position, and then here I'm gonna pass here this and pass here new resize X, and then is equal to the new width, and I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass here new resize Y is equal to the new height like this. And here I'm going to get into within the StickyNote Vue file, and then we're gonna pass here StickyNote. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm passed right here, and then we're gonna pass here resize, pass the X position, and then we're gonna pass also the height position, which is represented by the Y position. I'm gonna refresh this window and another window and the new incognito window too. Actually, we got a StickyNote with a bad size. It is a bad sign, but you can see that actually we are able to replicate the X and Y to the resize position properly. You can see actually I can resize it. And let's try to create a new StickyNote. You're gonna see when we create a StickyNote, it is a bad size. And in order to fix that, we are going to do this, and I'm gonna get into again within the StickyNote TS. You can see actually the default width of our StickyNote is 150 and the default height is 100. And here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna zoom first a little bit, and then here I'm gonna pass here new resize, and here we're gonna pass here the new resize Y variable. Then we're gonna go to the tab, and then we are going to assign to our variable default value, and then here I'm pass here a comment default width like this. And then for the default height, we are going to pass here 100. Then we are going to get into within the create StickyNote function. We're going to scroll down a little bit. We're going to look for the function create StickyNote. And then here we got a property drag position X and Y. And then here I'm going to pass here the new resize X, and here I'm gonna pass here the new resize Y. We pass there the default width and the default height of our StickyNote. I'm gonna copy that, and then here we made a mistake. We should pass the new resize X and the new resize Y to the resize position properly, and like this. And then I'm gonna remove that right here. That's pretty much it, guys. Now we are going to get into the browser, and then we're gonna check. And then let's try to create a new StickyNote. Right here, I'm gonna click create StickyNote, and then here we can resize it. You can see changes are replicated to the new incognito window. Alright guys, now we're gonna be replicating the body of a given StickyNote. If I pass here hello world, friends, and pass here hello world, we need to see this content within the right StickyNote. Right here, we need to see this content right here. We need to replicate it. And we're going to get into again within the StickyNote.ts. And first of all, before we get into within the StickyNote.ts, we are going to start modify something within the StickyNote.view components. We're going to pass vbound to the class attributes and pass a StickyNote body like this. And then we're gonna pass here dash, and then we're gonna pass here StickyNote.id like this. And we're gonna pass within the content editable div, we're gonna pass in the body property and pass here StickyNote, and then that body like this, like this, and then pass here StickyNote.id. And we're going to get into now within the StickyNote.ts, we are going to create another function, change StickyNote body content, and pass right here. You're gonna pass here the name of the function is change sticky note body content. I'm pass here change sticky note body content. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna remove that, and we're going to select these elements. I'm gonna go up, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it right here, and then here you're gonna pass a sticky note content. I'm gonna pass here sticky note content, and then on key down events, when we are tapping within the sticky notes, we're going to replicate the content of these sticky notes to other peers. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna put it within the add event listener block, and like this. And then we are going to modify the body. I'm passing a body, and then here is equal to the sticky note content. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass here sticky note text content like this. Now we are going to call this change sticky note body content within the observe function. We're gonna scroll up, and then we're gonna pass it right here, and I'm passing here rm.id like this. Yeah, we're gonna pass here hello world. Changes are replicated. Now let's create a new sticky note. Yeah, we got a new sticky note right here. We can resize it. It works. Now let's try to change the content. Yeah, the color right now it doesn't work. Let me do this again. Create a new sticky note, and then we're gonna pass here hello world, and then you can see that we are replicating changes automatically. Yeah, you can see it works pretty well. Alright guys, now we're going to be creating a Y array mini text editor, because we already done with the Y array sticky notes. We already replicated changes that we made within a sticky notes to other peers. Now we're going to do the same thing for our mini text editor. And before we start, we are going to refactor the StickyNote.ts file. I'm gonna get in, and then here we got a function init.js, and then we're gonna put it right here. And then you can see that actually we are getting errors. We got right here the doc is a reactive property. We got the Y array sticky notes and other properties right here, like sticky notes has event sets. Yeah. Now we are going to pass this property as parameter to the init.js function. And then here I'm gonna copy that, and then it is going to be like this. These are going to be considered as parameter. Now we are going to copy this function, the init.js. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna create a folder at the source, within the source folder. I'm gonna name it YJS, and then within the YJS folder, we're gonna put in a file yjs.ts, and then we're gonna put in the content. We're gonna get into the sticky notes.ts, and then we are going to import YJS like this, guys. And then we're going to import this. I'm going to import the ref function. We are going to import right here the sticky notes. And guys, you can see that actually I've already added tab to the Y array sticky notes. And then here by default, the value is like this, is any. If we get into the sticky note.ts, you can see right here the Y array sticky notes. If we put our cursor over it, TypeScript infers it to be a type of ref, and then here we got any. Yeah, this is the type. And then here I've already added type like this. The type is, this is the type. The actual type we pass here is like this, and then is like this. And then I'm passing right here the type of Y array, and then the Y array that is gonna hold item of I sticky notes. And if we go to the sticky note.ts and we put our cursor over the Y array, I'm gonna put our cursor, I'm gonna get into the init.js function. And if we put our cursor over the get array function, you're gonna see what we're gonna get. I'm gonna put our cursor. Let me show you. Yeah, if we do this, I don't get the type, guys. Yeah, right here, let me see. If I do this, if I pass here doc.getArray and then do this, you can see the type of the getArray function is a type of y.array. Yeah, this is the type. That's what I do right here, guys. You can see the tab is y.array, and then the y array takes an array of item of I sticky notes. And then here we have another function, change sticky note body content. It is a function. And also we got another function right here, drag sticky notes. I'm gonna add it right here. I'm gonna pass it right here. And then I'm gonna say it is a function like this. This is how we type a function. And then we're gonna move a little bit. You can see right here we got an array of sticky notes. It is a reactive property. I'm gonna copy ref right here, and then we're gonna do this. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Now what we are going to do, guys, we are going to copy all of that, and then we're gonna get into the StickyNote.ts. And right now we are going to get rid of the init wages function within the, we are going to remove it within the use drag sticky notes function. I'm gonna remove that, and then I'm gonna go down to the return statement. I'm gonna remove that too. And here we are going to pass all these property to the return statements so that we're gonna be able to extract them within the ProjectBaordPage view. And then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna remove this type. I'm gonna remove that too, and here like this, and then like this. Now we're gonna get into the ProjectBaordPage view, and then we are going to import these property. I'm gonna pass it right here. We just extract them like this. We just extract them. These are the property that we just extracted from the use drag sticky notes composable. Now here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna get into within the YJS.ts. And these are parameters that we're going to be passing to the init.js function. I'm going to create an interface. I'm going to say exports interface sticky note params like this params, and then I'm going to pass these properties, and then here I'm going to pass here sticky note param like this param, and then I'm gonna tap it with iStickyNote params interface like this. And then here we are going to extract. I'm gonna pass here const, and then I'm going to extract all these property. We're gonna pass here StickyNote param. I pass them right there, and then we are going to extract them. I'm gonna get into within this StickyNote.ts. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it to this constant, and then here we are going to pass this parameter right here and pass here sticky note. Now do this and pass here an object. Now if we get into the browser, everything is gonna work pretty well, guys. Here we can still creating a sticky note, and everything is going to work perfectly. Now what I'm going to do, we are going to pass to the init wages function another parameter. Now what I'm going to do, we're going to get into again the YJS.ts file, and we're going to duplicate that interface. We're going to pass it right here, and here we're going to pass here I'm gonna pass here MiniTextEditor params, and then we're going to pass here this. We're going to pass here MiniTextEditor params, and then we're gonna tap it with the MiniTextEditor params. I'm gonna do this, and here, guys, what we are going to do, you can see right here we pass. You can see we got a property, the Y array sticky notes. We are going to modify it and pass here Y array MiniTextEditor. Then we're gonna pass here the dog. We're gonna pass here MiniTextEditor. I'm gonna copy that. And then I'm gonna pass here MiniTextEditor like this. MiniTextEditor has events. It's going to be a set of number. We're gonna pass here this function to change MiniTextEditor body content, and then we're gonna pass here drag sticky notes. It is a function. We're gonna pass here drag MiniTextEditor drag. And then where we got sticky notes, we're gonna pass here MiniTextEditor like this. And then we are going to change the interface is I'm gonna pass here MiniTextEditor. We need to import it, and then we're gonna pass it right here like this. And here we are going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then you can see that actually we are getting an error right here. And then we're going to pass another object that corresponds to the MiniTextEditor right here. Pass here, we're going to extract the MiniTextEditor parameter, const like this, and then I'm gonna assign it the MiniTextEditor. Then we're gonna extract all parameter. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm going to pass it. I'm gonna pass it right here like this, yeah, like this, and then I'm going to remove the tab real quickly. You can see that actually we are getting an error, the dog property. We got the dog property within the StickyNote param, but also within the MiniTextEditor param. And if we continue like this, we're gonna end up with multiple instances of the Y-dog. And in order to avoid that, we're gonna create a pinner store that we're gonna be using in order to have a single instance of the Y-dog. Now we're gonna get into within the store folder, and then I'm pass here the Y-dog.ts. I'm gonna get into the StickyNote.ts, copy the content and put it within the Y-dog like this. And also we are going to import YJS within the Y-dog.ts file. And I'm gonna pass right here. We're gonna create a reactive property, and then we are going to tap it with, we're gonna pass it, then we're gonna instantiate it and pass a Y.dog like this. And then we can have the possibility to get access to the Y-dog class via the dog property. And here I'm gonna pass here use Y-dog store like this. And then I'm pass it right here, and then we're gonna change the name of the pinner store and pass it Y-dog, and then Y-dog store like this. Now if I copy the Y-dog store right here, I pass here, and then if I pass that dog.transact, you can see that actually we are getting access to properties, then function of the Y-dog instance of the Y-dog class. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm gonna remove that. I'm going to copy the Y-dog store, and then I'm gonna get into within the actions folder. Right here you can see we got the actions folder. I'm gonna get in, we got the StickyNote.ts, and then here we use the dog reactive property in order to get access to the Y-dog functions and properties. Now I'm gonna remove that, I'm gonna comment that, and then we're gonna get an error right here, and then we are going to replace that with the Y-dog store.dog like this. Click replace all, and then we are going to import the Y-dog store within the StickyNote.ts, and then we're gonna remove that right here. I'm gonna remove that, and then we're gonna get into within the ProjectBaordPage view right here, and here we're gonna remove that too right here because we are having an error, and like this. Now we're gonna get into the init YJS function. I'm gonna get in, and then we're gonna remove that right here and here too, and then here we are going to use right here the Y-dog store. I'm gonna pass here Y-dog store that, and then I'm passing that dog, and then we're going to import the Y-dog store. I'm gonna import it, I'm pass there, and here I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass here to like this, and pass it right there, and also we're gonna pass it to the WebSocket provider instance and pass it here, and then everything is gonna work pretty well. Now we're gonna refactor a little bit the init YJS function, and here I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna copy all of that. I'm going to copy that here. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna put it within another function, and the name of the function we're gonna say init YJS tabs for, we're gonna say for sticky notes, yeah, like this, and then we're gonna put in all this code, and then we are going to copy the parameter. I'm gonna copy the parameter, and then I'm gonna pass it to it. We're gonna pass it right here like this, and then we're going to remove all errors. We can pass here. I'm gonna copy this constant right here in order to extract property from the StickyNote parameter. I'm gonna pass it right there, and then I'm gonna pass it right here, and then I'm gonna pass it the parameter like this, and we are done. Now we're gonna create another function for our MiniTextEditor, and we're gonna name it function init YJS tabs for MiniTextEditor. editor like this, and then we're gonna pass here the constant, and then we're going to pass it the parameter, which is the MiniTextEditor parameter, and then we're gonna pass it right here too, and then we're gonna get rid of the error, guys. Now we're gonna call the init widget tabs for MiniTextEditor function within the init widgets function. I'll pass it right here like this. And that's pretty much it, guys. Now we are going to copy the contents. Now we're going to copy the contents within the init widgets tabs for sticky notes. I'm going to copy all these contents. I'm going to copy that. And then we're going to put it within the init widget tabs for MiniTextEditor. And then we're going to modify things within this function. We're going to pass here the array MiniTextEditor. And then here we're gonna pass you the MiniTextEditor where we got the array sticky note. We're gonna pass the array MiniTextEditor. I'm gonna do this first, and then we are done. We're gonna pass where we got the array sticky notes. I'm gonna pass here the array like this. I'm gonna remove that. And then where we got the sticky notes, we are going to pass here MiniTextEditor. And then like this, I'm gonna remove we're gonna remove the sticky notes. Where we got the sticky notes has event set, we are going to pass MiniTextEditor has event sets. I'm gonna pass it here too, and then where we got drag sticky notes, we're gonna pass drag MiniTextEditor. I'm gonna pass it right here like this. Where we got change sticky note body content, we're gonna pass change MiniTextEditor body contents. We're gonna pass it right here too. And for the class, we're gonna pass here. I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna get into within the MiniTextEditor, and then we're gonna see which kind of class we're gonna pass there. We're gonna get into the MiniTextEditor. You can see we're gonna pass the class of TextEditor. I'm gonna copy it, and then you're gonna go back within the widgets.ts. We're gonna pass here this class like this. And then we are going to pass you underscore here. We're going to pass MiniTextEditor like this, and then we're going to copy it, and then we're going to pass it right here. So now we're going to copy these properties, and then we're going to get into the ProjectBaordPage, and then we're going to pass it to the init widgets function. And then we're going to pass it right here. We're going to pass this parameter to the use drag MiniTextEditor. I'm going to pass it there. And then we are going to remove some property like MiniTextEditor. We already import it. And here we got drag MiniTextEditor. And then like this, we got right here array MiniTextEditor. And then we got also the MiniTextEditor has event sets. I'm going to copy these properties. And then we're going to get into within the MiniTextEditor TS file, we're going to pass them to the return statement like this. And then we're going to create these properties. Now we are going to scroll up. We are going to use the StickyNote.ts as a reference file. And here I'm going to scroll up. And then you can see right here we have the array sticky note, and the sticky note has event sets. I'm going to copy that. And then I'm gonna copy that, and then we are going to pass it within the MiniTextEditor. I'm pass it right here, and then we are going to remove the error. Yeah, we're gonna pass it here, and then here we are going to modify. We have the array MiniTextEditor. We're gonna pass it here, and then we got the sticky note has event set. We are going to copy the chain. We're gonna pass here the chain. The MiniTextEditor has event sets. I'm gonna pass it here, guys, and then we are done. We still have one function that we are going to create, change MiniTextEditor body content. I'm gonna create this function. I'm gonna pass it right here, create MiniTextEditor. I'm gonna pass it under the create MiniTextEditor function, and then function, and then we're gonna have create MiniTextEditor body contents. Now we're going to get into again within the StickyNote.ts, and then we are going to copy the content within the change sticky note body content. I'm going to copy this content, and then we're going to put it within the MiniTextEditor, and I'm going to pass it within the change MiniTextEditor body content. We're going to pass it right here, and you can see that actually we are getting errors. Now we are going to modify where we got sticky notes. See right here, you got sticky notes. we are going to pass here MiniTextEditor. I'm pass here mini like this. We're gonna do this. I'm going to pass here MiniTextEditor like this, and then we're gonna click replace all, and then the error disappear. And we're going to import the YDoc store. We're gonna import it, and where we got right here, I'm gonna scroll up, I'm gonna copy the YArray MiniTextEditor. We're gonna pass it where we got YArray MiniTextEditor. We're gonna pass it here like this, and then we're going to remove the error. And here we're gonna pass here TextEditor. I'm pass here a number, yeah, like this, and we remove the error. We're gonna get into again the StickyNote.ts, and here guys, we are going to copy the content. You can see we got a function here. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit, change sticky notes X and Y position. I'm gonna copy this function, and then we're gonna put it within the MiniTextEditor. I'm gonna pass it here, and then we got change sticky notes X and Y position. We're gonna pass here MiniTextEditor. I'm pass here, and then where we got sticky notes, we're going to pass here MiniTextEditor like this. I'm gonna click replace all. Now, in order to get access to the start X and start Y X variable, we are going to scroll down, guys, and then we are going to cap this variable, and then we're gonna pull them at the top. We're gonna scroll up, and then we are going to pass this variable right here so that we can be able to get access to them. Now we are going to scroll down a little bit. Again, guys, you can see we got right here a function delete MiniTextEditor. We're gonna go back within the StickyNote.ts, and then we get a function delete sticky notes. I'm gonna copy the contents. I'm gonna copy the content, and then we're gonna put it within the MiniTextEditor. I'm gonna pass it right here like this. And here we are going to pass here an underscore for the parameter, and then we're going to pass here MiniTextEditor, and then here we MiniTextEditor like this, and here I'm passing MiniTextEditor, and here YArray MiniTextEditor like this, guys. We are done. Now we need to do one more things. We are going to scroll down a little bit, and you can see right here we got two blocks, resizing block and dragging block. And so we're going to get into first within the StickyNote.ts and see what we got within these two blocks. You can see we got the resize block right here. Within the resize block, we call a function change sticky notes resize X and Y position. And then we're going to get into within the MiniTextEditor. And then within the resize block, we are going to get into the mouse move. We are going to call a function. In our case, we're going to pass here MiniTextEditor. We're going to go back within the StickyNote.ts, and we're going to see what we got within the dragging block. And within the dragging block, you can see we got a function right here, change sticky note X and Y. Yeah, within the dragging block, and then here, change sticky notes. Here we got a function, change sticky note X and Y position. And then change sticky note resize X and Y position. And here I'm gonna copy this function. Here I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna go back within the MiniTextEditor, and then here you can see that we made a mistake here, guys. We got a function right here. I'm gonna remove that first, and then we're gonna go back within the StickyNote.ts. And you can see within the dragging block, we got a function right here. The name of the function is change sticky note X and Y. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it within the dragging block. Right here, we got the dragging block. I'm gonna get in, and then we're gonna pass it within the mouse move function. We're gonna go back within the StickyNote.ts, and then we're gonna scroll up. Within the resizing block, we got a function, change sticky note resize X and Y position. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it within the resize block of our MiniTextEditor like this. And actually, we haven't yet created the change sticky note resize X and Y position. I'm gonna get into within the StickyNote.ts, and then we're gonna copy it. And here I'm gonna look for this function. I'm gonna look for it. And then we're gonna copy this function, change sticky note resize X and Y position. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna put it within the MiniTextEditor, and then we're gonna modify it because we haven't yet created it. and then we're gonna pass it right here, and then we're gonna pass here change MiniTextEditor. I'm passing MiniTextEditor, resize X and Y position. Where we got sticky notes, we're gonna pass there MiniTextEditor like this, and then right here we're gonna pass a Y array MiniTextEditor, and then here we're gonna do this. Now for the new resize X and new resize Y, we are going to remove the new resize X because we don't resize our MiniTextEditor horizontally, but instead we resize our MiniTextEditor vertically. I'm gonna comment this, and then here we are passing to our MiniTextEditor a new height. I'm passing here new height like this, and then we are going to I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna remove that here, the X, and then we are going to copy the function. I'm gonna copy the function, and then we're gonna scroll down. We're gonna get into the resizing block. You can see this is the resizing block, and then I'm gonna pass here the function is change MiniTextEditor resize X and Y position. And then here for this function, we are going to create another constant. We are going to is new height is equal to the new height like this, and then we are going to go up to the top, and then we're gonna pass here the new height, the new height, and then here we are going to do this. We're gonna pass here the new height, and here I'm going to remove this variable right here, the new resize X. I'm gonna do that like this. Now we're going to get into, now we're gonna copy this constant new height. We're gonna get into within the create mini text editor. You can see we got a function right here, resize position, and here we are going to pass here the new height to the Y position because we are resizing our mini text editor vertically. And then we are going to create I'm gonna copy that, and then we are going to create a mini text editor within the Y and pass here Y array mini text editor. We are going to push in these objects like this, and then we still have an error right here. We pass here the new height, and then here I can pass here new. I'm gonna pass here new mini text editor height, and here I'm pass here new mini text editor height like this, and then I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna go to the top again, and then we're gonna pass it right here, and we're going to get into within the create mini text editor function, and we're gonna change that so that we're gonna get rid of the error. And right now the error disappear, and then we're going to assign it the new height variable like this. And then we're going to get into within the second block, which is dragging block, and then here we are going to pass here, we are going to call a function change mini text editor X and Y position like this. And then here we are going to remove this error and like this. And here we are going to get into, now we're going to get into within the component folder where we got the StickyNote.vue, and also we got the MiniTextEditor.vue components. I'm going to get into within the StickyNote.vue file, and then here I'm going to copy the style property and the style attribute, and then we're going to put it within the MiniTextEditor. I'm going to pass it right here, and then we're going to modify things. Here we got, right here you can see we pass here the width and height. We are going to remove right here, we are not going to change the height of our mini text editor. We are not going to change the width of our mini text editor. I'm going to remove that because we are not going to change it. And then we are going to pass here the body. We are going to scroll down, and then we're going to pass here the body. I'm pass here the body. We are going to cap here. We're going to pass here mini text editor body. Yeah, like this, that body. And also if we get into within the mini text, if we get into within the StickyNote.vue components, you can see here, let me show you, you can see right here we pass here StickyNote.id, and here we pass a class StickyNote body. We are going to pass text editor body, and then we're gonna do the same thing. we're gonna get into within the mini text editor, and then here we are going to pass vbound to the class attributes. Then we're gonna wrap all the class within a single quotes, pass your single quotes, and then we're going to pass your text editor body, pass your body, and then underscore dash, and then we're going to pass your mini text editor.id like this. We're going to get into again within the mini text editor.ts file, and you can see we got a function right here, change mini text editor body contents. And here I'm gonna pass here text editor body, and then I'm gonna add a dash. This is the class that we got within the mini text editor.view. You can see text editor body, and then we pass the ID of a mini text editor. Now guys, we're gonna check if it doesn't have any error, and then here we haven't yet passed here mini text editor. We have right here StickyNote. I'm pass here this mini text editor, and we're gonna get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then you can see we got an error right here. Let us fix that, and then we are going to remove that. And here too, you can see we got two functions. We got the first one is init widgets tabs for sticky notes, and we got another one init widgets tabs for mini text editor. And then we are going to remove this line right here. We're going to remove that because we already instantiated a property within the YDoc store. We're going to remove that, and also we are going to scroll down, and you can see within the function init widgets tabs here, init widgets tab for mini text editor, we pass here array sticky note. I'm gonna pass here array mini text editor like this, and then we're gonna get into also within the mini text editor, and we have an error right here, guys. You can see array mini text editor. Yeah, we pass here push instead of insert. This is how we insert within a array, and then I'm gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna wrap the object within and right like this, and there we go, guys. Now we need to get into the browser, and then we're gonna test if everything is going to work pretty well. I'm gonna get into the browser, and then here I'm going to refresh this window, and then I'm gonna get into within the new incognito window, and then here I'm gonna refresh. Now let's create a mini text editor right now, and then I'm gonna click mini text editor, and then here let's try to see. You can see we can drag it, and then we can resize it. Yeah, let's try. Yeah, the resizing works perfectly. And also let's try to change the content. I'll pass here hello world, and then let's try to add a bold. Yeah, you can see right now if we try to add bold, it doesn't work. Alright guys, now we're gonna be replicating the text formatting to other periods. If I select hello Ben, we should replicate it to this text editor within the row incognito window. And if I pass here bold, we should replicate it. If I pass here h1, or pass here end line, we should replicate it all this text formatting to another mini text editor. Now, in order to do so, we're gonna get into within a mini text editor TS, and we're going to import the mini text editor and the YArray mini text editor within the YDoc store. We're gonna pass them right here, and we got the mini text editor. The tab is mini text editor, and the YArray mini text editor. The tab is a type of an array of YArray, and the array we're gonna pass it an object of mini text editor. We are going to get into within a mini text editor, then we're going to comment the mini text editor array and the YArray mini text editor, Now, in order to get access to this property, we are going to pass here, and then we're going to pass here mini text editor, and then we're going to copy it, and we're going to replace other place. And then here, I'm going to pass here, we're going to pass here YDoc, so, and then I'm pass here YArray mini text editor like this. I'm gonna pass here this like this, and then I'm gonna replace right here too. I'm pass here right here. We got the YArray mini text editor, and then here I'm gonna remove that first, and then I'm pass here YDoc, and then YArray mini text editor, and then we're gonna pass here YDoc. You can see that I've already replaced everywhere, guys. We pass here YDoc and other places, but actually we're getting an error. Yeah, you can see when we are trying to get access to insert or delete function of the Y array, we are getting an error. We got some errors right here. You can see we got delete, and we have also an error. Yeah, right here it says property delete does not exist on the type Y array, and we are going to get rid of that. I'm not get rid of this array right here, and then we are going to type our Y array main text editor is an array of Y array, and we're gonna pass it the I mini text editor like this in order to say that it is an array. And then we're gonna fix this typing error later on. If we get into again within a MiniTextEditor TS, we don't get any error right here. Actually, we don't have any error. And then here we don't have any error. And here track MiniTextEditor. Right here we got an error. And then here I'm going to assert these contents as string in order to remove this error like this. Now you can see that actually right here we just exported, we just passed the main text editor and the Y array main text editor to the return statement. Then we're gonna remove them. And if we get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, you can see actually we are getting an error right here. We don't have right here the main text editor. We are going to remove, we're gonna comment that. And then here too, in order to get access to the MiniTextEditor, we are going to use the YDoc store and pass here the YDoc store like this. And then we're going to pass here MiniTextEditor, and then we're going to remove that. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to pass it right here to the if, and then within the if block like this. And then we're going to get rid of the error. And here to the init.js, we pass it to parameter. The first one is related to the StickyNote, and the second one is related to the MiniTextEditor. We are going to comment the Y array MiniTextEditor. I'm going to comment that and that too. Then we are going to get into within the YJS, the TS, and here we're going to remove this to parameter. And we pass here the Y array MiniTextEditor. I'm going to remove that and that too. Then we're gonna pass here the YDoc. I'm gonna comment that right here and here too. Then we are going to get access to the Y array MiniTextEditor using the YDoc store. Yeah, I'm passing YDoc store that Y array like this. And then here we're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it right here and here too. I'm gonna do this. And we're going to I'm gonna copy the YDoc store and then I'll pass it right here. Yeah, like this. And then we're gonna get access to the MiniTextEditor and like this. I'm gonna copy it and pass it to the for loop here, like this, guys. Now we're going to get into within the editor.ts file. You can see we got within the project board folder, we got the editor folder. We're gonna get in. And then right here, we got a composable use editor. And within this composable, we got a bunch of functions that allows to apply text formatting to a MiniTextEditor. We got apply bold, apply italic, apply underline, and so on. Now we're gonna start with the apply bold function. When a given user click right here, apply bold, we need to replicate the text formatting to another MiniTextEditor. Now, what we are going to do, we are going to first get into within the MiniTextEditor components, and then here we are going to remove that, and we're going to pass here a div, and then we're going to pass it vhtml like this, and then I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to pass it to the vhtml. We pass here vhtml because we're going to escape HTML tags within the body property. And here we are going to copy this element. I'm going to copy this class, and then we're going to select it within the editor.ts. And then here we're going to pass here body content, and then we're going to pass here documents that query selector. We're going to pass the class and then the ID of the MiniTextEditor like this. We are going to assert it as an HTML element like this. Then here, what we're gonna do, we are going to get access to the body content. And to do so, we're gonna get into first within the MiniTextEditor TS, and then I'm gonna copy all of that, and then I'm gonna put it right here. Yeah, within the else statement, we're gonna pass it right here. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove that, and here I'm gonna remove that, and we are going to do this. We are going to say new content like this, and then here we are going to pass here, we just got the index of the item within the MiniTextEditor array, and here we are going to pass here body content. I'm gonna copy that, I'm gonna remove that, and then we're gonna pass here the body. I'm gonna remove this, and then is equal to the body content element in HTML like this. And then we are going to copy the new content. We're going to pass it here. Pass here body is equal to the new content. And then we're going to replicate bold text formatting to another MiniTextEditor. We are going to call first this function, our bold, and then we are going to run these instructions. Now let's try that within the browser. And also guys, you have to make sure you pass your MiniTextEditor component. You pass right here ydocstore.minitexteditor, and then I just pass here ydocstore.minitexteditor. We are going to try to see if you're going to modify the body property. Now you're gonna get into the browser, you're gonna refresh, and then you're gonna try to create a MiniTextEditor. We got it right here. We can resize it. I'm gonna try to resize it. It works. Now let's try to add content within the content editable div. I'm gonna pass here hello. I'm gonna remove that. Pass here hello Ben, and then let's try to add right here bold. I'm gonna select it, and then here I'm pass here hello hello Ben, and then we're gonna try to add bold. I'm gonna click bold right here. You can see that we just replicated change to another window. We got right here, we got the bold right here. It works pretty well. Now we're gonna do the same thing for the other buttons. If I type right here italic, we need to do that. We need to replicate this text formatting too. We are going to get into within the editor tiers, and then here we are going to create a function. I'm gonna copy that. And then here we're going to create right here within the use editor function, within the use editor composable, we're going to create a function replicate. We're going to name it replicate text formatting. Here I'm going to put in this content. We're going to pass it the ID tab is a number, and then we're going to call it. I'm going to copy it, and then we're going to add it right here under the add bold function and pass it the ID like this. And then I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm pass it a bar under the remove bold function. And then we're gonna do the same thing. We got right here add bold, and we got right here another function apply italic. We're gonna pass it here. We pass the ID, and then here too we are going to pass here add italic under the add italic function. Now let's try to see if it is going to work, and then we're gonna continue. Pass here hello Ben, and then here I'm going to pass here bold. It works. Let's try to remove bold. It works too. Now let's try to apply italic. I'm gonna select it, and then I'm click right here. Yeah, you can see it works. I can remove italic from this window. Yeah, we just remove it. You can click right here bold. We just, yeah, it doesn't work from another window, guys. Let's try to check right here. I'm gonna refresh this window, and then I'm gonna create another MiniTextEditor. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that. Create a MiniTextEditor. Yeah, now here we're gonna pass here hello, pass here hello, and then here we're going to apply bold. Yeah, it works. We can remove bold. It works. Now let's do the same thing for the italic. We can apply italic. It works. You can see within the another window. Yeah, right here change. Now let's try to remove italic and click right here. Remove. It works. We can apply bold. Yeah, it works pretty well. I'm gonna copy our function replicate text formatting. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm going to scroll down again. We are going to get into within the apply underline function, and then we're gonna pass it under the remove underline function. And then we're gonna do the same, apply another list. We are going to scroll down, and then we're gonna pass it right here. And here we're gonna continue, we're gonna get into within another function, which is apply link. We're gonna do the same thing. And then we're gonna get into within the apply link function. We're gonna pass it right here. We are going to continue, we're gonna get into within the insert image function. We're gonna pass here too. And within the apply alignment, we're gonna pass it after the insert node function. And for the apply tag function, we are going to get in, and then we're gonna pass it after the insert node. I'm gonna pass it right here. Alright guys, you can see that actually we are able to replicate text formatting to another window, to the new incognito window. If I pass here hello, and then I try to add here bolts, italic, here it works. Yeah, whatever text formatting that we can apply to our text is gonna work. Now, but we got a problem now. Here, let's try to say, try to type here hello man. I'm gonna delete the content, and then I'm passing hello man. You can see that actually we are unable to write hello man. You can see this is the text that we got. Now, in order to fix this kind of error, we are going to implement debouncing in order to improve the UI performance of our app. Now we're gonna get into within the MiniTextEditor, and then what we are going to do, we're going to wrap this code within a function. You're going to get into within the change MiniTextEditor body content, and then you're going to wrap that within another function, change MiniTextEditor content, like this. And then you're going to put in this code, and we're going to write a debounce function. You're going to get into within the source folder, and then you're going to create a helper folder. I'm going to pass here helper folder. And then we are going to put in a url.ts file. Now here, we are going to create a debounce function. I'm pass here export function --debounce. Then we're going to pass it a callback. Our debounce function is going to take a second parameter, which is the delay. And the delay is a number, like this. Now here you can see that we just pass our debounce function a callback. We are going to pass to the callback another function, and then this function is going to be our function change MiniTextEditor content. You can text parameter. I'm gonna type it as an array of any, and then we are going to return the t, the generate type, and pass it t and t here too, like this. Yeah, and then we are going to remove the error. Now we're going to get into within the debounce function. We are going to create a constant and say pass it debounce timer. Then the type is going to be any. We're going to return an anonymous function, and then this function we're going to pass it a parameter, and the type of the parameter is going to be a function. We are going to clear out the set timeout. And then we're going to assign to the debounce timer variable, we are going to assign it set timeout, and we are going to pass here a callback like this. Then we're going to call the callback, and then we're going to pass it our function, and here we are going to pass the delay. Now we're going to get into the MiniTextEditor tiers, and then we're going to create right here a function. We're going to create another function, modify MiniTextEditor. And here I'm pass you an underscore, and in order to avoid error, and then we are going to pass you our debounce function. We're going to call it, and then we are going to pass it a callback like this, and then we are going to pass the second argument is the delay. I'm going to pass you after 2 milliseconds like this, 2 milliseconds. After 2 seconds, but we can reduce it to 2 milliseconds. And then here the debounce function, you can see it takes here a callback, and the callback takes a function, and we're gonna pass it a function, and then here I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna type our function like this, and then we are going to call our function. Now we are going to use the underscore modify MiniTextEditor function. I'm gonna copy it, and then we are going to pass it right here. We're gonna call it, and then we're gonna copy our change MiniTextEditor content function. We're gonna pass it to underscore modify MiniTextEditor. We're gonna do this like this, And then once we get into again within the browser, we are going to avoid errors, and we're going to improve the performance of our app. And guys, you can see within the if statement, we got the MiniTextEditor content on this line. That text content is string, and we just assign it to the track MiniTextEditor body variable. Now here we're going to pass here in HTML because we need to pass HTML, not text content. And also we're going to get into within the y.ts, we're going to fix this typing error. And here we're going to pass here new y.array like this. And also we're going to get into within a MiniTextEditor.view file. We are going to get in, and then we are going to fix an error right here. You're going to get into within the MiniTextEditor.view file, and then you're going to scroll down a little bit, and then you're going to pass the vhtml to the content editable. Here you can see what I did right here. I just passed the vhtml to the content editable. It was like this. Let me show you. It was like this. We pass here div, and then we just pass the vhtml directive to this div right here. Now remove that and then pass it directly to the content editable div. Do this, and then you're gonna remove this space in order to avoid errors like this. Then you're gonna get into the browser, and then you're gonna refresh and try to see if it's going to work. Now let's clear the actual content within the MiniTextEditor. Right here, I'm gonna clear out this content, and then we are going to try to add new one. And then I'm passing hello Chris, and then here I'm saying can we meet here? And then you're gonna see we are going to replicate changes to another MiniTextEditor after 2 seconds, and you can see it works pretty well after 2 seconds. If I type here hi again, and then you're gonna see these are the debounce function words. The performance of our app by implementing the debounce function. We're gonna do the same thing for the sticky notes. We are going to get into within the MiniTextEditor, and then here we're gonna copy this function. Then we're gonna get into within the StickyNote. We're gonna get in, and then we're going to look for a function right here. Change sticky notes here. Change sticky note body content. You can see you get a function change sticky note body content. And here we're gonna do the same thing, and here I'm gonna pass here the function modify MiniTextEditor. Here I'm gonna pass here sticky notes, and then we are going to import the debounce function sticky note like this, and then we're going to import the debounce function, and then here for the sticky note we're gonna pass even 2 milliseconds, 1 second for MiniText for the 1 second for sticky notes. And then we're going to call the modify sticky note function. We're going to pass it within the condition, within the add event listener block. And we're going to copy this content right here, and then we're going to wrap it within another function and say, I'm going to say underscore change sticky notes. We're going to say underscore change sticky notes content. And then we're going to put in this code, and we're going to pass the underscore change sticky notes content to the modify sticky note function like this. Yeah, and then we are going to debounce again changes that we're gonna made within the sticky notes, and we're going to improve the performance again to our Vue app. Now we're gonna get into the browser again. We're going to refresh. Now let's create a sticky note, and then here we're gonna try to replicate change to another window, and I'll pass here hello world. And then you're gonna see we're going to replicate change after 1 second. It works pretty well. Now for our MiniTextEditor, we are going to do another thing, guys. Let's try to say I just selected this text. I do this, I just select this, I just highlight this text right here on the second paragraph. We got can we meet? And then as I select this, we should replicate this change to another MiniTextEditor. Let's do it. Alright guys, now let's create another text formatting function that we're going to be using in order to add highlighting to our text. And then this is a function, and here we already learned most of the stuff contains within the highlight text function.
And here you can see that I just selected a button located within the MiniTextEditor view. I've already added a button. This is the button here. We pass here the BG yellow, and then we apply some Tailwind CSS classes. And this is the class apply highlight text, and then I pass it the MiniTextEditor.id. Now here within the highlight text function, you can see we just add an event on click events. We are going to replicate highlighting to add many text editors. And then here we are checking if we just selected the test. And here we just clone the selected test. And then we pass here, we just created right here. We are checking if we, within the div content editable, we got the HL. The HL is a custom tag that we create in order to represent highlighting. Is a custom tag. And then if we got this HL tag, we are going to remove highlighting, else we are going to add highlighting as we did for apply underline, apply bold. It is the same, guys. You can see this, the function add highlight text. And then here we just create an element HL, which is a custom tag, and then we apply a background color, but also the color of the text is black, and then we just insert it to the DOM as we did for add function. Now here we are going to pass it to the return statement. And then we're going to get into within the MiniTextEditor, we are going to extract this function, and then we are going to pass it right here. We're going to call it so that we can be able to apply highlighting to our text. Now we're going to get into within the browser, and then we're going to test if this feature is going to work pretty well. I'm going to refresh this window, and then I'm going to refresh to the new incognito window. Now let's create a MiniTextEditor. And then here you can see that we just created a MiniTextEditor. Now we got our button, the yellow button that we are going to use for apply highlighting. And then here I'm gonna pass here some text. I'm say hello everyone. Here I'm pass here hello everyone. And then we are going to replicate changes to another MiniTextEditor. And then I'm going to apply highlights. I'm gonna click on the button. And then you can see that we just replicated highlights to another MiniTextEditor. It works pretty well, guys. Alright guys, now we're going to be working on the mouse. We are going to share the mouse position of a given user. Now, let's say within the chart, we got a user A and a user B. If user A move a MiniTextEditor or a StickyNote, we need to know who's moving the MiniTextEditor or who's resizing the MiniTextEditor. We need to know that. And for that, we are going to share the cursor position of a given user to another one. We are going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage, within the ProjectBaord folder, and then we're going to create another component. We're going to name it user cursor. User cursor, like this, the view. And then we're going to put in this code. This is the code of our user cursor. We are going to, our component user cursor is going to take a prop, left and tab. Left represent the X position and the tab represent the Y position. Now we're going to get into within the color palette, and then here I'm gonna copy the fan prop macro, and then we are going to use it within the user cursor view. I'm gonna pass it right here like this. I'm gonna create a script tag, and then I'm gonna pass its length is ts and setup like this. Yeah, and then here we are going to pass here the X and Y position, and here I'm going to say the X position is going to be a number. I'm passing a number like this, and the Y position is going to be a number 2 like this. And then here I'm going to wrap all of that within an object. I'm passing a mouse position like this. Then we pass the X and Y position like this, and then the arrow disappear. Now we are going to we're going to get into within the actions folder. You can see we got right here a folder which is the actions, and then we are going to get in And then within the project board, we are going to create another folder that we're gonna name cursor. Yeah, I'm gonna name it cursor, and is where we're gonna put in all logic related to the cursor. And then here we're going to pass here user cursor .ts like this. And then we're going to create a composable function. We're gonna say use share user cursor like this, pass your cursor, and then we're going to put in a function track mouse position. We're gonna pass it to the return statement like this, and then I'm gonna copy it. We're going to pass it to the return statement, and for the parameter, which is the events, right now I'm gonna pass here any. We don't know the type. And so we're going to create a reactive property within the YDoc store. I'm going to copy the mouse position. This is going to be the reactive property. We're going to pass it the X and Y. I'll pass here the Y. But also we're going to create the Y cursor. I'm passing Y cursor. And we're going to tap it with the no, that's Y. And we're going to pass here map here like this. This is how we're going to tap it. And I'm gonna type it, I'm gonna say we're going to pass it an object, an interface of X is a value. We're gonna pass it to property. X is going to be a number and Y is gonna be a number 2, like this. And we're going to go back within, we're gonna go back within the user case details, and here we're gonna get access to the mouse position. We're going to pass here YDoc store, that's like this. And then we are going to copy that, and then we're going to pass it right here in order to get access to the Y position. And we're going to do the same thing for the cursor. Do this, and then we're going to remove that value like this. Now we're going to get into within ProjectBaordPage view, and then we're going to import the use share user cursor. I'm going to get in, and then we are going to pass you this function, and we are going to extract the track mouse move function. And we import first the use share user cursor. Then we're going to call the track mouse move position function. We're going to pass it to the first div right here where we wrap all elements. And then I'm passing on mouse move. Here we are going to call the track mouse move function. Also, we're going to import the user cursor view. We need to import it within the ProjectBaordPage view. Then we're going to pass it the mouse position property that we got within the YDoc store. And here I'm going to import we're going to import the user cursor like this. And then we're going to pass it under the MiniTextEditor and pass the user cursor like this. And then here we're going to pass it the mouse position. We got a property defined within the user cursor component, and we're going to pass here YDoc store, and then we're going to pass the mouse position. If we made a change to the X and Y position, we're going to pass it immediately to the user cursor components. And like this, yeah, everything is okay right now. Now guys, let's go ahead and get into within the widget.cs. We're going to create another function right here, which is the init widget tabs for cursor. And so we're going to call this function. I'm going to copy it, and we're going to pass it within the init widgets function. We're going to pass it right here. And here you can see that actually we are getting right here typing errors, the X. Here, the type of X is a number. And then here, says the get function returns an object. Right here you can see it returns an object, and it's content to property, the X and Y, but also it's return and define. Now in order to get rid of the error, we are going to get into within the YDoc.tiers, and then we are going to remove this type right here, and then we're going to say the type of the Y cursor is going to be a type of the Y.map instance. Also, we're going to get into within the user cursor.tiers, and then here where we pass set X axis, we're going to pass here only X, and then here Y. You can see we use get X in order to get access to the value of X, and get Y in order to get access to the value of Y. And we assert these two values as numbers like this. Now we are going to get into the browser, and then we're going to refresh and see if it is going to work I'm going to refresh the first window, and then I'm going to refresh the new incognito window. And then we're going to try to see if we are going to replicate the mouse position of one user to another window. Now, here you can see that actually it works. You can see that actually we are tracking the X and Y position of the mouse in real time. And if I try to create sticky notes, we are going to see who has created sticky notes and who's moving it. And you can see here, we can see within the new incognito window that we got Elizabeth is moving the cursor. Yeah. And right now we haven't yet passed to the user cursor a real name. We just pass here label is Elizabeth. We are going to replace it with the real name. This name is going to be dynamic. And then here actually you can see that we are tracking who's moving the sticky notes and who's resizing it. Yeah, you can see within the new incognito window right here, within the new incognito window, you can see we are able to know who's moving and who has deleted something. Alright guys, before we continue, we're going to talk a little bit about event delegation in order to improve the performance of our app. We are going to learn what is event delegation and why we should use it. Now, let's get started. Here you can see we got a UL tag. Let's consider it as a menu, but also a content editable div. Now, and let's say we need to apply a text formatting action. We need to make a text formatting action. We are going to, let's say we need to make bold. We need to apply bold. We are going to click on the first elite tag. We need to apply italic. We're going to click on the second elite tag. Now, in order to do so, we are going to be obliged to add an event to each elite tag. Let's say we are going to add an event to the first elite tag. We're going to add an event to the second elite tag and to the third elite tag. Now, instead of doing that, we are going to add only an event to the parent element, which is the UL tag. And then we're going to remove that for the children elements. Yeah, we're going to remove that. And then you can see that I just select the parent elements and I just added an event. Now, here we're going to do this. When we are going to click, let's say, on the first elite tag, we are going to track its attributes. Yeah, by doing event.target, and then we're going to do get attributes, and then we're going to get the ID. And we're going to check if the attribute name is equal to add bold. We are going to apply bold. Right here, we're going to apply bold here. If the attribute name is equal to italic, we are going to apply italic and so on. And this is event delegation. Instead of adding an event on each element, on each bar end, we are going to add it on the top level elements. Now we're going to get into within the MiniTextEditor. And then here, what we're going to do, we are going to add an attribute like I did right here, data name, and then I pass it, apply bold, and then the ID of the MiniTextEditor, and I just pass also the data name attributes to each icon. It was like this. I'm comment this. It was like this, and then I just do that everywhere. Yeah, you can see we pass it right here. Now, if we get into within the editor tiers, first of all, I'm going to get into first within the editor tiers. And then here, we're going to create another function. I'm going to call it init MiniTextEditor. The role of this function, first of all, we are going to select the toolbar. And then via the toolbar, we are going to get access to this function. Yeah. If we get into within a MiniTextEditor view, you can see we got the toolbar is where we put in all bar ends, and then we are going to add an event only to the toolbar, and then here, once we just added the event to the toolbar, you can see we just select the toolbar, and then we add a click event, and then we create a constant btn, and then we do events that target that get attributes that are name, and also we select the attribute to our icon. And then we're performing short circuit evaluation. You can see we just assigned to the class name constant, the btn name, and we just extracted the icon attribute, which is the data name. And if the btn name is not, we are going to return the attributes name of the icon, and so on. And then here we are going to get something like this. Like if we click on the apply artlick button, we are going to get something like apply artlick plus the ID of the MiniTextEditor. And then we use switch case condition. We're checking if the case is apply artlick. If the class name is apply artlick plus the ID, we're going to call the apply artlick function, and so on. We did for other function is apply balls. We're going to call the apply balls function, and so on. You can see, and this is what we call event delegation. We don't add so many events. Now we're going to scroll down, and then here you can see we got a function apply artlick. The role of this function is to add an artlick to a given text. We're going to comment that. We're going to remove this event. We're going to get rid of that. We are going to scroll again. We're going to scroll down again. You can see we got a function highlight text. And then here we are going to comment that. We're going to comment that too. We're going to scroll down again. We are going to get into each function, and then we're going to remove the click events that we got in. You can see replicate text formatting. We don't have any eventing, and here I've already do for that. You can see we got apply another list. We are going to remove this event. We're going to scroll down and do that. We can see we got a function apply link. We are going to remove the event too. Here we can see we get a function apply insert image. We are going to remove this event like this. For this function too, which is apply alignment, I'm going to remove that. And then we are going to scroll down. We got another function apply tag. We're going to get in, and then we're going to comment this line that allows to add the click events. We're going to continue, and then there we go. We just finished. Now here you can see we just pass all these functions that allows to make text formatting to the return statement. Now we are going to comment them. We are not going to return them, and then we are going to return only one function, which is the init MiniTextEditor. And via the init MiniTextEditor, we are going to perform text formatting. Yeah, and we just added only one event to the toolbar. We are going to get into within a MiniTextEditor tiers, and then here you can see right here. We are going to comment this first. I'm going to comment this, and then I'm going to extract only one function. I'm going to delete all of that, and then we're going to extract only one function. And if we go to the bottom, you can see that actually we are getting errors. And when we initialize this class, we were creating many events, and this could slow down our web page, and we just increase the performance of our app. We are going to comment all of that. We're going to remove all of that. And congratulations, guys, we just improved the performance of our app using event delegation. You know what is event delegation and how to use it. Next time, you're going to put it in practice to improve the performance of your app. Now we're going to talk about another thing. We're going to track the cursor position in real time. We are going to know who's writing within the MiniTextEditor. Yeah, you can see right now if I'm typing here something, and you can see we are going to be able to notice who's writing. And if I move my cursor right here, yeah, the cursor is moving too. Yeah, you can see we are tracking the cursor position in real time. That's what we're gonna do. Alright guys, now we're gonna track the X and Y position of the cursor within the content editable div. Now you can see actually our cursor is right here. It's blinking at the start of the DOM text. And then I just moved the cursor at the bottom. You can see I just selected a text document fragment. And then you can see our cursor is blinking right here. I'm gonna zoom a little bit so that you can see.
And here you can see here the cursor is blinking. I'm gonna try to type something, and then you can see I just type here 4H, and then our cursor is gonna move again at the top. You can see our cursor is at the top again. Now, what we're gonna do is to track the current cursor position, because every time we are typing, we are moving our cursor at the top. Once we just finish typing, the cursor move at the top. You can see I'm now move at this section, and then I'm pass here hello, and then you're gonna see our cursor is before hello, and then you can see that actually the cursor move at the beginning of the text. You can see we got the DOM right here. Now we are going to track first the current position of the cursor, and then we are going to move it to its appropriate position. That's what we're gonna do. You're gonna understand it in a bit of a moment. Now we're going to get into again within the MiniTextEditor tiers, and then here, guys, we are going to create a function here. I'll name it function get cursor position, and then here I'm gonna zoom a little bit. We're gonna pass it the editor, and the editor is an HTML element. And pass here HTML element, and then we are going to first of all we are going to create a constant, and then we're going to use the selection API window that gets selection like this, and then we are going to select the range. I'm gonna check first if we have a selection that's range counts, and then we're gonna check if it's greater than 0, and here we're gonna create another constant which is the range. Now we're gonna create a range object. We are going to pass here selection that get ranged, and now we're going to create a clone of the range object in order to manipulate it. I'm gonna type it as range, and then here I'm pass here clone range like this, and then is equal to range that's clone range like this. And now we are going to pass the whole contents of the MiniTextEditor to the clone node. We are going to call this function. We're going to pass this. Let me show you. We are going to do clone range, and then we are going to do select. We are going to pass here a function and pass here select node contents. We are going to pass the contents of the MiniTextEditor to the select node content, so that we are going to place our cursor at the end of the content. And then here we are going to pass here the editor content, and we are going to do again clone range. Do this, and here we're gonna say set end. We're gonna get access to a function set end. We're going to set our cursor to the end of the text, and then here we're going to do range, and here we're gonna say end container. End container represents the text, and then here we are going to pass here range offsets, and pass here range and offsets. The range offsets this line right here. This returns the number of characters that we just jump. Then we're going to create another constant. We're going to name it cursor position. We are going to do this clone range. Clone range that to string here to string, and then that's length. That length like this. And then I'm going to return the cursor position like this. Now we're going to call the get cursor position within the change MiniTextEditor body content function, and we're going to get into within the block where we have the event key down, and then I'm pass it here. We are going to copy this element MiniTextEditor content. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna pass it to the get cursor position. Now what we're gonna do right now, I'm gonna remove this error here, and then we're going to console.log the cursor position. I'm passing a cons cursor, and then here let me do this, and then I'm gonna console.log here cursor. We're gonna see what we're gonna get, and I'm pass here cursor position like this, and then I'm gonna copy it, and then we are going to get into the browser in order to see what we're gonna get. Now you're gonna see that we're gonna track the current cursor position within the content editable div. And here you can see we got right here hello. I'm gonna pass here Ben, and then you're gonna see you're going to track the cursor position in real time. You can see we got the cursor position. If I move the cursor right here, I'm gonna move it to the end and pass it here, and then I just remove that, I delete that, and then I'm gonna pass here hello everyone. I'm pass here, and then I'm pass here first here this hello everyone. You can see that we are tracking the cursor position. But once we are done, guys, you can see that actually the cursor move at the top. The cursor is right here at the top. And in order to avoid this behavior, we are going to create another function that is going to move the cursor automatically to its last position. Yeah, you can see I tap here dash dash. We are tracking the cursor position. The actual cursor position is 417, and then you're gonna see right now the cursor is at the top, and then you can see right now the cursor is at a 0 position. I tap again, 0 position, and then if I move where we got hello everyone, I just pass it right here, hello everyone, and then I pass here hi, and then you're gonna see we're gonna pass here hi. You can see, yeah, the current cursor position is the last cursor position is 420, and actually the cursor move it again to a 0 position. Now we are going to create a function that is going to move our cursor to its last position. Once we finish typing, we need to see our cursor at the same position. Alright guys, now we need to move the cursor to its last position. I've already created this function. You can see we got a function, move cursor to position. It takes the two parameters. The first one is the content editable div, which is our MiniTextEditor, and the second one is the position. Then we use the selection API in order to manipulate text within the MiniTextEditor. We are iterating through text within the MiniTextEditor using the Vue3. And elements within the text editor are nodes. And then here, each line is a node, each paragraph is a node. Then we are iterating through it. And then we are going to set the cursor to its appropriate position. And then we have another function that we are calling recursively set cursor inside elements. Yeah, this function go recursively inside its child's node to find the correct position. Yeah, this is the function. And then guys, we pass here some conditions. And right now I'm not going to get into the details, guys, but if you want to know more about the selection API, you can just come on this page and then you're gonna learn more about it. It's pretty easy, guys. If you read the documentation, you're gonna understand it pretty well. Now here we go back, we got a function here that we're gonna be using in order to move the cursor to its last position. And then we have another function which is the set cursor inside elements, that we are calling this function inside the move cursor to position. Now we got another function right here. I'm not explaining you the error of this function. This is another function, run function sequentially. We are going to call this function in order to run functions sequentially. It means one by one. Now you're gonna understand it. Now I'm gonna come within this function, change MiniTextEditor body contents, and then here I'm going to do this. I have already do something here, guys. I'm going to copy it again, and here I'm going to copy some stuff right here. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna put it here. Now and then again, I'm going to explain you. And here we got the first function. Here we got the first function. We are going to track the cursor position. I'm going to get into within the YDoc store, and then we're going to creating a React property cursor position. We are going to use this React property in order to track the cursor position, and then we are calling a function you can see we are calling a function here, get cursor position. And this function takes we pass it the MiniTextEditor content. Yeah, the MiniTextEditor content is right here, is this element right here, which is the content editable div. We pass it. Then once we got the cursor position, we are going to pass it to the cursor position reactive property located within the white store. Like this, it is a number. I'm not type it is a number like this in order to avoid typing error. And then here we are going to call this function. You can see we pass here another function change MiniTextEditor content. We call this function. Right now I'm gonna comment this, and then we got another function const second function 2. And within this function, we are going to move the cursor to its last position. Once we just finish modifying a text within a MiniTextEditor, we are going to, first of all, we are going to track the cursor last position. Then within the second function, we are going to move the cursor to its last position. You can see we call the function move cursor to position. We pass it the MiniTextEditor, which is the content editable div. And then we pass it the cursor position reactive property located within the white store, like this. Now here I'm going to copy something again. Here we get another function. Here I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna name it a runner. Yeah, I'm gonna name it a runner, and then I'm gonna say runner like this, and then I'm gonna zoom a little bit. Now here you can see we just pass here the function run function sequentially, and here we are going to use this. You can see that actually this function takes an array of function. Yeah, and these functions are promise, returns promise. We are going to call first the first function, and the first function, the row is to give the cursor position. Then we're going to call the second function. The row of this function is to move the cursor to its last position. And then we are going to call, and then we're gonna call the runner function. Yeah, we are going to pass it to the we're gonna pass it to the modify MiniTextEditor like this. I'm gonna pass it right here. Here I'm gonna copy it. Here I'm gonna name it to runner like this, and then we are going to pass it to the modify MiniTextEditor like this. I'm gonna pass it in it, and then you can see the modify MiniTextEditor. Yeah, the modify MiniTextEditor is right here. We are going to call the runner function after 2 seconds. Yeah, you can see everything is pretty easy, guys. Now we're going to create another component that we're going to be calling a blinking cursor. I'm not sure to you what is a blinking cursor. You can see I got a content editable div. If I type here hello, you can see that we are moving the cursor, and we know who's typing within the content editable div. And we're going to create this component. We're going to name it blinking cursor. We're going to get into the project board folder, and then we're going to create a component blinking cursor, the view. And then here I'm gonna put in this code. You can see we pass here the script tag, our blinking cursor view components. We're gonna pass it the MiniTextEditor ID as a prop, and we pass here some CSS. You can see these are CSS, and in order to make it clean, I'm going to pass here this class. I'm gonna do this blinking cursor like this. And then I'm gonna use this class in order to apply CSS to these components. And here I'm gonna pass here this CSS. We're gonna pass a CSS tag, and then I'm gonna do this blinking cursor like this. And then I'm going to copy this CSS. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna put it within the blinking cursor class. I'm gonna do this in order to make our components clean like this. This is our blinking cursor, guys. It's simple. It's just a div. And this div we pass in the name, which is John Doe. Now we're going to get into within a MiniTextEditor. We're going to import these components, and then we're going to pass it a MiniTextEditor ID as a prop to it. We're going to get into within a MiniTextEditor Then we're gonna scroll up, and then we're going to import this component. We're gonna pass here imports, and here I'm gonna pass here blinking. I'm pass here blinking cursor from components. Pass here blinking cursor like this, the view, and then we're going to scroll down. We're gonna pass it right here. Yeah, here guys, above the content editable div, pass here blinking cursor. Yeah, like this. Yeah, we are going to pass it an ID. We are going to get into within the blinking cursor. I'm gonna copy the MiniTextEditor ID prop, and then we're gonna pass to it, and then is equal to the MiniTextEditor.id like this. Yeah, and then we're going to get rid of the error. Now we're gonna go back within the MiniTextEditor tiers, and then within this block, within the block where we got we pass here MiniTextEditor content, add event listener. On key down events, we are going to change the cursor position. We are going to change the position of the blinking cursor components. And here, what we're gonna do, guys, we are going to track first the current cursor position. We are going to do a current cursor position is equal to get cursor position. We already created this function. We're gonna pass it the MiniTextEditor content, and then here we're gonna do this y.store that cursor position is equal to the current cursor position like this. Yeah, and also I've already do something, guys. We are going to copy something again. I'm gonna look for it. Yeah, I got it. And then here I'm gonna copy this line of code right here, and then we're going to get into we're gonna scroll up here. First of all, I'm gonna set that to a number in order to avoid typing number to avoid a typing error, and we're going to get into the gear cursor position, and here I'm gonna use something. Here you can see we got the get bounding client rec function. We use this function in order to track the cursor position in real time. And then here we just pass here, we are going to pass it another parameter. You can see right now we are getting an error, and this element is going to be our blinking cursor is an element. I'll pass here the cursor, and I'm going to type it as an HTML element like this. And here we are going to pass it to it, and then you can see that actually we are getting an error right here. We're getting an error, and we're going to add another parameter to this function. I'm gonna pass it right here, const blinking. I say blinking cursor is document.query selector. We are going to pass the class that we have within the blinking cursor. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it the ID like this. Then we just pass here an ID, and then we are going to assert it as an HTML element in order to avoid typing error. And here I'm gonna copy the blinking cursor. I'm gonna pass it to the gear cursor position function. Yeah, and then we're going to remove the error. And so you have to know we just added these lines right here. You have to know that the get bounding client rec function returns the cursor position in real time. We pass it the range object in order to give the left and top position of the cursor, which is the X and Y. And also we created another constant, which is the editor rec. And we pass here the editor. We get the X and Y position of the editor using the get bounding client rec. And now in order to position our cursor in X axis, which is the left, we do rec.left minus the editor rec.left. And also in order to get the Y position of our cursor, we do rec.bottom minus editor rec.top. And then they're going to position our cursor. When we are typing, we're gonna be calling the gear cursor position function. Now we're gonna get into the browser, and then guys, we are going to try to type something. You can see actually we got our cursor right here, John Doe, and it isn't height. we are going to add it, but we're going to try first to tap something within the editor to see if we are going to move our cursor in real time. Now let's tap something and pass here hello world, and then you can see that actually we are moving our cursor. You can see we are moving our cursor, and actually you can see that our cursor doesn't move at the beginning of the words at all. You can see hello everyone and pass here everyone, yeah, like this. And then I'm gonna move to the second line. You can see we are tracking use tapping. You can see I'm gonna get into within another mini text editor and pass here something. Yeah, you can see that we are tracking the cursor position in real time, and everything works fine. Now what we're gonna do, guys, let me show you something. Let's say I need to create a mini text editor. I click right here, mini text editor, and then you can see we got right here John Doe. We don't have the possibility to delete this mini text editor. And in order to do so, we're gonna say this. We are going to get into within the blocking cursor components, and then we are going to pass here display none. Yeah, when we're gonna be creating a mini text editor, this component is gonna be hidden. And then here we are going to get into within a mini text editor TS. We are going to scroll down. When we're gonna be typing within a mini text editor, we are going to give the cursor elements another position and pass here that style like this. Here we are going to copy that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna remove this line, and then we're gonna say blinking cursor. Yeah, that style. And then here display is equal to black, like this. Now let's create another mini text editor. I'm gonna click right here. We can drag a mini text editor. We can resize it, and then I'm gonna pass in some text. Hello world. Yeah, you can see when we create a mini text editor, we don't have our blinking cursor components above the delete button. And then you can see that actually when we create a mini text editor, we don't have the blinking cursor components above the delete button. Alright guys, you can see that actually we already track the cursor position within our content editor div. You can see when I tap here space, you can see we track we just change the actual cursor position. And also I'd like that when I click, I just change the cursor position. I want to move also the blinking cursor component. You can see actually if I move my cursor at the beginning before YJS, here you can see we got it right here. You can see that actually our blinking cursor component is still right here. It doesn't move. Yeah, it is static. Now I need that when I'm clicking right here, I click here where you can see the cursor is blinking. We need to move our blinking cursor components. That's what we're gonna do. We're going to add another event to the content editable div, which is the mouse up. On mouse up event, we're going to move our cursor again. And here we are going to get into within the mini text editor. And then you can see we just added only one event to our mini text editor content. I'm going to copy all of that. I'm gonna scroll down, and then I'm gonna copy this function. I'm gonna copy it till right here, and then I'm gonna copy it. Yeah, we're gonna pass it here, and then we're gonna give it a name, and here the name we can say change mini text editor content on events. I'm passing on events, and then I'm gonna add another event. I'm gonna do this copy paste, and then you're gonna pass your mouse up event. On mouse up event, we're gonna call this function. I'm gonna pass it right here on key down, we're gonna call it, and on mouse up we're gonna call it. Now let's go back within the browser, and then we're gonna see. I'm going to refresh first of all the browser, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get. You can see actually if I just move the cursor, I tap here, it is moving automatically. Yeah, everything is okay. Yeah, you can see. Alright guys, now let's replicate the cursor position to another window. You can see actually I've already created a new incognito window, and you can see, and within the first window, when I move my cursor, you can see we are changing also the X and Y position of the cursor.
And in a new incognito window, we doesn't do it. We need to replicate this change. Also, I've comment a function. Let me show you. This is the function track mouse move position. And here I'm gonna pass it again. You can see I'm going to refresh, and then there we go. We got it, guys. Don't worry, we got this function, and then you're gonna see the difference here. And we are going to deactivate this function here, guys, when we just on focus of the content editor div. We are going to hide this mouse. Now we're gonna comment this first, and then we're gonna continue. We're gonna add it later on. And also, guys, if we get into within the y.ts, you can see we got a reactive property Y cursor. We are going to change it to Y mouse. Yeah, and for the cursor, it's gonna be for the content editor div. We're gonna change it for the Y mouse. And also we're going to get into, we got a file right here I'm not getting, which is the user cursor. We're gonna change it to the user mouse like this. We in order to avoid confusion, we are going to pass the Y mouse like this, and then I'm gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it here too. We're gonna get into within the y.ts. We are going to pass here Y mouse too. I'm gonna pass here Y mouse. I'm gonna copy that in order to remove the error. Now we're gonna get into the y.ts, and you can see we got a reactive property which is the cursor position. We're gonna change it to cursor like this, and then we're going to assign it three property. The first one is the position. The initial value is gonna be 0, and then we're gonna pass it the x and y position. And we're going to create also another object which is the y cursor, and pass the y cursor, and then we are going to tap it with the new .y map like this. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy this constant, and then we're gonna assign it to the y cursor. Now we are going to get into within a MiniTextEditor, and then you can see right here we got a function gear cursor position. We just return right here the cursor position. Also, we're going to return the left and top. The left is represented by the X position and the top by the Y position. I'm going to create two constants. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna say this is going to be the left, and this is going to be the top, and pass a constant. And then we are going to return an object. We are going to use the structuring in order to get access to this value. I'm gonna pass here the top two. Now you can see if we scroll down, you can see within the change text editor content on the event function, we got an error. We are going to extract this property. We're going to extract the current. I'm gonna scroll up to this function. You can see we got a cursor position. I'm gonna copy this property, and then we are going to extract them and pass it there. And then you can see that we just extract the cursor position, and then you can see that actually we just tap our gear cursor position is a number. I'm gonna remove that to avoid a tapping error. Now we just extract the cursor position. We're going to pass here the cursor position. You can see we extract also the left and top position, and then here I'm going to assert it as a number. I'm gonna say the top of that is going to be a number like this in order to avoid the tapping error. I'm gonna go to the top, and right here you can see this is the cursor. You can see TypeScript infers to be a number. Yeah, we just return a number. I'm going to get into the y.ts. We are going to create an interface for the cursor, and then here I'm gonna do this export interface I cursor like this, and then we're gonna pass it free property, the position, the num we're gonna set top is a number, the x and y. I'm gonna say to the top is gonna be a number. We are going to get into again within the MiniTextEditor. We are going to tap our function gear cursor position with the iCursor interface, and then we are going to import the iCursor from the y.ts like this. And then you can see that actually we don't have any error. And then here we are going to say the left, we're gonna say this is going to be the x and this is going to be the y.
and then we're gonna do the same thing right here. We're gonna pass here x and y in order to get rid of the error. And then you can see right now they infers x to be a string and is true. We are going to change the type because we are returning pixel. I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna say we're gonna pass here string for the x and the string for the y. And then we're gonna go back again within the MiniTextEditor tiers. Yeah, like this. And then you can see we have another property, which is the cursor position. I'm gonna copy it and then we're gonna pass it right here in order to remove the error, like this. And then we are going to scroll down. I'm gonna copy that. And then we're gonna move to this section right here in order to remove the error. Yeah, like this. Now we are going to assign the cursor reactive property inside the y.ts a value. You can see we got right here a cursor, and is a cursor object is a reactive property. I'm gonna copy that property. I'm gonna pass it to the cursor object like this. Then we're gonna go back within the MiniTextEditor, and then here we're gonna pass here cursor. That cursor position is equal to cursor, and then I'm gonna remove that. And also we are going to pass it the x and y position. And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass here cursor. I'm gonna pass it an object. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna duplicate that. We are going to pass here the x and x like this. And here we're gonna pass the y, and here too we're gonna pass the y. And actually the value of x is a string. And then in order to avoid this error, we are going to go back within the y.tiers, and here we are going to pass you a string like this, because you can see, because right here the x is a string. And if we go to the getCursor position function, we just pass here a value and then the pixel. This is a string. And that's why the x is inferred as a string. And then we are going to do the same thing right here. I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna copy right here. You can see we are getting a typing error, and then we just pass here the cursor. I'm going to do the same thing. We are not going to call this function because we already call it right here. I'm going to just copy the cursor position. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna move right here. I'm gonna comment this, and then we're gonna pass here the cursor position. We're gonna do this cursor, that cursor position, like this, and then we're going to remove the error. We're gonna do the same thing right here. We're gonna pass here cursor, that cursor position, like this, and then we just remove the error. Now you can see we got another property, another reactive property right here, which is the y cursor. Now we are going to assign it the x and y position. We are going to go back within the MiniTextEditor again, and here we're gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Why we are going to do y.store that y cursor. We're gonna pass here y cursor that set. We're gonna pass set the x, and for the x position, we are going to pass here x like this. And for the y position, we're gonna assign it y. I'm gonna pass here y. And then here y2, I'm gonna pass here y2. Now we are going to get into within the YJS, the tiers, and then we are going to init something right here. We got a function init YJS types for cursor. This is for the mouse. I'm gonna pass here mouse, and then we're gonna create another one for the cursor. I'm gonna paste it right here, and then we're gonna say init YJS types for cursor. Yeah, like this. Then here we are going to, you can see we are going to say y, we're gonna say here y mouse, and for the second one is gonna be y cursor. And here we pass here y, we're gonna pass here y cursor, and then is equal to y.doc, that's y.doc store that doc that kmap is, and then we pass here the name of our map is y cursor. We're gonna pass here y cursor, and then we are going to observe for changes. And here we are going to do this. We're going to do y cursor, and then here y cursor y.doc store. You can see we got a reactive property, which is the cursor. We are going to assign the x and y property the value. We're gonna do this. We're gonna pass here y.doc store, And then here we are going to do this, direct. Now I'm gonna remove that to see why we are getting this error. Yeah, you can see the tab number is not assignable to a tab string. And then here we just do this, and then I'm gonna say a string. I'm gonna set it as a string in order to remove the error. I'm gonna copy that. And then I'm gonna pass it right here, and then we're gonna say is string in order to remove the error. Now we are going to get into within the blinking cursor components, and then we are going to create we're gonna add to this component to prop. We're gonna pass it the x, and then we're gonna say the tab is gonna be a string, and then here we're gonna pass here the y, and then for the y position we're gonna say the tab is gonna be a string too. And here we are going to we're gonna do style padding. We're gonna pass it the style is equal to left. For the left, we're gonna pass here, we're gonna do this and pass here cons props is equal to define props. And then we're gonna do props like this. Yeah, that x. The left position is represented by the x, and then I'm gonna copy that. And then we're gonna pass here the tab is represented by the y position, and pass here the tab and pass here the y position. And again, we are going to do this. I'm gonna copy that. We are going to say the position is gonna be absolute. I'm gonna pass here. We can let it like this, and everything is gonna be okay. Now we're gonna get into within a MiniTextEditor, and then we are going to pass this to prop. The left, we're gonna pass it to property. We are going to pass it the x and y. Now we're gonna get into within a MiniTextEditor the Vue components, and then we're going to pass to our prop right here, the blinking cursor. We're gonna pass it to property the x and y. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to import first of all within this component. We are going to import the y.store. Yeah, we just import it, you can see it. And then we are going to scroll down to the blinking cursor component. We're gonna pass it the x property, and pass it the x property is y.store that cursor that x, and also we're gonna pass it the y. I'm gonna duplicate that, and then I'm gonna do this to make things clean. And here we're gonna pass it the y position. I'm passing the y position, and here y2, and there we go. We just finished. Now we need to check something. You can see we have here call the init widget tabs for mouse. We're gonna pass it within the init widgets function. We're gonna pass it right here. And also we need to modify something. Right here you can see pass here the y mouse. We're gonna pass the y cursor. Yeah, like this. Now we're gonna get into the browser, and then we're gonna try to check if everything is gonna work pretty well. Now here I'm going to refresh this window. I'm gonna refresh it, and also I'm going to refresh the new incognito window, and then we're gonna try to check. We're gonna try to see if things are going to work as we want. I'm gonna do this, and then we got the new incognito window, and then here you can see right now, yeah, it works. It works, guys. You can see we are replicating the cursor position in real time. You can see if as I put it before 1, you can see it moves. If I go within the new incognito window, and then here you can see we are moving it. It works pretty well. Now let me try to tap something. Hello guys. Here, hello guys. Things works, and then they're going to replicate change after 2 seconds. It works. You can see we are replicating changes after 2 seconds. It works pretty well. If I try to here bolt, click bolt, we're gonna try to bolt something like works. Yeah, I can see it works. And if you want, we can underline it. I'm not underlining it. It works pretty well, guys. Alright guys, now we're going to be using the canvas element in order to draw on our board. We are going to get into within the project board, and then I'm going to add a canvas element. You can see the width is 1200 and the height 800, and the background color is against border. And so you can see that actually just added a canvas element.
Now we are going to draw on it. We are going to get into the actions folder, and then within the project folder, we're going to create another folder. We're going to name it canvas. We are going to put in a file. I'm going to name it canvas like this.ts. Now we are going to get into the canvas elements. The canvas.ts, we are going to create a composer. We're going to name it use draw on canvas and pass here on canvas. Yeah, like this. And then we are going to get in, and then we're going to create another function, draw. We're going to pass it draw on canvas, and then we're going to pass it to the return statement. Return, and then we're going to pass draw on canvas function within the return statement. Now we are going to select the canvas elements and pass here canvas, and then we're going to pass a document that's query selector, and then we're going to pass canvas. And then if we put our cursor over the query selector, you can see the type of the canvas is HTML canvas elements. We're going to select, we're going to set our constant canvas is HTML canvas elements. Like this, we are going to create the canvas context by doing canvas get context, and then we are going to use 2D. We are going to draw on a 2D screen. We are not going to use 3D. And then I'm going to set the context is canvas rendering context 2D, like this. Now we are going to track the X and Y position of the mouse relative to the canvas elements on the screen. And we're going to create another function, track mouse position, and then we're going to pass it the canvas. We're going to pass it the canvas element, and then here we are going to tap it. We're going to tap it with the HTML canvas element like this, and we're going to pass it another parameter, which is the event. It represents the mouse. We are going to return the X and Y position of the mouse. First of all, we need to track the X and Y position of the canvas elements on the screen. We are going to create a constant rec, and then we're going to pass here canvas, and then we're going to call a function getBodyInclinedRec in order to get the X and Y position of the canvas elements on the screen. Then we are going to return the X and Y. We are going to do this. We are going to pass here event that client X minus rec that left, and also we are going to pass here the Y position is now do this is event client Y minus rec tab, and then we're gonna get the mouse position based on the canvas elements on the screen. Now we are going to get into within the draws canvas. First of all, we're gonna create also another function, drawing. We're gonna call it drawing, and then we're gonna assign it false. And then here we are going to add an event to the canvas element. Here we're gonna do this canvas add event listener mouse down events. We are going to pass a function, and then the type of event is any. Here, first of all, we're gonna say drawing variable. We're gonna assign it to true, and then here we are going to use the canvas context, and then we're gonna say stroke fill. We are going to pass the color that we're gonna be using in order to draw. We're gonna pass here blue, and then here we are going to use the begin path in order to start drawing. And then we are going to call another function, which is the mouse position, and pass a mouse position is equal to track mouse position function. We are going to pass it, we're going to pass the event and also the canvas elements like this. And here we are going to use again the context in order we are going to use another function from the canvas context move to in order to set the start position within the canvas elements. We are going to pass it the X and Y position of the mouse. So I'm going to copy this, mouse move, we're going to start drawing. And first of all, we're going to check if drawing variable is true. I'm going to pass here true, and then we're going to do this. I'm going to copy all of that, and then I'm going to put it within the if statements. And then here we are going to do this. We are going to call another function, which is line2. and then we pass it the X and Y position. The line2 function, it allows to draw on the canvas elements. And then we are going to pass here the canvas context again, and then we're going to pass here the stroke like this. The stroke function is like we define the size of the line like this, guys. And then we are going to copy that. We are going to add another function to the canvas elements. On mouse up, we are going to stop drawing. Mouse up, we are going to remove that. And then we're going to say drawing. We are going to assign the drawing variable the value of false. We're going to assign it false and pass it false. And on mouse leave, we are going to assign the drawing variable false and pass here mouse leave. Now we're going to get into within the project board, and then we're going to extract this function. I'm gonna go up, and then here we're going to import this composable first. I'm gonna import it, and then we're going to import it from the actions folder, and then we're going to get into within project board / we're gonna get into within the canvas folder, and then we're gonna pass the file. And then here we're going to extract the function draw on canvas const. We are going to use the structuring is equal to use draw on canvas, and then here and pass here draw on canvas function. Now here you can see, if we get into the browser, you can see we got a cursor right here. When we are going to click on this cursor, we are going to start drawing. And right now I'm going to pass this function within the unmounted hook for testing purpose to try to see if everything is okay right now. And I'm going to delay first the execution of this function and pass it set timeout, and then here I'm gonna call it after 1 minute, after 1 second, and there we go. Now we are going to get into the browser. I'm gonna try to check if everything is okay, and then we are checking, guys. Now we are going to get into the browser. We are going to refresh, and then we're going to try to see if we are going to draw on the canvas elements. And then you can see that actually we are getting a white screen. We are getting an error. If we get into the console, I'm going to show you the error. We are getting a tab error and cannot read property of now reading get context. Now, in order to fix this error, we are going to move these lines within the draw on canvas function, and then we're going to try to refresh again. I'm not do this. I'm gonna close this window, and I'm gonna tap this there, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. Yeah, we are going to wait a bit, and then here we are going to draw something. I'm gonna try to draw something. Here you can see actually it doesn't work. We got an error, guys. And then we're gonna try to see if we're gonna fix something. Here I'm gonna get into within the project board in order to check if everything is okay. Right now everything is okay right here, and then we are going to see, yeah, you can see that we just draw something right here, and then it was a problem of latency. And then you can see that actually I can draw 4, and then I can draw even a house. Yeah, you're gonna see we can draw even a house. Everything is working pretty well, guys. Now we need to track the X and Y coordinates so that we can be able to replicate what we are drawing to another user. We are going to get into, again, we're going to get into within the YGS.ts. I'm going to get into within the YDoc.ts, guys. And then here we are going to create an interface. I'm going to duplicate that. And then this interface, we're going to give it the X and Y position, and we're going to pass it the type. And the type, we're going to pass it a union type here, a union type, and pass it start. And also we're going to pass it another value, which is the drawing. We are going to set the type to start when we are going on mouse down events, and the type we're going to set it drawing on mouse move events. And then here I'm going to do this first. Yeah, this is the type. And like this, I'm gonna remove the error like this, guys. Yeah, like this. And also we are going to change the interface. We're gonna say the name of the interface. We're gonna say I replay drawing interface. This is the name of the interface.
like this. And also we're gonna pass it the stroke style and pass it the stroke style like this. And we're gonna say the tab is gonna be string like this. Now we're going to create the Y array and we are going to create the Y array in array drawing properly. Now we're gonna create the Y array. I'm going to copy this right here, and then I'm gonna pass it here. We're going to say Y array drawing like this, and then we are going to assign it the type of iReplay drawing, and we are going to we're gonna pass it another array to says we are going to pass to the Y array drawing another array. It is going to be a multi-dimensional array. And then we're going to create the array drawing reactive property. I'm not pass you array, I'm gonna pass you array drawing like this. And then I'm going to type it with this type. I'm gonna copy this type, and then I'm gonna pass it right here. We're gonna say we are going to type it with an array, and then we are going to assert it as an array that contains another array of iReplay drawing interface like this. Now we're gonna get into within the canvas details. We are going to create right here a constant, and then we're gonna say drawing path. I'm gonna pass it drawing path is equal to empty, and then we are going to assert it as an array of an array. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm going to get into within the canvas.ts. I'm gonna assert it as an array of iReplay drawing interface. I'm gonna do this. Now we're gonna get into the drawing. Here we're going to get into within the mouse down events. I'm not do this first. I'm not comment this because we are going to type it only like this. I'm not remove that and that too. And now we type it as an array of iReplay drawing interface. Now we are going to move the X and Y coordinates within the drawing path array. We're gonna pass the drawing path array that's push, pass here push, and then we're gonna push in the X and Y and pass the X and Y position. And then here I'll do that here mouse position.y, and then we are going to pass the stroke style and pass here. First of all, I'll pass the tab. The tab is starts. On mouse down is when we start drawing, and also we're gonna pass the stroke style. We are going to pass the context stroke style property like this, and then I'm gonna duplicate that. We are going to pass it. We're gonna pass it to the mouse move events. You can see actually we are getting an error, and then the type of X is a string. We are going to get into within the y.tiers, and then we're going to change the type to a number. I'm passing a number, and then here a number in order to remove the typing error. And then we're going to go back within the canvas.tiers, and then the error is going to disappear. Now we're going to copy this, and then we're going to pass it within the mouse move function. And then we're going to pass here another function, drawing. And when we're going to be stop drawing, we are going to do this. We are going to use the y.store and pass it the y.store, and then we are going to get access to the y drawing reactive property, and then we're going to push in the drawing path property. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to pass it here like this. And also we are going to get access to the Y array drawing, and then I'm passing Y array drawing, and then we are going to do that insert like this. We're going to pass here the index is 0, and then we're going to pass in an array. It is going to be a multi-dimensional array. I'm not passing the drawing path array like this. And then here we are going to do this. We're going to pass here the context, and then we're going to say close path. Yeah, we don't want to connect the previous path with the new one. That's why we call a function close path. Now we're going to reset the drawing path array. I'm going to assign it an empty array because we don't want to connect coordinates. We need to separate them. And also I'm going to pass delete in order to remove this error. Yeah. Now we're going to move within the y.ts, and then we're going to initialize the y array drawing. I'm gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna uncomment this line. And then you can see we pass here the white store and then our array. We just initialize this array, and then we assign the array drawing reactive property. We assign it the changes. We assign it the white store that white array drawing to array. Now we are going to get into within the init widgets function, and then we're gonna call this function init widget tabs for drawing. You can see that actually I comment some function like init widget tab for StickyNote, init widget tabs for MiniTextEditor. I do this because when we call the init widget tabs, this function takes a lot of memory because we run them in parallel. Now, in order to avoid that, I'm going to show you in a bit of moment how to run this function sequentially, one by one, in order to avoid memory leak. Yeah, memory leak, we need to avoid it, and we are going to call this function one by one. I'm going to show you how to do that in a bit of moment. Now, we are going to get into within the project board, and then here we are going to try to debug something. We are going to see what we're gonna get when we are going to replicate coordinates to another user, and then I pass here y.store that array drawing. Now I'm going to try to draw something on the first window, and then you can see that actually we are drawing 4, and then you can see we just pass coordinates to the draw path array, and then here you can see we are replicating these coordinates. Yeah, you can see I just draw right here 4, and then when we are drawing, we are replicating these coordinates in real time. And we are going to use these coordinates in order to draw what we are drawing within the first window. You can see right now I'm drawing 4 right here, and now we just replicated these changes here. Now we are going to use these coordinates in order to draw this image. Yeah, we are going to use these coordinates. Also, I'm going to improve the stroke, and then I'm going to get into within the canva.ts, and then on mouse move we are going to pass here the context, and then I'm going to say line width like this, and then I'm going to assign it to, and then I'm going to try to draw again to see if we are going to increase the stroke, and then I'm going to refresh again, and then I'm going to try to draw again. Yeah, you can see we increase the stroke. I'm going to pass here, I'm going to assign here 3, and then we're going to see what we're going to get. I'm going to refresh again. Yeah, here I'm going to try to draw something again. I'm going to draw right here 4 again, and you can see that actually we just increased the stroke, and we can draw even a house. Everything is okay, guys. Alright guys, now we're going to replicate what we are drawing to another user using these coordinates. You can see actually we already replicate this change to another window, to the new incognito window. Now we are going to replicate these changes. We are going to get into within the canvas.ts, and then I'm going to create a function right here, and I'm not explaining you how it works. And here I just pass here, I just select here the Canva elements. I use here the context is the 2D. I tap it with the canvas rendering context. I clear out first. Here I clear out first the canvas, and then I just iterating through the array drawing. You can see I pass here y.store that's array drawing for each, and then I just pass here first the stroke, and here I just call the function begin path in order to start drawing. And then here we are checking if the type is starts, and we are going to set the starting X and starting Y points where we're gonna start drawing the line. Now here, if the type is drawing, we are going to start drawing the line. You can see we're gonna start drawing the line, and then we pass it the stroke, and then we close the path. And for the stroke, I'm gonna pass here the line width. I'm gonna pass here 3 like this. Yeah, the line width we're gonna pass 3 because within the mouse move function we pass here the line width is 3 in order to change the stroke like this. And then we are going to call this function. We're going to pass it to the return statement. I call it replay drawing, and then I'm going to pass it here. And we are going to get into within the YG.ts. We are going to import first the composable, which is the use drawing, and then we are going to extract this function, replay drawing, and then we're going to go to the bottom within the init YG task for drawing function. I'm not passing this function. Now we are going to get into the browser again, and then we are going to refresh the window. And then here you can see these are the coordinates. And then here I'm going to refresh this window. And then we are going to call this function immediately. And then you can see what we are drawing. What we draw is right here. We don't lose it again. And I'm going to get into within a new incognito window. And then here I'm going to refresh the window. And then you're going to see what we're going to get. You can see we got what we draw within the first window. And then here I'm going to try to draw 5. Here I'm going to draw 5 right here. And then you can see that actually we are replicating change in real time. And pass here this. And there we go. We just replicated what we are drawing in real time using these coordinates. And things works pretty well, guys. And then here I can continue drawing. And then you're gonna see, yeah, it works pretty well. Alright guys, now we're gonna change the design of our canvas because actually it doesn't look amazing. I'm going to draw a grid on our canvas, and then we're gonna increase the width but also the height. I'm going to get into within the project board, and then I'm gonna change this canvas. I'm gonna pass this one, and then I'm gonna remove this one, and then we're gonna stay with this one, guys. Now we're going to get into within the canvas.ts, and then we are going to draw a line. I've already created this function. I'm not explaining because it's pretty simple. And I'm gonna move within the canvas.ts, and then here we are going to pass here the function draw grid. And here, this is the function draw grid. And then I'm not explaining you how it works. First of all, I'm gonna remove that. And then here we're gonna start with the draw grid function. Now we pass it to parameter. We pass it the canvas element and the context. And then here we specify the grid size. We pass here 40, and we track the canvas width. And then we do canvas.width. In order to track also the height, we do canvas.height. Now we pass the stroke color. It is a gray color, and then the line width of the stroke, we pass here 1. We draw vertical lines. First of all, we need to call the function begin path. We set the starting X position, and then we call the line 2. We pass here. We are going to start to the starting X position, and then we are going to go all the way to the bottom. We are going to start from this point all the way to the bottom. And then we did the same thing in order to draw horizontal lines. This function is pretty easy. Just practice, then you're gonna understand. And in order to understand it pretty well, you need to know what the begin path does, the move to, and the line to. These are canvas functions, are pretty easy to understand. Once you understand this function, you're gonna understand everything we did. And also we draw horizontal lines. And once we just draw these lines, guys, we are going to get this. Let me first call this function and show you the results. And then I'm going to continue explaining you other functions. And then I'm going to call this function within the draw on canvas. Yeah, you can see this is the function draw on canvas, and then I just passing these two functions. When we're going to be calling the draw on canvas, we're going to call also adjust canvas size, but also we're going to call the function load cache grid. I'm not explaining you what is it. Yeah, because I've already finished explaining you what is the draw grid function. And then we're going to move to the load cache grid function. First of all, let's try to see what we get within the browser. I'm going to refresh, and then you're going to see what we're going to get. And then we are going to draw a grid. You can see actually we got a grid right here. It is beautiful. Yeah, it is beautiful. And then we load our image, what we draw. We load what we draw. And then you can see that actually we can draw on a grid. We have a beautiful canvas, guys.
You can see we get another function, load cache grid. And here, first of all, when we call the drawGrid function, created a base64 string, and then we set this string into the local storage. And when we're going to call the load cache grid, we are going to check if we got the string within the local storage. Then we're going to convert this base64 string to an image. And if we got it within the cache, else we are going to call the function drawGrid. We do this in order to improve the performance because we don't want to call every time these two for loop. It takes a lot of time, a lot of computation. We don't want to call them every time we refresh the page, and that's why we converted the grid to an image, and then we are going to check if we got it within the local storage. We're going to load it from there, and then there we go, guys. We just improved the performance. And again, guys, we got another function right here. I'm not explaining you what is it. We are going to scroll down a little bit. You can see we get another function, adjust canvas size. Yeah, the role of this function is to adjust the canvas size based on the screen. Yeah, this is the role of this function. If I remove this function, we are going to get a grid which is blurry. And in order to remove that, we call this function. You're going to try it, and then you're going to understand how it works. The goal in programming is to practice. If you don't practice, you're not going to learn anything. Now, here this is the role of this function. Now we're going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then I'm going to comment this line right here. We're going to get rid of that, and then you can see this is our board. Is beautiful. Alright, guys, now we're going to work on the undo redo feature. You can see actually we can draw something on the board, but we are unable to undo it. Yeah, we need to create these two features. We are going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then you can see we just importing a component which is the undo redo. We are going to move within this component, and then we're going to create two events using the define emit macro. The first one is redo, the second one is undo. We call the first event, we pass it to the first li tag, which is the redo, and we call the second event, which is the undo, we pass it to the second li tag. Now we are going to get into within the canvas.ts, and then here I've already created two functions. I'm not uncomment this, and then I'm not explaining you. You can see, first of all, we select the Canva elements, we specify the context, which is the 2D, and then we get the lattice index of the array drawing. By doing array drawing that length minus 1, we check if the index is greater or equal to 0, and then we get into the if statement. We select the index that we need to delete within the y array. By doing y.store.yArrayDrawing.get, we pass the lattice index, and then we create another array, which is the redo drawing array. Take this array as an history. Yeah, we are going to push in the elements that we need to remove from the yArrayDrawing. And then we just delete it from the yArrayDrawing, but we store it within the redo drawing array. And then we call the replaying drawing function, and we call the load cached grid function. Now we got another function right here, which is the redo. You can see we create right here an array, which is the redo drawing. This array that I'm selecting right here, I said, and I repeat, take it as an history, redo drawing array. Now we store in the value that we just removed, the coordinates that we just removed, and then here the role of the redo function is to add again these coordinates within the y array. We select first the canvas, and then we check if the redo drawing array is greater than 0. If it has values within it, we create a constant redo, and then we're going to remove the first item within the redo drawing array by using the shift method. Then we just inserted these elements again, these coordinates again within the y array. Now we're going to get into within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then we're going to extract these two functions. And here I'm gonna pass here, you can see we got the use draw on canvas. We are going to pass here undo like this, and pass here undo, and then here redo. But we forgot to pass these two functions to the return statement. I'm going to move within the canvas.ts, and then we're going to pass these two functions to the return statement. Now we are going to get into again within the ProjectBaordPage view, and then we are going to call these two functions. You can see we got a component undo redo. I'm gonna call the first one redo, and then is equal to redo like this. And then also I'm going to call another function which is the undo, yeah, like this, and then I'm pass here undo like this, and there we go. Yeah, we just finished, guys. Now we are going to get into the browser in order to test this feature. I'm going to refresh first of all the window, and then I'm gonna refresh the new incognito window, and then we're gonna try to see if our feature is gonna work pretty well. Now I'm going to try to draw an angle right here, a right angle. I'm gonna remove that first, and then let me try to draw an angle, a right angle, and then here I'm drawing a right angle. And then here I'm gonna pass here 90 degree, and pass here 0, and then a degree right here like this. Now let's try to undo. Yeah, you can see it doesn't work pretty well. Now let me explain you why. You can see this is our canvas. I'm gonna draw our canvas. This is our canvas, and then this is the array. Yeah. Now if I draw something right here, I draw this line within the canvas, we need to add it within the array. It's right here. If I draw something again within the canvas, we're gonna add it again within the array. Now, when we're gonna click on the undo button, we need to remove the last item added within the array. This is the last item right here. That's what we're gonna do in order to undo things, because right now you can see it doesn't work pretty well. Now, in order to fix this error, we're going to get into within the canvas.ts, and then here within the redo function, we are not going to remove the first item. Instead, we're going to pass here pap in order to remove the last item. Yeah, you can see we said we are going to remove the last item. Here we are going to remove the last item, and also within the undo operation, we are going to remove the first item. This is the logic, guys. Try it within your computer, and then you're going to understand. It's pretty easy. Now here I'm going to get into the browser again, and then here I'm going to refresh this window and the new incognito window too, and then we're going to try to see if it's going to work pretty well. Now let me draw something right here. First of all, I'm going to delete all of that, and then let's try to see again. I'm going to draw right here even a right angle. I'm going to pass here a right angle, and then let's try to remove the angle right here that we just added. You can see it works. Now I'm gonna try to draw something here. This is the first node. We can consider it as a node. And then if I try to add another node, which is this line, and then another node, and then another node. Now we can remove node by node. Yeah, you can see it works pretty well. We can draw right here a tree. I'm gonna pass here a tree right here. This is a tree, and then yeah, you can see we can remove, we can undo. You can see it works. Now let's try to redo. You can see it works pretty well, guys. Yeah, it works pretty well.